The girl with white hair and lush forms was embarrassed, saying that she would definitely wait for her lover to defeat the last demon and become the strongest on the continent. Her name is Hao Jing, a princess of the human race who dreamed of the grandest wedding with her boyfriend. Sha Fengliao was the strongest warrior of mankind, and was simply crazy about his heart captor, and just for her sake alone, he was ready to win. He had to do it, for the sake of the lady of his heart. The warrior was soon standing right in front of a level 555 demon lord named Otsyan Baola. He was the strongest. This monster could not be defeated by crowds of strongest humans, as evidenced by the skulls around it. It was quite risky, seeing all these casualties, to still go against the monster. But Sha Fengliao didn't doubt his strength. Only a smile appeared on his face as the blond man anticipated his triumph, and with loud words for his opponent to prepare to accept his death, rushed straight towards him. He and a couple other knights with swords at their side fought the demon. Not a single muscle of theirs trembled from fear. Today marks 18 years since Sha Fengliao has been in the army. He happened to lead the strongest team of humanity to attack a strong top-level demon. And as soon as they can defeat him, he will immediately be able to regain his former greatness. The sparks in his eyes sparkling stronger with each passing second, because the 1,000-year struggle between the race of demons and humans is coming to an end. The blond heroically made his way to the demon's insides, releasing its blood. How many battle victories he had already won, and nothing seemed to be able to scare it anymore. Cutting off limbs with such ease, the lad very quickly gained even more confidence in his muscles, and he brought his sword behind his back very early, but not preparing for an attack, but simply taking a breather, for humanity was sure to come out victorious. Except that the monster didn't give up hope of gaining the upper hand, so with a sneer in his voice he planted doubts about his beliefs in his enemy's head. A sly luscious feeling spread through the body of the foul man, realizing that luck was on his side. And at first Sha Fengliao did not understand what it was about, until a notice of danger appeared nearby, which shocked the warrior very much. He was sure that everything was over, and ended well for himself and his race. The demon began to take in the circle using his body, and explained his plan, which was that if he was going to die, it would only be with his opponent, who decided to play hero. Sparks began to spread through the air. Sha Fengliao had nowhere to go, came to the realization of what a stupid situation he got into and with whom he contacted, as a result of which not only did not win, and now will die in general, but he realized that to do something now is too late. He will not have time to raise weapons thickly. A loud sound, an explosion appeared in one place and began to spread out across the surface with a bright light and a wave that blew everyone off their feet. No matter how much weight the creature had, the guy's last thoughts were wondering if this was really the end. The heat burned his body, blinded his eyes, created fear in his heart, but it didn't last long, simply because after just a few seconds, his consciousness turned off, his heart stopped, and it was impossible to feel the pain fully. Suddenly, just as suddenly, there was a notification that there were only 2 minutes left before the end of the hero's life, which by default was a mere trifle, but in this situation, it was an incredibly long moment, and suddenly followed by the Lord's congratulations that the 511th Army unit they led had won many victories and made a great contribution to humanity. Sha Fengliao was completely stunned. His limbs didn't work. He was somehow able to raise his head, but only because he heard about his ability to be reborn once, which compared to death was just a fairy tale. So when asked if the guy wanted to be reborn at all, the blonde didn't think much about the decision, immediately pressing the button that would give him a second life, probably much better than now, at least longer. And then there was darkness in front of his eyes, and a distant voice that was getting louder and louder demanded to wake up, telling him to stop sleeping, because the squad was about to come. And then Sha Fengliao's eyes opened. They were bright yellow and glowing with happiness that he had not tasted real death and was reborn. He jumped up, marveling that he had killed a demon lord. In his own opinion, even concluded it was too easy, and as if he didn't notice his new form, skinny body, strange stone-like hands and small horns on his head. But immediately with side vision he noticed the other creatures present nearby, and their particular feature was the horns a little above their foreheads, their faces showing that they didn't understand what it all meant. Sha Fengliao didn't like being around ugly demons, showing all his disdain on his face. C-rank gunner. Lao Te reiterated once more that the Blue Union was about to be here, and it would be too late if right now the guy didn't leave. And then the guy started cupping his face with his hands, trying to figure it all out, wondering what it meant, what it was saying to those who used to be his adversaries. While the demons were also perplexed by what was happening, Sha Fengliao's gaze fell on a mirror that was quietly standing in the corner with a crack in the top corner. Once the guy fully realized that the Yi-Rang demon, Gan Liu, in the display was now his true face and real, at least in this life, and immediately fear and shock came to his soul. He couldn't understand and accept that he had become a demon, that vile monster he had been killing all his life. So the guy became angry, stomping his feet and breathing fire, shouting curses in the direction of the dam system, which did not let him out. He could not call it a normal rebirth. He was the light of the human race, so his fiancé is waiting at home hero. And from such hysteria, when his partner screamed into the void or on the walls, the demons near had questions. The impression that Gan Liu just went crazy became a headache. The system, however, apologized to the guy, explaining it all by saying that there had been a mistake during the rebirth and it was simply impossible to solve it, which caused great indignation on the part of the one on whom the failed experiment had taken place. Gan Liu was beyond furious. He began to threaten the system, saying that he didn't care about all the problems. He needed to resolve the situation as soon as possible, but trying in vain simply because his rebirth was a one-time thing, so would have to put up with this kind of life. But then there was an alert that if the guy died again he could be reborn back into a human. Except that suicide didn't count or fall under that rule. It was a mild shock but a ghostly hope. The other demons did not understand what was going on with their acquaintance, but others he seemed normal, just too scared at the moment. But now there were other problems. Soon people will attack, so then, according to the partners, he will be very hard, and the blonde was not up to it. He hoped that his fiancé will wait. Then the D-rank demon mage, Lao Mayer, notified that she could sense 12 people approaching them. A picture clearly appeared in her mind, which she tried to explain to her fellows, and with the exception of His Majesty possessing a B+ rank, none of them are their rivals, and the key warrior has already been caught. Therefore, demons must as quickly as possible to reach the place of retreat, because if they fall into their hands, they will be skinned alive, which could not help but strain and not make them fight in full force. The Blue Alliance is just around the corner, and this was just a shock to the fighter in the past. That's where the humans are and he's a demon now. And then a maniacal smile appeared on his face, which spoke for itself, that he harbored hopes that his own would finish him off, and so his torment would end. But this reaction was not clear to other demons, so Gan Liu hurriedly went straight into battle, not even thinking that such a drastic move of his would create big questions from his fellows in this life. This simply shocked the other demons. They couldn't believe what their friend was doing, thinking that he was sick since he was so brave to go to meet humans. Gan Liu decided to avert suspicions that something was wrong with him, saying that hiding now was not the best time to be a great hero. And then with a smile whose meaning only he knew, he added that his friends could safely run away while he held off their opponents. He was probably the first one who hoped to be killed in battle. This day was a real revelation to the demons. Did Gan Liu really want to sacrifice himself for them? Such a change in him was hard not to notice, and the old man didn't understand what his partner was even talking about. Suddenly a sharp loud sound of destruction that startled the reborn demon. The danger was too great. Huge cobblestones were falling from the magic circle, aiming to fall on his head, and such a thing could kill right away, from a single contact. The landslide caused by magic could not help but surprise and frighten with its sudden appearance, and the entrance was completely blocked. The demon, who recently had been so eager to fight, recoiled. The clack of heels strode across the stone shelf, dainty feet in black shoes striding forward confidently and quickly. The Demon Lord's daughter, B-rank galactic mage, Lu Bingyi, appeared in front of him, wearing a beautiful tight-fitting dress, a shapeless sweater on top, broadcasting that they wouldn't abandon anyone at the critical moment, because they had all grown up together. This really pissed the demon off. He didn't like being hindered like this and not being allowed to be reborn in peace. The anger was so strong that it was impossible to hold it in, so he swung his arm around and ordered the girl to stay out of the way. But his blow against the stone was just minuscule. Only his bones began to ache, and such persistence was incomprehensible to the one who blocked the entrance. His arm was hurting so badly that his anger started to come out with aggression. Hence he called Lu Bingyi a pathetic bug. The Demon Lord's daughter couldn't understand how it was even possible to be so rude so gratuitously, but she didn't stand up for herself. The archer, on the other hand, was outraged that no one dared speak to this person like that. It was just incredibly disrespectful. But immediately, Gan Leo changed the tone of the conversation, smugly clenched his fist, and said that his partners were underestimating him too much, and he would actually be able to handle everything he had planned. And Lu Bingyi only now noticed his alluring scent, which even made her cheeks blush. The other demons on the other hand suggested to ignore that idiot, and if he wanted to die, let him go. But that didn't hurt Gan Leo at all. And then manipulated that would people even be afraid of demons, since they wouldn't be able to answer them, and began to pretend that he was a big hero and specifically intended to sacrifice himself for the sake of all his fellows, though he blatantly lied, purposely becoming his back so they couldn't see his facial expression. At the same time, his conscience gnawed at him a lot, just because everyone was looking at him, still believing in his good intentions, and so much so that the demon lord's daughter cried. Therefore, the old man himself decided to make the girl ignore this fool and leave quickly, so as not to put herself in danger, even though she didn't want to. And now Gan Leo was freely running away with a cheerful mood too. Can't believe it, certain death. A normal person would hardly react like this. The people in fantastic costumes who were warriors were dumbfounded on the spot, seeing a demon that was not hiding, and standing openly in front of them. The blond man spread his arms and called the men children with a sly smile and ordered them to attack. Inflict all 999 blows and he would take absolutely every one. But the warriors did not hesitate long, immediately pulled out their prepared weapons. The law was the same and the goal was the same, to capture the enemy. But Gan Leo, surprisingly, was not amazed by this, was not upset, did not try to run away or fight back. On the contrary, he displayed the highest degree of joy. He wanted to be reborn as quickly as possible, to become human again, about to return home. But suddenly, a purple arrow, as if at the speed of light, headed straight for those who were intent on tearing up the guy who was sort of sacrificing himself. As soon as one of the heroes accepted the sharp tip with his body, they realized that it was an ambush. But Gan Leo still couldn't realize that this was happening. Right before his eyes, his chances of becoming a normal person were perishing. It was ACB-ranked marksman. He was in top condition, and in 3 years, he had forgotten about their feud. The demon clan had used their skills and elevated their members, increasing their strength and abilities. After the death of the demon lord, the human race invades their lands time after time, and because they cannot offer proper resistance, the humans continue to kill and pillage them, and blame them for the fact that the scum didn't even try to find a compromise, even though it was possible. Gan Leo didn't understand anything and just stood post, while the archer put his hand on his shoulder and confirmed what the blond man was absolutely right. As suddenly the lord's daughter stepped into the light with her other friends, saying that it was finally time for the demons to put up resistance as well. Her eyes burned with a bright pink fire of anger and her horns glowed the same color. The group of people didn't realize what was happening, shock frozen on their faces. They stood across from each other a decent distance away, the atmosphere heating up with every passing second. Gan Leo looked at the girl in front of him. He didn't expect to be so close to the demon and idol. And he really was not dreaming. Her horns grew, and as if their number increased, the galactic mage moved to a higher state. The daughter of the demon lord rose into the air and said that they were not going to retreat. The warriors were frightened, began to shout at the top of their voices. It was for them one continuous deception. They were told that the strongest demon in their company is a rank B, and here an A appeared. But Lu Bingyi raised her hand up and rocks began to whirl around, a huge amount, the wind picking up more and more. It was the power of divine destruction. Once the storm passed, there was nothing left of the nature around, and a huge hole was formed in front of the demons. A cliff. That was how the Blue Alliance fell. Now it was just a pile of ashes. From this turn of events, Gan Leo was even more surprised. What was there? The other demons who had been like this all their lives were horny, and only the one who had created all this was standing there smiling. But now the Reborn had even more problems. Not only was he not dead, he was also elevated. For killing the Blue Alliance, the guy earned 10,230 points and elevated to the 10th level, and now the demon was at the D rank. So if he died, he would be reborn into the human clan. Now Gan Leo was sure that he would rather die than elevate. Apathy had overtaken him completely. He wanted nothing more than to lie there and be sad, but he had to figure out what to do next. Yongguo City glowed with a bright light, as if the starry sky had descended straight down to earth and now only the mountains separated them. The Ho family mansion was simply breathing luxury and beauty. Right now, a special scene was unfolding there. Assistant Demon Lord Chang Dukao, one of the 3 great representatives of the administration, was simply out of his mind with rage. Who would have guessed that their plan would fail like this? The masked and goggled demon bowed to his superiors and advised that they had calculated the time when Her Highness would be surrounded by the Blue Alliance. When the girl is left alone out of the entire squad, the fighters will surround her, and it is at such a moment when Lu Bingyi will be most desperate and it will be possible to do everything intended. It was then that Mr. Ho Wujin led the soldiers to rescue her, a demon warrior like the prince that all girls dreamed of as a child. He demonstrated before Her Highness his boundless charm and courage, killing the heroes one by one without regret and even with pleasure, and then scattered all the corpses of men and enclosed them in his arms, which would melt a young lady's heart right in the arms of her savior. It was at that moment that the princess should have fallen in love with him, but who knew they would rise up and defeat the Blue Alliance on their own? A subordinate reported that they said Her Highness had awakened her royal power, and the assistant commander-in-chief asked if that wasn't a good thing. But the 3rd demon was silent and deliberating. General Ho An, one of the 3 great representatives of the military, only arrogantly hummed and said that in any case, all the military might was in his hands, and given his status, the court would force her to marry his son and no one would dare object. He was already envisioning that picture. The general immediately ordered his son to be notified, and tomorrow they would go to matchmaking. He was prepared for the plan to fail, so he didn't really hope for anything. Lu Bingyi herself was taking a relaxing bath with flower petals right now. She didn't expect that guy to be so brave in the dangerous moments. And just like that, the girl's plan was absolutely fulfilled. Here she stood up, pulled back the curtain and called Mel, her maid. She needed her subordinate to bring Shao Gan here. The princess intends to reward him. Mel blushed and covered her vulgar smile with her fingers, thinking about what kind of reward they were talking about, considering the place they were in and the princess's appearance right now. Lu Bingyi immediately appeared in my imagination in a rather sexy image, a latex costume with leather elements and a red ribbon tied around her body, secured in some places with knots and ending in a bow on her chest. The maid immediately shouted out that she was already running to do Her Majesty's bidding, and the Lord's daughter noticed this strange emotion on the maid's face, which now led to the realization that she had been misunderstood. The newly proclaimed demon was sitting and drinking. In his hands was not the first bottle of alcohol, as suddenly there was a notice that he had scored 120 points and must distribute to certain characteristics. Gan Leo was completely out of it, under the influence of alcohol. He wanted the time to die as soon as possible, but it was much more difficult than he thought. Blondie scrutinized the information about himself. He was an elite D-rang demon, all the characteristics multiplied by 400%. Each of his abilities had a certain number of points. It was left to distribute the ones he had just received, but he thought more about the fact that D-rang was not so powerful, except only compared to humans, so he wondered who could defeat him. Suddenly, he was distracted here by a maid who came running over to notify him that the demon was waiting for Her Highness. But Gan Leo reacted with inhibition. The blonde man, however, was getting drunk, so he began to speak to the girl in a very strange voice, as if he was trying to seduce her, calling her sis. Gan Leo began to shove her back, leading her somewhere, and the maid was very embarrassed, but she didn't resist, only getting more excited at the speculation of what the guy was up to. But when they got to the warm cozy place, nothing lustful Gan Leo did, only asking to kill him as soon as possible, reasoning that only she could do it. There were various items lying on the floor that could be taken very ambiguously, and Mel just folded her arms, quietly rejoicing. She still didn't understand correctly what was wanted of her, and the demon that had brought her here was already rejoicing that his dream would come true. She shifted her gaze at him, noting that Shao Gan wasn't usually so fierce, but she began to attribute it to the amount she had drunk. Immediately, the huge hammer rose into the air and descended downward with speed. A sledgehammer weighing 100 tons hit the guy right on the top of his head, causing a lump to swell up. Who would have thought that such a girl was capable of such great strength? But right after the punch, Mel glared with a smile and said that today was not a particularly good time for all this. It was better for Shao Gan to go to Her Highness today. And so the guy stood in front of the princess who was sitting on the throne and praised the demon for his amazing performance. He had performed very well, so the daughter of the Lord would like to reward Gan Leo with the rank of first class. So from now on, he could safely enter the palace. Lu Bingyi sat in a neat dress that looked like pajamas and kept saying that in addition to giving her a Killer King costume, the outfit would help him become a real hero. Mel's eyes lit up when she saw this reward, shrieking that it was the sacred garment of a past demon king. The best reward possible. The guy was holding a battle gear that was used to deliver crushing attacks. The effect of using it, namely greatly increasing the power of the wearer. Except that Gan Leo was not surprised by it. He simply took the gift, and if that was the end of the conversation, he dared not delay himself and hurried away, which astonished both the maid and the princess. Except that the lord's daughter only liked it. She was just crazy about the way he had grown up, and he was also handsome in the face. The guy walked out of the castle and was about to leave when he suddenly turned his head and noticed strange demons nearby. In a dark corner, it was Wei Ming, one of the 3 great legislators. He was surprised by the insolence of the guy. He also goes out of the palace at night, but that was not the most important thing. He was angry that Lu Bingyi dared to give him the costume of the king killer. So he said in a voice that it was not worth it to reward a simple soldier like that. Such a thing does not befit a leader. The demon clenched his teeth. It was completely unfair, simply because he had been around all his life and helped with everything, and the princess had turned a blind eye to it, not even a word of thanks. In his opinion, she was just forcing him to side with Demon Ho. But then Gan Leo walked up to the old man and addressed him in a completely disrespectful manner, and that pissed the demon off, as you could call it. It was the height of insolence, he thought, and was ready to show him. But suddenly the blond man slipped the briefcase to whoever he was talking to and said he was giving it to him. This shocked the demon in glasses. Wei Ming cried out in surprise, unable to believe what was happening. What kind of fool would just give away such a gift? But he didn't know that it was really nothing for the blonde, because he just wanted to die, not to become stronger, and that's why he fused this artifact somewhere. Simply said that Her Highness really appreciated the man's hard work, so she instructed Gan Leo to reward him, so advised him to treat this thing with care. And as soon as the so-called transmission was in the hands of the princess's assistant, the blonde hurriedly withdrew, and Wei Ming stood for a while longer in a stupor, and the demons waiting for something along with him remained silent. And so he moved to screaming from admiration that Her Highness had done this for him. He was already regretting for what he had said before, blaming himself, calling anyone a bastard, so next time he would try to make it right. Gan Leo sat sad on the stairs, realizing that everything was the same here, so the plan was to wait until tomorrow and go die somewhere else. Suddenly the blonde witnessed someone's conversation. Some gentleman had finally returned, and it seems because his father was in a great hurry and called him away. The blonde looked out from around the corner and saw a subordinate apologizing to the red-haired demon, and simply informed him that the general had decided to implement the plan tomorrow. The father of the masked demon will lead the soldiers and make a proposal on the guy's behalf to Her Highness, and if anyone opposes it, they should just be killed. And once Gan Leo heard about the army led and they would also kill dissenters, his interest grew even more. That's what he needed, so it was time to act, a sly smile playing on his face, indicating that he was going to proceed with a new plan. The next day, there was a meeting in Yungguo's conference room. Many demons came and watched what was happening around the throne. The main and higher-ranking demons were not actively discussing rather uninteresting topics. It seemed possible to fall asleep. Gan Leo was grabbing his head from the fact that he had not expected the morning meeting to be so gloomy at all. He wanted to finish as quickly as possible and get down to business. One of them spoke with an evil look about how they had kept their reverence for Her Royal Highness for 3 years, all for the sake of her gaining mighty powers. An army of humans was preparing to attack, but thanks to the general's help, they were able to avoid the attack. And then the princess said her word that the general was indeed a good worker. After all, he had been in command since her grandfather's reign. It was necessary to reward him generously. The general decided to develop the topic. Since the princess had brought up such a subject, the man notified that he had something. He called his Wujin to him completely unexpectedly. The red-haired fellow moved forward, but somehow not particularly cheerful. All his father wanted was for Lu Bingyi to marry his son. He asked her to do so, but he didn't demand it. The guy stood with a menacing face, and their main argument was that he and the princess had grown up together, after all. But the demon lord's daughter didn't seem to really understand what it was about. She was more excited to see an old friend 3 years later and asked about whether Wujin liked someone. And then his father once again repeated his request for the girl to be the consort of the demon warrior. A slight look of surprise appeared on the princess's face. and afterwards changed to genuine shock, and a scream in which she asked the general not to joke around like that. She and Wujin aren't in the kind of relationship for that, but the man only rejected such a statement, saying that it was completely unimportant, so it was worth dismissing his doubts. And afterward, he also argued that the demon clan had never been ruled by a woman before, and because of that, many people were losing trust in them. His eyes glowed red as he continued to express his thought that after Her Highness ascended to the throne, there would be incredibly violent feuds, but if the girl married Wujin, no one would dare say a word. The other demons at the meeting began to discuss everything that had been said, thinking it reasonable, and that the general's son was unusually handsome and brave, and would be an ideal candidate for a husband. The boy himself stood and did not give out a single emotion, did not utter a single word of his own opinion. The old archer replied that it was just nonsense and Her Majesty shouldn't give in to it, while Gan Leo pondered the whole situation. But Lu Bingyi hesitated and began to think about what she should say so as not to make new enemies and not to offend the people she knew. Gan Leo, on the other hand, realized that this was his real chance to infiltrate the whole situation and change the course of events. The old archer asked the lad to explain what he was even up to since he had moved forward so forcefully, but the blond man had no intention of saying anything. He very rudely and brazenly grabbed the princess by the arm right in front of everyone. Gan Leo shouted for the girl to disagree with these demons because each of them is free and they have the right to decide who to marry. And Lu Bingyi was mildly shocked by this. She only mumbled something, trying to get some words out. The boy began to step in, covering the girl with his back and asking the old man who gave him the right to tell their lord what to do. Wei Ming only now saw this demon as the young man who had handed him the valuable artifact from the princess. Lu Bingyi squirmed. She didn't know how to choose the right words when addressing the general. She was as embarrassed as possible. But the man didn't listen to anything because of anger. It seemed very unfair to him. After all, he had done everything to make their clan prosper. The only general appointed for 2 terms at once. A great commander honored by all the employees. And it was all him. How could you refuse like that? But immediately changed his tone slightly, switching to advice. Her Royal Highness should think things over carefully before giving a final answer, thus pressuring the young lady. But immediately the archer aimed his arrow at the general, saying that he shouldn't even think about taking over the palace. He wouldn't let anyone close to his lordess. The second one of the main demons also pointed his weapon and ordered Hoenn to watch his behavior. The general became even more aggressive, because he had the whole army in his hands, and how could he ever be crossed and threatened? And then he turned to his subordinates, asking which of them would dare to stand against him, and no one from the back made a single sound. No one would rise up against their commander. But the princess herself wasn't going to play this catch-up for long, so she asked for it all to stop. She felt like she really had to agree. This was just an incredible shock to Gan Leo. A girl and just gave up so easily. Didn't she have royal blood flowing in her? And she had to show at least a drop of protest. And he even found it funny that she seemed to be frightened. Here the general turned his attention to the guy in front of him as well, recognizing him. So the man loomed over him like a black cloud. They looked each other straight in the eyes until the blond man spat in Ho Anyu's face, showing all his disrespect. The saliva ended up right on the demon's cheek. It was the last straw. Such humiliation in front of everyone, in front of an army that should respect him, and now probably wouldn't put him in anything. And Gan Leo only inflamed the situation, calling Hoenn absolutely nothing, although everyone knew him as a great general, and for a guy was not clear who gave him the right to command. Is he from a pack of cows or the leader of the dogs? No one can not mock the princess. But the demon on the contrary didn't really understand what this was about. But Gan Leo didn't quiet down, adding that besides, she is the strongest demon. Her status is the most important. Lu Bingyi is stronger than 10,000 people combined, so the son of a man is not worthy of her. The one who Gan Leo said was unworthy of the demon lord's daughter, but his father was not going to tolerate such ignorance. His son was the strongest and no one could be more worthy of him. That was already a fact. But then the blond man took his hands to his cheeks and replied with an impossibly wide grin that he was the more worthy one. It was all a clear plan. The next thing he said was that he and Lu Bingyi had been together with her in the cave just a couple days ago, subtly hinting at something more than just a hug. Seeing how the general's hands were already burning with anger, he realized that this was what he was so eager for. He would be nailed right there. And if the archer was shocked that Shao Gan had decided to go against the general, it was something unimaginable to him and out of the ordinary. That Mel admired such courage and bravery of the guy. It was simply superb. No one had ever done such a thing before. People in the crowd were discussing everything that was going on. They whispered and spread gossip that when Her Highness was surrounded by the Blue Alliance, saying he was the one who stood up for her. But this theory was also in doubt because some people saw him for the first time at all. Except Lu Bingyi didn't really get into the meaning of what was being discussed. She was more pleased with the fact that everyone was taking such a risk for her sake. It burned her heart, which was noticeable. But the general was completely unaffected by all this, only pissed off even more. He loomed over the blonde with a huge shadow and warned the little asshole that he'd better back off right now if he wanted to live a little longer. And Gan Leo only continued to sneer and tease his opponent, making nasty and annoying faces. Ho An could no longer endure such bullying of him, his son, and their family's honor. Therefore, he already incredibly badly wanted to kill and devour the guy in front of him whole. And as soon as the red light started going around, the crowd scattered whoever was going where. Because this was the general's grand force, it was definitely over, and the general wasn't going to do anything to keep at least his men out of harm's way. With his eyes shining, he was already directing his power at the one who dared to make fun of him like that. Now it seemed nothing would stop him. The blow came right in the stomach, which made the blonde fly a good distance, and it was not the strongest attack of the demon, so it seemed worth choosing a more painless way to die. One of the most powerful demons was already aiming to save Gan Leo, but he suspected that he was already running out of time, and the blonde man was smiling like some crazy person. Despite all the pain, he was happy at the thought that he would see Hao Jing very soon, and hoped that she was still waiting for him very much. A picture seemed to be already looming before his eyes of them together again, and crying with happiness that they were reunited as one, could be one forever. But suddenly an explosion enveloped everything and everyone around them, the smoke obscuring their eyes and burning them out, in parallel blinding the demons. Wujin and a few others present managed to stumble back a little so that they wouldn't get hurt. They stood waiting to see what would happen next. The general's son still didn't understand what was even going on and whether or not it was worth intervening. It wasn't a perfect inaction rather than just a lack of awareness of how to handle the situation. But here, the fervor had dissipated a bit and now one could get a slight glimpse of the silhouette that was rising amongst the fire. And it definitely didn't look like Ho An's figure. The red-haired demon tensed and became very angry. Furrowing his brows, sweat began to run down his forehead from excitement. He didn't understand at all how this could have happened. Gan Leo not only survived, but also came out victorious. It was all the demonic order that prevented the fatal injury, and now the guy was standing as if nothing had happened. And then a notification popped up that the blonde's level had increased, because he had defeated an army unit and elevated to level 40. So now his rank was a level, and new skills had been obtained. His defense had increased by 30%, and all stats had increased by 5 points, and the resistance would take effect when the guy was hit 15 times, after which a critical hit would activate. Gan Leo was shocked. He was again not that he did not die, but elevated again. The crowd behind him also did not expect to see such a thing. Could such a demon overthrow the general? This is the first time this has happened. No one has not withstood his blow before. The demon who received the order receives the full trust of all demons. In the future he will be given an important position of commander-in-chief. And then the princess intervened, saying that her grandfather and father granted him the order, and from now on, you will be the leader of the army of Yongguo soldiers. So Gan Leo receives the highest honor. From now on, Gan Leo also becomes a general, together with General Ho, and will lead the demon army. The past general also showed up behind. He survived, but he was not happy with the way the events unfolded. Wujin's father was not too upset after all. Now it was possible to change the plan a bit and would now try to take away Lu Bingyi's strength, except that he didn't show his face. Silently he stood in front of everyone and thought over what he would do. After all, he is still very powerful and there is no one more powerful than him. Except that the moment of awkward silence didn't last long. Immediately shrieks were heard that they were welcoming the new general, and congratulating Ganja Leo. Archer also folded his arms and congratulated his until recent partner, who couldn't do much but was already higher than the others. The crowd of the army also began to congratulate the blonde man on his new position and increase in strength. Only Wu Junya was silent and turned his head aside. It was very unpleasant, humiliating his father and family. And Gan Leo himself was not very happy about this event. He did not understand why the hell everything he was doing was going down the drain. The difficulty had increased again, and this was not planned at all. Ho Anya didn't normally accept that some demonic order was able to gain the trust of Her Highness. But here was the question of how this guy could even lead an army. After all, he had no experience in battles at all. And only an old general can be a leader. Only he is related to the ancestors. Liu Yun's ancestor is the most important among them. Only those who have been recognized by the ancestors are worthy of power. And only if the blonde can earn the approval of the ancestor, then he will give him the power. But the elders arose about it, and sent a general, saying that for 100 years no one had come out of his asylum alive, and what Ho En was going to do about it, and General Gon had already shown himself. It was time to listen to the demon lord. Would he resist again? Her Highness protested as well, warning that the blonde man shouldn't be allowed into the cave because it was a forbidden place and Gon Leo would just die. So there was no reason to go there. And then a spark of an idea lit up in the heightened demon's eyes. Now he was mulling over the idea that no one had ever come out of there alive yet. Hoenn laughed, and since everyone didn't agree to such conditions, there shouldn't be any conversation about it. But even here, Gon Leo decided to disrupt the plans of the almost former general. After all, it's not a bad idea, so the guy agrees. He asked where to go, because he's going to go there immediately. Everyone was shocked by this. It's no longer just incredible courage, but just plain stupid infantilization and irresponsibility. 200 years ago, the demon clan faced grave danger, and to protect the clan, Lord Lu sacrificed his own life so that at least someone would survive that terrible day of fire. He had sealed away the remnants of his soul so that it could still be used to pass a deadly test that no one had ever been able to complete. A team of at least 2 people is required to enter there. Now there was a question of who would go besides General Gon. No one from the army dared to raise their eyes, because they realized that it was too dangerous and no one would want to die because of anyone. Not a single living soul was going there. The general hummed, saying that in that case, let the guy go alone. If Gon Leo couldn't even find a partner, then what talk could there be of commanding an entire army? As suddenly someone put his hand up and volunteered. Immediately everyone looked in his direction. And that daredevil was the very same A-Rang demon lieutenant, Ho Wujin, which was a complete surprise. But suddenly the general stood over his son and asked him to repeat what the boy had just said, and who would let him go, which raised questions about whether his father thought that Ho Wujin was worse than him. But suddenly, one of the warriors turned to the demon, warning him not to do so, because he is the future of Yungo, and so risk simply cannot. And the main reason was that the general's son would also like to show his strength to his ancestor. After all, he would become the ruler of Yungguo. Inside, he was being eaten up by jealousy and envy, which could not be shown very much and could not keep his face, and subordinates from Mr. Wujin and did not expect another. Many did not see the whole background and just considered him incredibly determined and strong. Would like to resemble this guy. His father, of course, did not like this, and he considered his son a real fool who gets involved in every situation that hurts his ego in any way. An assistant approached Ho Wujin, saying that the Lord made the right choice, but he should be careful, because the guy from childhood were brave and determined, so should not let the enemy stay alive, and advised during the passage of the cave even to destroy it himself. But the interlocutor for some time had nothing to answer, was immersed completely in his thoughts. And then he looked haughtily into his mirror and, answering that he knew it all himself, straightened his bangs with an iron. At the same time, Gon Leo was also being groomed, notifying the blonde man that Ho Wujin was a very cruel and selfish person. There was no way he would let the guy live. The demon would stab the blonde man in the back, so one had to be as careful as possible. And Gon Leo still thought that this was a great chance, and another opportunity to finally be reborn back into a human and live a normal life again. Suddenly, an old man entered the room and addressed the new army general. He had good news. He had the best restorative and healing potions. It was very dangerous in the cave and one must watch their health. This naturally didn't help Gon Leo, but only ruined everything. So he just said that he shouldn't worry too much. And now they were already standing in full assembly in the middle of the ancestors' cave, with other soldiers around, and the princess and her entourage watching everything from the balcony. The blonde man slipped Ho Wujin a small purse that was recently handed to him by himself and said that there were specially pills for the demon in there, but the man was not particularly grateful for it, and treated it with even more suspicion. The girl in front of them once again questioned whether the guys were ready to come together in a fair fight and prove their might and worthiness. Her Highness was incredibly worried about Shao Gan. She wanted him to be careful, and she shouted it out to him without hesitation. Everyone was puzzled, for they did not yet know that the true demon lord was about to be born. The general's son glared menacingly at his now enemy. Gan Leo was expressing his fearlessness with a wide smile, but not because he was really so brave, but because he intentionally wanted to die and pass on the responsibility to someone else, because he wouldn't need it anyway. The one who had inquired about the readiness of the fighters applied the formation, put out her hand, and a bright yellow light burst from her palm, raising a wind around her that lifted her cloak higher and higher up. Immediately, the golden pattern dispersed on the floor, and Gan Leo and Huo Wujin disappeared from sight, simply vanishing into thin air, moving to another place. It was an open copy, a test of the ancestors. The cave was inhabited by ghost bats, able to remain invisible for long periods of time, and all this in D-level space. The guys were already advancing through cold stone corridors. Wujin expressed that he couldn't have guessed that the monsters in the cave were exactly like this, and the blonde man didn't want to hear all of this. He recalled his assistant's words that his opponent was a very cruel and selfish individual and could be expected to set up any kind of setup, especially when it came to winning. Gan Leo spread his hands apart, shouting that he was very defenseless, like an open target, very weak. Everything was so played up for him to finally be killed that the general's son himself didn't realize what his opponent was doing. But Wujin didn't realize that it was a simple provocation, and thought that he had caught a mistake because it wasn't worth exposing himself in front of the enemy. And Gan Leo stood back and with a sly smile, and waited for him to attack him. It would be incredibly helpful. And now Jun was already in a fighting stance and ready to launch an attack with his sharp blade on his hand. And now Gan Leo was completely satisfied with this. Finally he would be able to regain his former human form. But suddenly a warning of flowers was heard from the back and a single bud flew past the blonde, right next to his face. And then the cut that followed was the power of the general's son that he had recently used, which led to this. The cut and bloody flower fell into the clutches of the bat, who didn't expect it to be like this. And then Wujin's sharp tip went through the creature's head, releasing its blood splattering outward, and the guy didn't even blink an eye. And Gan Leo didn't really understand what was going on, or rather didn't really try to get into what was going on. And here on the two demons who decided to test themselves already flew a crowd of bats, who already wanted to avenge their own kind. They literally surrounded the guys. A normal person would be afraid of such an influx of even though not very large enemies. Huo Wuju had already conjured flowers in front of him that were surrounded by green light. He knew exactly what to do and there wasn't a flicker of doubt on his face about his actions and technique. The mice opened their mouths, but then they were enveloped by the petals of those delicate plants that the general's son had summoned. They were quite close now, and while the blonde man stood idly by, his enemy and companion put his hand up, waiting for the unction. And then the snap of his fingers spread a light wave throughout the cave. Thus Wujin made the poison come out from the flowers he had conjured. The petals lit up some bright and acid green color, like fireflies in flight, only lighter and weightless. The needle-sharp rays that grew with each passing second and cut into the eyes with their light. Soon these beams became as if they were long lasers and webbed around the enemies that almost reached their victims, cutting them with their blades. And then Ho Wujin, without turning to face the blonde man, praised him for not a bad move. After all, he had noticed the hidden enemies long ago, and wanted to be the bait to lure them out, make them come closer, and then let the strongest demon deal with them. But warned his opponent not to think he could catch him off guard. A crazed look enveloped him. Gan Leo swore that he hadn't seen any bats at all, and he wasn't lying. It was just a random turn of events. But the red-haired demon didn't believe it, only smiled wryly, taking it as a challenge and clenched his fist tighter, preparing for the next batch of creatures that were already coming at them. He continued to kill enemies with his ability, and those like inadequates attacked further, as if not noticing that their previous brethren had been cut to pieces. Huo Wujin took his left hand with the spearhead by his wrist as bright flames burst out from there, his gaze becoming more serious as he thought through the correctness of his strategy. And already he swung his arm, winding it behind his back, summoning a storm of colors, and rushed into battle. Gan Leo himself was perplexed by the whole situation. After all, he just wanted to set himself up, but now the general's son had decided that they were partners, and now all the monsters are running towards him. Because of the extremely powerful damage, the mice have a reaction, so they rush to save their companions. Now Wujin not only didn't finish him off, but also exterminated the potential assassins, so the danger level at the moment is absolute zero and apparently he's safe here. So with a distraught look and a smile he took up the new thought of getting them to finish him off. A notification appeared in front of the blonde man that all of his stats had been increased by 600% and 480 could be distributed and now needed to figure out how to place them correctly. While the guy hovered at the window that appeared, Wujin was advancing after an uneasy battle. He assumed he was in the deepest part of the map, except that the warrior was tensed by the fact that his, as it seemed to him, ally was still doing nothing and only doing what he was doing idly. The demon didn't understand and couldn't believe that he could be so underpowered to fight monsters. Suddenly everything shook and there was a loud beeping sound that announced danger. The plot of the copy was a battle with the Demon Lord's messenger. The ground shook once more, only now from the solid stride of a monster that was advancing towards the smaller demons. The complexity of the battle was level A. The time to perform was given 20 minutes. The condition of passing was to destroy the defense of the envoy of the Demon Lord. And this monster appeared in all its beauty. Well, ugly. Hao Wujin furrowed his brows and gathered his thoughts on how to proceed and prepare himself for the fight and the mandatory victory. The general's son waved his hand and used the old trick with flowers, with which he had managed to defeat the bats, and this time he hoped to defeat the monster as well. But the delicate plants were finished off right in flight without touching the enemy. This was the confrontation of a mighty demon who literally had his back on fire. This was something that Hao Wunjun didn't expect things to turn out this way. His magic had never failed him once, but it didn't seem to be this time. This demon was huge and all black, like coal from a fireplace, and it burned the same way. It made the red-haired guy mad and confused. And immediately, right from the belly of this monster, a fiery ball flew at the enemy, leaving a fiery tail behind it. He headed straight for the guy who looks like an ant against him, and it seemed to hit right on point, or rather, right into the body of the enemy. The fire lit up everyone and a hot wave spread around. Except that it was not possible to kill the general's son. He stood his ground, and as soon as the heat and smoke dispersed, the warrior himself appeared, who only became more convinced that he must win. But there wasn't much time to retreat after the sudden attack. Everything happened abruptly and unexpectedly, which was shocking, which was displayed right in the demon's blue eyes. Two of the monster's limbs with spikes all around and sharp tips were heading towards him at an incredible speed. They wrapped their arms around Wujin and coiled tightly, squeezing harder and harder, as if squeezing the last of his strength out of him with the desire to hear his bones crunch. The general's son glanced at Gan Leo, who was still just pointing his finger in the air, and asked him in his mind to do something, even though he realized that it was a waste of time, and regretted that he had gone with him for nothing. And the guy seemed to have gotten over his business and laughed awkwardly to himself, saying he didn't expect anything else from himself. With a wry smile, he thought about the fact that he only had 480 points of strength, and his defense was weak, and all he needed to do was just shift his attention to himself as soon as possible. And Hao Wujin, as he had previously assumed, was apparently the strongest, and promised the demon who had captured him that he would taste his strongest attack. Sparks of anger and hatred were already coming from him. The warrior broke free from the shackles of the monster, tearing its tentacles into small pieces, releasing all the power from within outwards, gathering it all within his very soul. The huge demon with sharp teeth and what appeared to be steel muscles was under massive attack from his opponent, but he wasn't hurt physically or mentally. This monster had huge spikes on its back with bones from its back, and Hao Wujin wished for its death exclusively, although he couldn't make his dreams come true. But he didn't give up his attempts to organize it. The general's son put his finger up again, causing a huge explosion, which was going to be some kind of trump card up his sleeve, and it was about time to use that card in the game. The fire dispersed with the air, which blew everything away, lifting it up and burning even the thickest skin of the creatures that were here. Hao Wujin stood in the middle of it all as if he was a fairy tale superhero, or a villain who made a mess with incredible special effects. The warrior was confident in his strength and in the fact that this time he had clobbered the enemy. But that was absolutely nothing to the monster. His defense was still 90%, and his sharp smile grew even wider. And in addition to the glowing red eyes, it was a real horror movie. Finally, the general's son doubted his abilities against this enemy. His eyes were eerily dilated. He couldn't believe that the demon opposite wasn't injured. Now the question was being created as to whether the messenger had any weaknesses at all. After all, his defenses were top-notch. The other monster used its power to lift the red-haired demon into the air. The latter realized that he was doing badly and it was pointless to resist. All the monsters had already lined up to strike the tidbit themselves, especially when the victim resisted so eagerly. Hao Wujin was thrown to the floor. He had scraped his spine some distance on the ground and now his mind was focused on the pain. But he had to think of something urgently. All the envoys looked in shock at the blonde who had tried to remain aloof all this time, and the general's son had not expected such a turn of events. Leo was surprised at what had happened. He had managed to destroy the monster with his attack, which meant that his strength was not small. But this only created a new problem, because now even pretending to fight would not work, because his attack alone could do so much. Wujin couldn't believe his eyes. His partner had managed to blow up the demonic envoy in just one blow, but due to the fact that he didn't consider anyone stronger than himself, he concluded that the envoy had a strong defense in the front, which meant that he needed to attack from the back. And now with a sly smile, he looked at Leo, and now it was clear why he was standing pillar. The guy had just realized everything a long time ago and was just hiding his strength, purposely allowing the demonic envoy to attack Wujin to strike from the back. Though not audibly, he praised the demon he had to roam such dangerous terrain with. The blonde stood at this time surrounded by monsters. A notice popped up on that the man had once made an extremely powerful attack and the attention of the monsters shifted to him. And the companion found the ally quite interesting. Leo was so happy about it that he dared not even look at the direction of the danger, only waiting with a wry smile for his self-deadening plan to come to fruition. The demon looked at his opponents, from whom he expected only one thing, happy that the plan was working as it should, and now his target was him and could safely continue without action. He was already being attacked by an A- rank demon, which are very strong and have high attack power. With the blonde's current level of defense, the enemy will deal with him in just one blow, which is what he needs. And Leo only wanted this one attack to happen as quickly as possible. So the guy waved his finger at the demonic messenger, shouting for him to come closer. And the one opened his very toothy mouth and spilled red sparks from his eyes, darting towards the demon, who on the surface for all to see was being tested for his own strength, but in fact was already glad to be human again very soon. A smug smile flashed across his face, right up to his ears, and he spread his arms in anticipation of a fatal blow. But then, Wujin's spell was heard again, which again summoned flowers that abruptly headed towards the enemy. The rose-like flower glowed a bright green color, releasing rays. The next stage was to release venom and thorns. In addition to the sharp fishing line of his power, the general's son also stabbed the sharp part of the uniform on the monster's arm right in the monster's back. Crouching down, he waited to see what would happen next and how his efforts would affect the course of events. Leo was shocked by what he saw. With his mouth open, he did not understand how he could once again save the blonde man. On the one hand, this is a real luck that everyone who has been in this place would want, but not a demon who wants to become human again and continue to live among ordinary people. Hao Wujin was standing over the huge corpse right now, eliminating his ardor in his hand, and watched as his victim, who thought he was a predator, disintegrated into small pieces compared to the size of his body. There are still 3 messengers of the Demon Lord, which also need to be defeated, but here you need to learn in their weaknesses to do everything much faster. Leo was incredibly shocked by what he saw. He knew that the demon who was locked up here with him was strong, but it was not that strong, and he was also sickened by the fact that he was still unable to die. Hao Wujin looked at his traveling companion with a smile and said that his strategy was really not bad, and he was glad that the blonde realized that their weakness was exactly the back. So it was good that it was the army fighter who was set up first, so he wasn't really angry for that. The red-haired guy showed with his entire appearance and words that he understood everything and was not offended. Because of the powerful damage done, the object of the monsters had changed and now they would attack his associate. Leo himself was almost in tears standing in front of the same opponent with whom they had united for a while. He did not speak, but clearly realized that the son of a general who was so hungry for power understood absolutely nothing. His partner rushed forward, taking all the attention of the monsters, while the blonde ran after them, shouting that they belonged to him. With anger, the demon ordered the monsters to return immediately and do what it needed to do, which was to strike a fatal blow. He seemed to be so angry that he didn't notice at all as he clenched his fist, bringing it forward, and jumped straight at the monster, passing through its belly as he applied his magic. His eyes were a blur and the sounds were all muffled. And so one of the messengers fell to his knees with a through hole in his stomach. The rest of the creatures like him were in great surprise at what was happening, and the monster killer was right in the middle between them, straightening up from his bent position, standing on enemy blood. Gan Leo looked directly at the two remaining monsters, spreading his arms to the side, thus revealing the weakest organs in his body. He had defeated that demon only to draw attention to himself again and become the main target. The boy teased them and made ridiculous faces, showing his tongue, and asked only that he be killed quickly and not be dragged off again with such a necessary for, as ironic as it may sound, future life. And the plan seemed to have worked. The two giants were already heading towards him, a smug smile of anticipation of their own sweet death flashing across their faces. With the same smile, just from being able to defeat his enemies, Hao Jing jumped up and headed towards the back of the huge demon's neck with his foot put forward. It seems that he took it as a game, and was already running away from the monsters created by the Lord, teasing them to kill him first. And Gan Leo was very angry because his desire is not taken seriously, although it is logical that he needs it more. But he did not tell the whole truth about his life, or rather rebirth, so he could not ask to stop this circus. The blond man struck another demon with a white mask. This way he wanted to draw the attention of at least one, the last monster that could solve his problem, himself not realizing that he was only reducing his chance of death by taking out enemies. After a while, he still realized that he had used too much force, so since there was only one monster left, this was his last chance, and now it was in front of him, flashing bright yellow elements like lightning. He screamed at the monster, once again demanding that it kill him, loudly, aggressively, to bring out the already angry monster to even worse emotions. And he seemed to hear Gan Leo's pleas, so he put his two hands behind his back, swinging around to deliver one of his best blows and finish the boy off in a flash, leaving only blood and a shrunken body. The blond man stood with a wide smile and hopeful eyes shining, like a child who runs under the tree on Christmas morning to look for his presents, believing in a miracle. But even here, his partner, Hao Jing, did his best to unknowingly spoil Gan Leo's dream by using his power to cut the last monster into separate pieces, which made the blond man shrink from shock, and now he had definitely lost any hope of being reborn in this situation. The guys stood over the last corpse that was melting, leaving a trail like black oil. All the demon lord's messengers definitely destroyed, and with them someone else's problems, and someone else's hopes. Still thinking that this wait was just a good strategy by Gan Leo, Hao Jing praised him for the plan, and admitted that until now, he had not thought that their cooperation would prove to be so fruitful. And it was just a horror for the interlocutor. He cursed with all his soul partner, who destroyed exactly half of those who could help the blonde with revival and reunion with his beloved, while Gan Leo blamed the general's son for what he had done and wondered why he had destroyed them. The latter stuck out his hand and said that he was glad to meet him and saw the demon's perspective, saying that he would be a worthy opponent in the future. But suddenly, small stones started falling from the ceiling, turning into a real rain that could leave very good bruises. But that wasn't the only problem for the lads who volunteered for this expedition. The ground beneath them began to crack and fail, the crack going forward like a stream. No one had ever gotten to this place in the last dozen years, where the entire floor fell in big chunks and a bright blue light came out from there, blinding the guys. Hao Jing assumed that the current demonic youth would no longer dare to enter these lands. The haze dispersed around, settling in his nose and preventing him from taking a proper breath. The bright light blinded the demons who were able to overcome such a dangerous stage of this ordeal. Suddenly a huge blue dragon with glowing eyes appeared from the ground. He congratulated the fighters for passing the test. They obediently absorbed every word. The SS Rang Demon Lord, the evil dragon Lu Yun, who possessed an illusion, warned that the final test awaited them, and it was the dragon itself. He kept saying that the survivor would receive the title of Lord and a reward from the Demon Lord. But there was also the possibility that both of them would die and the demon people would not meet either of them alive. Wu Jin thought about what it meant and couldn't believe what this creature was offering them. For a while his heart began to beat harder, nerves throbbing in his head, his tongue not turning to speak his assumptions out loud. But it was definitely worth doing. And coming to his senses, the general's son clarified what the Lord meant. Did they really have to fight against each other and end up killing one? The red-haired demon looked at his partner and scrolled through the thoughts that he had no pity for him, and he was weaker than him. But the experienced fighter was the future of Youngho, so he couldn't just die here. And while he was agonizing over what to do in this situation, Gan Leo tried to hide his smile and his joy that this was another opportunity for him to realize his dream. The blonde looked fiercely at his now definitely his opponent with a wish that he would do it. To think the guy had been running around so much, trying to do everything he could to be defeated by monsters. And right now it would be easily done by the demon next to him. Wujin on the other hand observed Gan Liu's demeanor, who looked very relaxed but didn't take these as an attempt to give in. It seemed to him that the guy on the contrary intended to win and it only gave in to the desire not to lose. The blonde man began to take off his clothes, thus reducing his defense score, and with a snide face said that since only one would survive, they shouldn't delay. Watching Gan Liu take off his shoes, and didn't understand what he was going to do. Did he really want to trap him? Even though the guy's speed was degraded by 20 and his defense by another 10, he asked the general's son not to worry. The demon stood barefoot and bare torso and said that now he had no space left, only in his pants. Immediately, Gan Liu spread his arms and shouted towards his opponent that the Lord title and rewards were right in front of him, so he advised him not to hesitate, persuaded by the fact that he could become the only true Lord in this generation. And Ho Wujin couldn't understand what the blonde man's plan was. Otherwise, what was the point of it? He was literally one step away from success. This made Gan Liu tense, because right now, they were trying to ruin his plan by forcing him to fight, and he would like to do without the extra effort. The general's son pointed his weapon at the guy, saying that he had already gained the trust of Her Highness, gained military might, so there was no need to pretend to be a weakling. It wouldn't succeed, for he had defeated an A- rank envoy with simple attacks. Ho Wujin shouted, saying that if he was serious, he didn't think that the martial artist would even have a chance of survival. But why all this circus arranged by his opponent? With an innocent face, Gan Liu replied that it's all because Youngguo can't live without the Ho family. Hoan is the true veteran of their state, and his son is the future of their clan. And the blonde was just a pathetic lowlife who wasn't even worth a finger to Ho Wujin. Thus the demon was trying to justify his actions and make sure that the blade of the guy opposite would sooner be in his flesh, cutting him apart, and adding the heroic phrase that he should die in the row of the entire race. Gan Liu looked at the reaction of the guy opposite, who was very surprised at such words. Dissen's face immediately changed and became very sad. He thought about how noble a goal his partner was pursuing, who he now had to fight against. Now it was even harder to decide to kill him. He remembered his mother leaning over her son fondly, saying that one day the whole world would be in the hands of a little demon, and they, the demons, and their power lay in union. And then the boy did not understand the true meaning of those words. He clenched his fist at such a not-so-pleasant flashback, one that evoked longing and grief for the very person who had birthed and raised him. This woman was forcing him to gather his thoughts and make sure to accomplish the task that was set before him, even though it was hard. Just because Gan Liu is willing to give his life to ensure the well-being of the demon clan. Maybe this is some strategy to lure Wujin. It can't be that simple. He lowered his head and squeezed his eyes shut, trying to make a deal with his own conscience. The demon needed the title, but the blonde was only thinking of his race, which was incredibly noble, and such a goal was hard to fight against. And the overlord reminded them that there were 8 minutes left before the punishment, and if the boys continued to stand idly by like this, they would both die. The dragon was certainly aware of that. Gan Liu pressured his opponent, telling him to move and not to delay. It was not clear to him why he was still standing, even though there was no point in it. Either way the guy would die, but he still wanted the innocent demon who went with him not to get hurt. Ho Wujin recalled that the demon had said that if they didn't kill each other within 10 minutes, he would finish them off, except that Gan Liu wasn't clear on what this was referring to. He remembered it clearly. The general's son wasn't going to give up and massacre for his purpose and power like that. He would like to try something. The look became more serious. He spread his legs and crouched down a little, shrinking. Suddenly a light began to emanate from his gut that was blinding when it was looked at. Just a little more and something terrible would burst from him. And then his countenance changed. A light burst from his heart, which itself gave the sensation of slight pain and increased the speed at which his pulse beat. Green rays like threads burst from his chest. The same spell and summoning of colors was summoned with renewed vigor. The green light dazzled everyone around as it dispersed in a wave through the air. At first, the dragon thought that everything was going according to plan and it was Ho Wujin who acted like this against an opponent of his own kind. But by the end of it, he realized what was really going on. His eyes burning with red light as if they shone with even more intensity. An explosion went off underneath the entire dome with demons underneath that should have been fighting. But here they decided to change the course of events. From such a temperature, the sphere could not withstand it and shattered into small clumps, releasing the heat from the previously enclosed space. The Lord was furious about this. Now he had no doubt that Hao Jing dared to get at him. But he wasn't going to give up. There were only 8 minutes left before both guys would die. The general's son appeared in a new form 0. The demon had moved to a higher state. His rank had increased from rank A to rank A+. Now the red-haired youth was offering his partner to kill this lord together. The evil dragon Lu Yun only mumbled in their faces, saying that they simply did not have the strength to do so they could not even try, only making fools of themselves. Now he has enough strength for everything. Because the reinforcement, the demon increased its characteristics. The strength doubled, and added 200% to the speed. Gan Leo was now looking at how Hao Jing was confronting the Lord. A pretty decent view was opening up for the blonde man, but he wasn't really going to help. But it really pissed him off that this race liked to complicate things so much. After all, he had set himself up for assassination, so why take such an almost pointless risk now? Despite Lu Yun's warning about Lu Yun applying illusion, the general's son was still a couple of meters away from him and countered by applying his ability. Immediately, a huge beam of magic was released from the dragon's mouth directly at the red-haired demon that should have destroyed it. From underneath it was hard to see the petals released by the young non-human. Now then, he was not quite close to the enemy. He was literally blown away like a piece of fluff. Only the flowers remained next to the Lord. Only, Hao Jing wasn't going to give up either. He was already attacking his enemy from the back. The latter barely had time to notice the attacker, who very quickly managed to keep his balance in the air, and his one strike was only able to take down 150 points. It seemed to smell like a total failure, because his maximum health level was 10,000 and there were still too many such strikes to be made, and there was almost no time left. Twisting pirouettes in the air, the demon dodged to avoid being attacked, and then he noticed the blood on his opponent and wished to summon more. The demon was heading towards the Lord with determination, bringing the weapon on his arm behind his back, preparing to strike. Only the dragon wasn't going to just wait to be struck and take down any more health either. Because of that, he hurriedly applied another beam from his womb, in an attempt to destroy the guy who dared to use such insolence and attack the Lord in battle. So still doesn't accept the punishment. But he couldn't hit the general's son once. He landed safely on the ground, his tail pulled up after him, and Lu Yun was swept away by the green, blade-sharp threads of Wu Jin's ability, which wounded the dragon from all sides and took away his health very quickly. There were long scratches on the hard scales that could not cut through such natural armor, which was something of a problem. Finally, there was a notification that finally said that the demon had targeted the young warrior, and now it would be harder to dodge. Smoke enveloped everything around. The general's son was at a real loss, for he could not see what was behind the dust that covered everything, and it would be worth concentrating on trying to dispel such a fog, for there was a horror of the approaching enemy. Hao Jing tried to look around, but again, he was doing rather poorly, but his gut was telling him that something was wrong. And the seventh sense did not fail. From the other side was already rushing terror to the young but skillful demon, making his eyes open wide with surprise. He did not even have time to prepare to take the blow, let alone repel the attack. A part of the dragon's tail slammed into his cheek, pain spreading across his face, the hard surface of his enemy's body hitting his skin so hard that the sharp sensation could be felt even with his jaw, leaving cracks in his breastplate. The Lord was able to twist his tail so much that Hao Jing flew straight towards Gan Leo, who didn't move from his spot that was quite far away from the battle, and Lu Yun climbed out onto the rock, coiling around him. The blonde looked at the one who had just suffered a blow that still had elements of magic from it, squirming in pain. Gan Leo couldn't let his partner die, simply because if he did, he would be the one who would receive the title of Lord. But the dragon did not hesitate with his next attack. The dust rose up again, covering everything as if with a down blanket. The dragon gathered more air into his lungs. The demon who used to be a human was almost blown off his feet. The monster applied a cloud effect and a huge sphere erupted from its mouth, which was already ready to head towards its enemies who dared to break the battle parvel in their favor. The beam headed straight towards Wu Jin, but Gan Leo couldn't let that disrupt his plan, and already the conversation wasn't about death, it was about the title, so he got on the defense as quickly as possible and took the full impact into his bare torso, covering the demon. The general's son came to his senses and looked at the one who was now in pain. The kind of pain that felt like electricity was piercing him, but he did not move away, gritting his teeth and enduring the confrontation. The blond man's health was decreasing at a breakneck speed. It affected his internal organs so badly that he just had to spit out blood. Gan Leo fell to the floor, crouching right over his pool of blood. He gripped his stomach as if all his organs would fall out from there without support. The demon behind him still couldn't believe what his traveling companion had just done. He was pissed that he was being helped. It was completely illogical in such a situation, so much so that the guy almost died, only saved by the fact that the dragon stopped in time. Immediately, a regenerating potion appeared in Hao Wujin's hands, the effect of using which was, logically, the recovery of 10,000 life units. The general's son wasn't going to ask his partner if he should help, which of course Gan Leo didn't like, and just threw the vial of liquid at him. The treatment started instantly. The blonde didn't realize what it was at first, but then he looked at his health bar and noticed that he had added 8,000 plus health. And only the death-wishing demon snapped to a scream, trying to blame his opponent or partner. The situation had changed too often lately for such an act, as he was immediately interrupted by another action. The red-haired guy was already swinging again, holding another portion of the potion and seemingly more than one. While the vials were in flight, Hao Wujin activated them. It turned out to be an orange attribute potion, a recovery potion, and a defense potion, all heading straight for Gan Leo's face. 3 bubbles landed in 2 shoulders and the top of his head. The demon stood annoyed and out of sorts at such help, but he couldn't say anything. Now he had to think how to make it a wasted treatment. The general's son himself infused a temporary potion of strength into himself, while ordering the blonde to continue fighting and not stand poleaxed. Gan Leo almost cried and muttered through his teeth that he was well grateful for such cooperation, which was absolute sarcasm. Hao Wujin used his strength. Fire burst out from his chest. His strength definitely increased. He was more ready to fight than ever. Immediately, the guy pushed off the ground with his feet and headed straight for the dragon, leaving only a red trail behind him while his partner only watched. The general's son used the ability of colors again. A smile played on the masked face, because right now, he would implement a very nifty trick. He opened a portal and passed through it, thus maneuvering in front of the enemy, but did not calculate that the Lord was not born yesterday. His lightning had time to bounce and catch his target. Bright light flashed across the sky, expanding faster and faster. Immediately, the immobile body headed straight towards the ground. Gan Leo, as soon as he noticed this, he immediately ran towards that direction to at least help his named partner. He didn't manage to catch the demon, but he covered the body that landed with his torso. Of course he was doing it for the Lord to repeat the blow that almost pulverized the blonde, but it looked like a valiant defense. The second time, the beam headed straight for Gan Leo, and fought back without hitting the one behind him. The guy held on as best he could. His health was dropping, but not as fast as last time. But it was still hard to endure it. But he had to, until the health bar was 0. And then he felt a strange sensation behind him, as if something started tickling his back. And when the demon looked around, he noticed that only pluses to his health were coming from behind, which was very bad news for him. Because of that, Gan Leo shouted at his assistant, asking him to stop doing this, which was very strange if you didn't know what the blonde really wanted. And Hao Jing couldn't know that, so he continued to do what he knew and thought was right. And so the general's son and Gan Leo continued to fight against the powerful demon. The main damage, of course, was inflicted by the former, until the demon's health dropped by half. The fight was non-stop and fast. Suddenly the Lord screamed loudly, growling and letting out saliva, eyes glittering with anger at the pain. Hao Wujin didn't pay much attention to the fact that the blonde man was already trying to catch his breath. He suggested that he continue in the same manner. In his opinion, this was the way to defeat the demon. And as the demon lord has lost half of his health, he enters a new phase. He threw his head up and started screaming furiously. And then lowered his head, looked straight into his eyes. The SSS Rang skill was reverse absorption. Health under this condition restored by 100,000 points. The dragon rose above Hao Wujin, who completely did not understand what kind of skill this was. All their efforts were for naught. He had simply recovered everything he had lost. Even if they kept beating him, he would still regain his health. And the Lord would laugh at how pathetic his opponents were, reminding him that they had started this for nothing in the first place. The dragon roared right at them, releasing an incredibly powerful wave of sound. Immediately the guy's health began to drop very badly, and it was incredibly difficult to resist. In the face of absolute power, no amount of courage will pass. The Lord's opponents fell under the effect of poison, which reduced strength, also activated the effect due to which the defense is significantly weakened. The young demons were so exhausted that they simply collapsed to the floor, trying to get some more piss from somewhere to at least get back on their feet. As much as it hurt, Leo tried to find joy in the fact that he would finally die and not have to find a new way to be reborn. Hao Jing received notice that he was on the verge of life and death, and a second strike could be fatal to him. The general's son still managed to find the strength to roll over onto his back. He had to think of something quicker because the potions had already run out. The Lord was very happy about that. While the demons shivering tried to get up, the one decided to strike one last blow. With a blue beam glowing from his mouth, the red-haired guy understood that in such a situation where their health was almost at zero, they were 100% losers. But Leo did not deviate from his line and continued to bend it, saying that they could still somehow get out of the situation. There were only 10 minutes left, and if he died, the fighter could still accomplish the task. The blonde put his hand on the boy's shoulder, hiding that sly smile of his, reminding him that this was how he would be able to get the title of Demon Lord. Hao Jing still didn't understand what it all meant. What adequate being would have suggested just such a turn of events? Setting himself up, the Lord's final decision was a bright light that burst from its jaws and headed straight for its victims. And Leo was already pulling his traveling companion behind him. He literally threw Hao Jing, trying to save the demon clan's hope. The general's son tried to resist, but succeeded very poorly. Only looking through his hands at Leo glared at the bright light, and the reborn demon himself, despite belonging to the enemy clan, did not hate the enemy. Falling, all the guy had time to say was shout the name of the man who tried to save him. But before his eyes, Leo's silhouette dissolved into light, with only his hands and his own fingers in focus. But suddenly, in counterbalance to the force that struck the young demon, a huge yellow pillar of light burst out, seeking to break through the dust that rose above the ground. Hao Jing looked at it with his mouth open. He didn't expect that there would be such special effects, except that he would know what they meant. And then the smoke dispersed. A blue dragon appeared, who laughed and congratulated the guy on his victory, because the ancestor of the past is ready to reward him generously. His health was fully restored and 2 million experience points were gained. But the Lord added a reminder that Hao Jing's friend was willing to give his own life to protect him. The general's son turned around, looking into the smoke that was billowing, hearing the sounds of the critters there. The dragon spoke of how for 200 years there had been no one willing to protect his comrade. And then it became clear what these words were about. Wu Jin's face changed in an instant. Immediately the corners of his lips spread into a smile. He saw the very person he thought he was no longer alive. That's why the Lord awards the title to two people at once. It was a kind of faith in them. Leo stood in the middle of the yellow light as if he had descended from heaven. He was now a brave demon lord, all because demons had all the necessary qualities. The guy had gotten 5 million points. It was worth distributing 120 points, and such a rank was now unlikely to allow one to die easily, which was not happy at all. All those who escorted the guys into battle, and now meet were just in shock from what they heard from a high-ranking demon. For starters, they could not believe that they still managed to pass the test of the ancestors. After all, for hundreds of years it has not been able to anyone. The demon in Stranger Things was happy that the prophecy was coming true after all. Thus it was possible that the demons would be able to meet the demon lord who united the entire clan. The last demon lord was Liu Yun's ancestor. It is quite rare for such a lord to be born in the world. He radiates a special energy different from ordinary lords, and after a while he will become a being that will be admired by the whole world. And the general was proud of his son, saying that he was worthy of being one, which did not sound like the words of a loving father, and then added that it went without saying that he was the one who had received the title, and it could not have been otherwise. And then the man with shoulder-length gray hair apologized for breaking Hoen's dreams, but hurriedly notified that it wasn't Wu Jin who was the winner. And then he added with a wry smile that it was Leo. And then there was silence, which meant that the information was gradually being digested. Immediately, they shouted in shock. No one could believe that Leo had become a lord. Such a thing made one's jaw drop to the floor. At the same time, the Povklight was very disturbed, very drunk to be exact, and asked the bartender for a couple more bottles of insomnia, and the bartender was amazed at the mightiness of the customer. The blonde kept getting points to his abilities. After a while he hurriedly removed himself from the bar, not realizing how he could even die now with so much health. Just like that, Gon Leo had 2 new skills, which made him cry at all. Now he would definitely not be able to return, and he regretted it, asking for forgiveness from his beloved. In such a depressed mood he moved through the busy streets. Amongst the demons that had once been his enemies, the alcohol had an even stronger effect on his senses. He didn't notice at first that someone was already following him, peeking out from around the corner, staying in the shadows the whole time so as not to reveal his identity. But the 7th sense even in a drunken state worked and still made his insides feel the gaze on him. Gon Leo turned around sharply, as fast as he could, but there was no one else, though it was possible to notice this micro-movement. Now the situation was aggravated. It became alarming inside. So the guy quickened his step and hurried to get away from this place, and the tracker hid behind him. It was someone who looked like a small child, with green hair and a huge backpack behind him. When the kid heard the footsteps finally recede, he peeked out to check his hunch, carefully peeking out of the corner, and immediately he was scared out of his wits. Gonye Leo, as it turned out, did not leave, and it was a deceptive maneuver. The blonde jumped out at his pursuer and with a shout he laid out his claims of surveillance. The alcohol in his blood made this oration even more intimidating. The little demon sat on the floor and stared at his new lord, coming out of shock, goosebumps already running down his body and sweat dripping off him. It was the little D-Rang demon kid, Tian Shao. His eyes became big and filled with tears. In a trembling voice, he began to make excuses and pretend that Gon Leo had failed to scare him, and in general, he wasn't scared at all. The blonde, however, demanded to know what the kid was doing it for, and while the kid was picking up the words, they were noticed by a man going about his business walking by. Tian Shao said that he just wanted to ask the demon to escort him to the lifeline and slipped a piece of paper into his hands, confident that this guy was the only one capable of doing so. A man wearing torn clothes that spoke volumes about his social status came closer and looked inside the sheet in Gon Leo's hands, quickly running his eyes over the lines. In the letter there was an appeal to the honored participant and congratulated them on the opportunities to realize their wishes. And it was necessary to bring this notice and enter the lifeline to fulfill 3 wishes. It was a unique chance to realize all the cherished dreams. Blondie didn't understand what it was. He said that when he received the letter, he immediately ran to find out more about everything, but he was told that he was too young and he wasn't allowed. So when he saw Gon Leo coming out of the bar, he thought he could ask around. The creepy homeless demon screamed and asked the drunken young man if he thought it was all fake, not realizing who even believes in such letters. Gon Leo, however, whether due to naivety or intoxication, thought it was true, which was a real shock to someone who realized that it was just a cheap divorce. The drunken blonde said that he had heard before that the demon clan had a so-called wish fountain that could fulfill dreams, but he didn't expect it to be right in front of him. Tian Shao, on the other hand, added that he had obtained this opportunity after passing many tests and paying a membership fee of 50,000 coins, which generally made the interlocutor under a degree feel a sense of truthfulness and trustworthiness. And only the beggar demon didn't understand what kind of naivety this was. The man tried for the umpteenth time to shout to the fools that it was all a hoax and just a money-making scam. Okay kid, but there was definitely something wrong with that blonde guy, didn't he think? Didn't he realize it wasn't worth it? At the time the new lord was praising the little demon for being so lucky. Despite all this, it was hard to believe that kids could be so easily scammed for money, and the kid explained that this was actually his last chance for wish fulfillment, because he had given away the last money he had earned, and his mom had heart failure and was predicted to have only a month to live. So the motivation was very strong, to cure his very own person. The poor demon, despite being very moved by this story, still did not change his thought that this all seemed very strange, and even more so was in great shock when Gon Leo said that he would go with the child, in return for the fulfillment of his one wish. All the blonde wanted was, of course, to reincarnate back into a human, that's all, and he considered himself incredibly clever, if he could get a good chance for his dream. The little boy replied that he could even give 2 wishes. He didn't need anything but for his mother to get well. Such kindness touched to the core. The stranger who was a bystander took one last look at Gon Leo, telling the little demon that such care, he could call him brother, and persuaded him not to worry about his mother, promising that she would definitely feel better. And still the poor man tried to add up all the facts he had heard, and so far it all reminded him of the usual scheme of crooks and nothing more. Finally they arrived at their destination. The Fountain of Desire was a couple of meters away from them. Gan Leo walked closer to the huge iron door and held up the invitation sheet. The device on the door beeped loudly and a voice from inside notified that the door had opened. The little boy and his so-called big brother were very happy that they had succeeded in opening a passage inside to their target. They rushed forward, almost outrunning each other. They wanted to go as fast as they could. Meanwhile, they were being watched on the video cameras. Just as that strange man had suggested, this was a trap and now the two demons were the bait. Standing in front of the monitors as yet unidentified men began to close the doors to prevent the captured fools from escaping from the scene of their capture. The demon with blue horns instead of eyebrows reminded his subordinates that no victims should be left alive, and he didn't care that a child was trapped. And so, if the intoxicated blonde couldn't see the obstacles, his little traveling companion couldn't help but notice that the entrance was now blocked. As they turned to confirm what they had just seen and heard, someone whose hands seemed to glow with electricity suddenly appeared behind them. The unfamiliar demon with a face in the shadows was already attacking Gan Leo, swinging his arm, and Tian Shao tried to warn. After all, they were like brothers now, and the blonde man had a look of surprise on his face, for his reaction was now slow and he couldn't react in time. Except that the enemy didn't manage to make a proper attack. The yellow-like trace of electricity, the lightning only dispersed in a wave, taking away only 5 health. And the drunken Gan Leo, who didn't understand anything and only asked if they had come correctly, was very lucky, because it was a passive skill whose effect was reverse recovery. The D-Rang demon recoiled and decided that his opponent was a good pretender. He had taken the hit and was pretending to be so calm. 4 more demons appeared in front of him, but Gan Leo still didn't seem to realize that no wishes would be granted here. Only now did he realize they were in the wrong place. Under the effects of the alcohol he was having a hard time thinking at all. The demons who came to defeat them only laughed. This guy was just a storyteller who didn't understand anything, so he advised not even to strain their brains. A wish to fulfill wouldn't work anyway. Gan Leo still didn't understand anything. This was just nonsense to him. He only wanted a fountain of desire, so demanded to immediately show him what they came for. The opponents only laughed in their faces. They could no longer believe that someone had fallen for such a cheap deception like the Fountain of Wishes, which was only a fairy tale for children, and decided to still narrate and reveal the truth that they are the largest black market in Yungo. This organization had a lot of murders, executions, and tortures on other naive demons to their credit, and they had purposely lured a couple more victims here, and also subtly hinted that if the trapped guys obeyed, then so-and-so would be allowed to stay and serve them for the rest of their lives. And if they don't comply with everything said, they will be sold for their organs. Either way, the victims' lives are worthless. No one will lose them. Despite Gan Leo and Tian Shao's skinny bodies, it is expected that they will be able to snag something worthwhile. So the demon in the strange hat with cutouts for horns simply offered to obey them obediently and touched the blond man's face. Immediately his headgear flew off to the side, and the man who had previously tried to make tactile contact moved further away from the blow. The other demons were just shocked, unable to understand what had happened or where the power came from, and Gan Leo clenched his fist defiantly so that they wouldn't even dare to repeat something like this. The guy, on the other hand, seemed to have begun to emit a gasp, sticking out of the ceiling, living proof that you shouldn't cross a blonde man. The guy himself notified that he had had this happen a lot of times and he was not against doing it again. His eyes seemed to light up with the red light of anger. He kept saying that he couldn't stop being disappointed since waking up, and the little boy didn't understand what was going on with his named brother. A huge demon with big muscles stepped forward and was unhinged with rage, not understanding how this scum dared to do this to their head. And at that very second, strange things started flying towards the demons from the black market, leaving behind smoke. The girl in revealing clothing made sure that she and her companions were surrounded by a shield so that not an inch of her body was touched. She warned that it was time to go into a combat state. Immediately armor crawled up her delicate arm. The demons transformed right in front of his eyes, his chest protected by iron. Metal boots with glowing details were lowered onto his feet. The creatures stood in their new guises, fully armored and sealed in iron. The B+ rank combat gear doing its job. They wanted to show off all their brutality, already mocking the fact that it wouldn't be long before they could see how this hero handled this kind of body defense. The robots headed straight for Gan Leo, preparing to kill him as quickly and spectacularly as possible. The blond man had a bright blush on his face. He again realized that he was very close to success, but every time he did not succeed. And such a speech only because the guy felt sorry for 2 liters of liquor. Because of the drink, the demon's immunity to attacks increased. The demon was very angry. He was so disgusted and bad that he wanted to pour out his grief in some way, and that would be aggression towards the enemy. This pissed him off to the max. He made a pitch with one swing of his arm, and the weapon headed with great speed towards those who were about to finish him off. The power was so great that the dust rose up larger than a 1-story house and covered his enemies completely. It was so strong that the demon's armor was shattered, and now those evil creatures were completely naked and even more defenseless. Leo was very happy about this outcome. Tears of happiness added to the blush from the alcohol. And the defeated demons did not understand who it was in general. One of them even knelt down and began to beg for forgiveness, asking to be let go. But the blonde became very much annoyed and pissed off, and the little boy was amazed at such strength of the brother. The loser was already crying, saying that they are forced to do this and no one asked them. The power behind the organization is very great and they just can't take off. Crushing the red-haired bastard with his feet. Leo was sobered by the sudden information of great power, and the guy under his soul also dared to talk about not living. The demon was screaming about how the big shots were behind them and the guy was finished. Just as soon as the general came. Now all the secrets were revealed. Originally there were only 3 people working on the plan. It was interesting to see if it would still work out to die under these conditions. Suddenly, strange balls of blue energy began to emerge from the ajar doors, seeping inside the building. The man under the boot laughed. It meant that the general was about to appear and the one who was able to defeat them would soon die. Tian Shao was frightened, but the new lord was just tense, waiting to see who would appear in front of him. But he didn't panic much. Looking towards the door, a large demon appeared in the passageway, too interested in what they were doing here. Everyone frozen in place waiting to see what would happen next. The same demon with blue long horns instead of eyebrows appeared in front of him, only it was completely swollen, as if it had been blown apart by the extra weight. Leo was simply shocked. He recognized that demon and burst into a scream at such a surprise. The hooded guy asked how such a pathetic demon could possibly know their boss, and asked pretentiously about how he even had the audacity to address him like that. And Zhang Douchao's younger brother, Zhang Depan, an A-rang warrior, didn't see Leo as a worthy opponent, just a pathetic bug, and snapped his fingers while applying his magic. But as it turned out, he used force not to the blonde, but to his subordinates. They began to have a terrible headache. From their mouths immediately sprinkled apologies, justifying that it was not they said, asking to let them go, except that the requests were in vain. Immediately the skulls of these demons exploded and blood splattered everywhere. Tian Shao was terrified. This looked incredibly dangerous, hence he started to scream like crazy. The full demon only hummed, realizing what useless scum her workers were. They were unworthy of him. Also, the hooded live-in assistant was only whispering inquiries about who he was and why the boss was so angry with him. The demon loomed over the guy and threatened that he knew too much, so he would die right there. Leo tensed up. The puffball looked too strong and did not inspire a sense of future victory. But this only added to the feeling of madness, and with a crazed look he asked his opponent to attack him in such a case, and only defiantly gave the chubby one across the street 10 minutes to finish him off here and now. But with that, he didn't particularly scare Zhang Depan, but immediately added with an utterly demonic look with glowing eyes that otherwise he wouldn't vouch for himself, and asked that he not be blamed for the consequences. Absolutely everyone in the vicinity was shocked at such a challenge right in the face of someone who had blown up the heads of his own subordinates with a snap of his fingers. And at first it seemed that the big man would do nothing at all for such words, only asking what the words about 10 minutes meant. But in the end, it turned out that he thought it was purely humiliation, and actually intended it that way, except that Zhang Depan couldn't allow such a thing to happen to anyone in his direction. His hand lit up with blue flames. He accelerated, aiming his huge carcass toward the kid, eyes seeming to glow with anger. Dust from under his feet rushed after him. He immediately landed 5 blows on Leo, not sparing him and using as much force as possible. And it worked very well in the beginning, managing to throw the blonde man a very decent distance away so that he braked his head on the pavement. And in the wake of those blows followed 8 more, which generally sealed the demon into the ground, shattering it into pieces. Finally that guy remembered where he'd met the guy up to that point, and a slight look of horror flashed across his face. The big man tried to pant over his opponent's body. He was very tired, either from not so much power or because of the extra weight. Except that Gan Leo wasn't hurt one bit. Everything he had spent had been returned to him, and he himself wasn't particularly happy about it. So he shouted to Zhang-De not to stop in the slightest. And the demon that pounced on him, it only became more annoying, as if he was being bullied, and in general it was hard to believe that anyone had survived something like that. Immediately, the fat monster shifted into its owl higher state and applied a powerful punch, hovered over the blonde man in the air for a millisecond and swung down with a magic burning fist. He hit so hard that he pierced the ground very deeply. Despite already having a human-like body, an old passive skill was activated, which was that after receiving 5 blows, Gan Leo would recover and also reflect all the blows dealt by him. Except that the demon who had so mocked the new lord had his health reduced by 2,800 units, and blood spurted from his mouth. He pushed off the ground with his feet and jumped away from Gan Leo to a safe distance to find out what it was just now. He was very angry at what was wrong with his opponent in the first place, and why things had turned out this way, in a completely different direction. It was only now that the yellow-haired boy in the hood cried out as he fully remembered that this was the same man who had become the second general. And if memory served him correctly, he had gone to see his ancestor, and not realizing how it had ended, wondered why he was still alive and here at all. And now, wiping the blood from his lips, Zhang-De said that he now understood everything. But here he was repeating his words, which he did not renounce. If everyone cares about him, then let him not think that the coolest guy is just a lower-level demon who relies on a girl, which already sounded stupid. But the big guy is a top-ranked demon with 3 hearts, and he is the future of the demon clan, which will be very difficult to defeat, almost impossible. And then he spread his arms out to the sides, and beams of light burst out of them, more like blue ribbons that didn't bode well. A-Rang ice armor appeared on this monster, which now looked like some kind of Scandinavian warrior. Energy was just wafting from it, and its eyes were glowing red. Gan Leo did not get up from the floor, and watching his opponent transform, he only teased him more, literally provoking the horrible demon to finish him off. The blue intimidating mask on his face couldn't hide the evil expression on his face and contain all the aggressiveness of his mood that was flowing through his veins along with his blood. He stood over the blonde man and pointed his hand upwards, gathering all the energy from the air. Blue clots immediately surrounded him. The man cringed at how hard it was to keep everything under his control, but he would definitely succeed, just worth using a little more force. The big man slammed his fist into the ground, and immediately cracks began to form, bright light bursting through them. He stood illuminated by his magic, except that his health numbers dwindled and dwindled, slightly, but there were so many of them that it turned into one huge number. And then there was a small explosion, which caused a pile of dust to billow up behind it as well, numbers flying out more and more frequently. And then the light simply blinded everyone in the building, expanding with every second, turning into a huge sphere. The numbers responsible for health popped up more and more, and now Zhang-De was already standing in full view. Part of his mask was gone, and from there showed a face surprised by this outcome. It was an activated passive skill. After receiving 15 hits, the wielder would receive recovery, and all hits would be reflected. And now numbers with 10 began to appear with 3 instead of numbers with 10. The thug flew off into the distance, his own ability pushing him away. He seemed to be unconscious by now. His health account was minus 10,000, and the blonde man lying on the ground should have been happy that he had done nothing and his problem had solved itself. But that wasn't to his advantage right now. And then another minus 8,400. The defense was lowered to the minimum, which meant it was an unturned death. Zhang-Dopen's mouth spurted blood again. The hooded guy was too worried about the general and had already cried out in tears. This was completely unexpected for him. The huge carcass fell straight onto the floor, kicking up dust upwards. Silence hung around, and Gan Leo, who although passively involved, was still not rising from his crater. The big guy had only 10 seconds to die. He was covered in blood, and he couldn't believe what was happening. This one was completely incomprehensible to him. His mind was empty. Only his eyes were running from side to side. He was looking everywhere for an answer. And then he saw his opponent begin to rise slowly, a look of fear frozen on his face. Gan Leo rested his hand on his knee and rose to his feet rather heavily. He stated that the 10 minutes that had been given for the murder had already expired. Except he didn't realize one thing. A shiver ran through his body as he examined every inch of his body. With all these conditions, he was full of energy and ready to fight at any moment. Even after almost being turned into a tortilla, the blonde man was kneading his arms, thus showing that he was absolutely ready for a fight, and couldn't believe that this was all his opponent was capable of. The big man himself was upset that he had given everything to Ganlio and apologized for letting him down. Fear growing in his heart, he only asked that his brother not beat him. He was ready to give him absolutely everything he wanted: money, fame, influence, absolutely everything. But it was too late. His interlocutor was already heading towards him with his fist trained on him, saying that all he needed was to be killed immediately. Pan was already in snot and tears, asking the guy not to do anything. He didn't want to do it, and in general it was now becoming even more unclear who he was. Suddenly another silhouette appeared in the doorway looking for the general. Everyone looked towards the entrance and froze in anticipation of what they would be provided by the new hero in this whole story. The hooded guy only pointed his finger in the direction of what was going on and turned his attention to his brother. But the one who had come didn't react in any special way, only saying that he was responsible for his own death. The last word would be General Gan's, and he had no right to decide anything. He turned to the blonde man, saying that this was a military factory that worked on weapons production, and the little boy who had gotten them here in the first place was in great joy at how cool his brother was. And then he added that because of bad leadership there had been all this misunderstanding, and asked the general to let things be corrected, and the young fellow replied that he was not interested in such a thing. It was unimportant information to him. While Pan begged on his knees for Lord to have mercy and not kill. To Ganlio, it was just a useless bunch of scum. None of them were truly strong, yet they dared to give themselves such statuses. The blonde was about to head for the exit, but suddenly he remembered something, so he decided to stop for a few seconds. Puffy had promised to give him whatever he wanted, and he wanted to seize such a moment. A not-so-kind smile flashed across his face, which turned into a generally intolerant sneer. He recalled that the opponent had talked about having several hearts, and the questioner began to justify that no such thing had happened and he had said nothing of the sort. Was scared beyond belief. A cry for help was heard in the huge building, someone calling for his brother for help. A bright light was on in the operator's room and a sign said that entry was prohibited because an operation was underway. It was Pan, who was lying on the couch with his hands and feet bound, and there was a cross on his heart, the place you had to get one heart from, and the patient was screaming that he had made a mistake and asking to be let go. But the doctors were absolutely indifferent to these words. They just asked to get ready. You should not worry. And without one heart, when you have two more can somehow live. But the big man did not calm down. He began to scream even harder. The little demon next to Ganlio did not realize that it was for his mother, but just thought that his wish would come true by itself. The blonde just said that everything would be fine. He was only sorry that his wish had never come true and he would never be reborn. While he hoped that his beloved was fine, Brother Pan on the other hand wondered if the enemy had found the energy storage device, and he was assured that there was no need to worry about the demonic element. It was fine. They have Yungo's most powerful energy weapon in their hands, and it must be protected at all costs, and no one gets it. And the other problem was that it seemed like an army of people were closing in, and there was hardly any time left. Flying small airplanes flew high in the sky, leaving a trail behind them. The white-clothed captain ordered the army standing under the same starry sky and ordered them to prepare and form up. In the big building, unlike the turmoil outside, there was a rather calm and warm scene going on. Behind the curtain, a female voice and silhouette addressed Yi Shaofeng, telling him that this battle should have been led by him. It was the princess. The girl was bending over the body of her lover lying on her thighs, and it looked like she didn't have a single tear or sadness in her eyes. But in fact she was saying that she missed him very much and wished the guy would feel better already. She was going through his hair, telling him that there wasn't much time left. Very soon they would meet. The princess believed it, sacredly believed it. But here, Shaofeng didn't respond. He didn't react to anything at all, lying there as if he was in a coma. Meanwhile, Ganlio was being attacked by a bunch of people, swinging sharp blades, and clearly being determined to kill him. But their blows were as weak as possible. They took off only 100 units, and that not from health, but from the protection of armor. All the numbers immediately recovered, and the blonde man started yelling at them to try to attack more actively and not be so ceremonious. But the fighters were very surprised, not even that all their blows were just wasted, but that the demon was asking to kill him like that. The blonde man was clutching his head and seemed to start crying because of how much these guys were trash. He thought it was as unfair as possible that he was surrounded exclusively by losers who couldn't kill him. Suddenly the blonde opened his eyes in horror. He was all sweaty and it took some zero time to put the soaps back on and get used to the daylight. He got up and made himself comfortable in the bed, grabbing his head with his hand, reassuring himself that it was just another dream. A maid entered this sumptuous room, bowed to the general, and notified him that a meeting was about to take place, so there was a request to prepare for it, and the guy didn't understand what meeting we were even talking about. Here he found himself in front of a relief door, and next to it stood a guard whose job it was to keep anyone unnecessary out. The princess sat in the center and talked about how, according to the scouting report, there had been some changes in the leadership of the human legion. It seems they are preparing an attack on them, and this time humanity has sent a legion of over 10,000 soldiers. And that was why she had summoned all of Youngho's important people to discuss strategy. The matter required urgency and something had to be thought of immediately. The last time such a large-scale battle was fought 10 years ago, the forces of the entire country were mobilized, but even then they barely repelled the attack. The general talked about how, in the end, they had to use some pretty sneaky and stealthy methods to stay intact. But in those days the human army was 5,000 men. In their days they haven't really improved their forces, but the human army has increased many times over. Therefore, he said, they need to mobilize all the fighters, and then ordered Wu Jin to lead the advance party. And the son only snorted at his father. But of course he didn't interfere, and he liked his job. The princess looked at Gan Leo and asked what he thought about all of this. The blonde man was silent with a pensive look. In his mind he was thinking about the number of 10,000 soldiers. If 1,000 people attacked him within a minute, they would average over 100 damage per second. Of course he wasn't going to tell about all his plans for this battle. By such calculations, the total damage would exceed the volume of his blood. In other words, if they continuously wounded him, he would die and everything would finally be resolved. Immediately he shouted that this was just great news and opportunity, the cunning in him burning with renewed vigor. The boy thumped his hands on the table as he rose and shouted loudly about the war, so suddenly that everyone around him flinched. He spoke in complete seriousness and with incredible vigor about how they would fight and they needed a fierce fight. Wu Jin was surprised to say the least, and his father was out of his mind with anger. He couldn't believe the words he had just heard. He tapped his hand on the table in response, showing his displeasure at this decision. The general pointed his finger at the new second general and bluntly told him not to listen to his nonsense because Youngho might die because of him. Blanin said that 10 years ago they had repelled a 5,000-man attack, but now an army of 10,000 men was moving on them. But even they would not be able to overpower their opponents if they called for reinforcements. In another 10 years they will be attacked by 20,000 people. The guy stood up, bowing his head and saying something bravely. He asked with particular persistence about who the demons would entrust their lives to then. At this point he was a good speaker and had a knack for persuasion. And then he asked a provocative question about whether they didn't want to become more majestic. The princess tried to interrupt him, but the attempt was even. The blonde was no longer to be talked over. Gan Leo clammed up and asked about who ever said that demons didn't improve their power. Everyone around him must have forgotten about something. And then with a boorish look he reminded who he was, the true demon lord, thus hinting that he was worth listening to, and then pointed a thumb at himself, reminding him that he was the one who had made them stronger and no one else. And the princess looked at him with admiration and his name came out of her mouth, with only obsession in her eyes and a penchant for such a drastic method. And then the table began to discuss that it is so, because the blonde is the first to pass the test of the ancestor, and they dared to forget about it, and only now remembered the prophecy of the demon clan. The demon lord will unite the entire race. The demons will finally see the light. The old general, on the other hand, switched to aggressive yelling, asking, demanding answers, assuming the guy was going to put the lives of tens of millions of their soldiers on the line. Well, the problem was that many had never been to a battlefield before, and whether they even knew the brutality behind the battles. It just isn't fair. And then Gan Leo asked a counter-question about how the person who had voiced their discontent generally thought, whether it would be possible to win with such an attitude, and then asked everyone if they thought that if they surrendered now, whether they would have any hope of a bright future at all. Do grown men have the idea that mere words can win? How many years have they been soldiers, but have yet to realize anything in all that time? He added even more motivation, saying that this was the most important moment of their lives and there was no way they could just give up. He spread his arms out and it was as if sunlight sent by the higher gods began to pour down on him, all while saying that they should win, but if everyone around him was against it, then let them behead him and show him to the public. Such a fiery speech had a different effect on each of the main people. Some listened with held breath, disbelief. Some had tears flowing from how touching it was. Wu Jin even smiled. His face became as if kinder when he thought of the guy who was talking about all this. He was so determined. He demanded special respect and admiration. The blonde man was shouting as if mad that they just had to win, and otherwise there was no other way. And if someone was against it, then let him dare to decapitate the demon and show it to the public. Of course he continued to provoke his current allies. The most powerful of those gathered in this hall looked at the guy who was provoking them. Some of them were angry and wanted to blow his talking body part off, but no one dared to move in his direction for some reason. The young demon looked at the speaker and a smile appeared on his face. A smile that looked like admiration for how determined this guy was, since he was so open and fearless against the strongest. The princess stood up abruptly and leaned her hands on the table. She finally understood everything and was ready to give her opinion on everything that was going on. Her eyes lit up with determination. She realized that this battle must be led by someone who would bring victory at any cost. Therefore the leader would be General Gon, and everyone must obey his orders unconditionally. She stood up straight, putting one hand behind her back and using the other to point in the direction. And then she cried out that it was already time to start, so let them move forward. The shout was powerful and traveled through the entire hall and into the ears of everyone at the long table, sending shivers down my spine at the sound of such a high-pitched voice. It seemed to have escaped outside the palace as well. Probably whoever was standing near the stone structure could hear these instructions. The dragons flew out of their seats and rose swiftly upward, spreading their huge beautiful wings. They flew straight to a broken military town consisting of large tents. There they landed carefully and sat down near the demons. They were friends to the wicked, and even gave petting like little fluffy kittens, pets that craved affectionate praise. The captain is not the first year of fighting, but would like to note that this time the enemy army is colossal. The strength of each warrior is several times greater than them, which forced to look for some clever way to win, and no way to move head on, although to the last doubted that they even have a chance to win. The other preppers have been working with the man for a long time, so he is the one responsible for their lives, which is a huge burden and makes them act much more cautiously. He thought for a moment, pressing his lips tightly together. He dared to say what he wanted to say, and then he switched to shouting, opening his mouth vigorously, showing his white teeth and demanding that absolutely everyone listen to his order. His warriors folded their arms, which was accompanied by a clap. This movement signified service to their commander. Guys and men in red robes that lowered a mysterious shadow over their faces were ready to absorb every word of their ringleader. The leader brushed off his cloak, causing his very pumped abs to become visible. He said that the subordinates did not necessarily need to go out into the city. Listening to General Gan's orders was also completely unnecessary. And all this in order for Her Highness to finally realize that just for the simple fact that it was not worth leaving the demon who served her faithfully aside. Out of anger, the man clenched his fist as hard as possible. A few days ago, an army of humans sneaked into Yungho, raising a great commotion and moving dust from the ground into the air. This was the 21st Squad of the human army. They came with a large number of robots and flying ships, which were their main combat power and defense. One of those in the white uniform stood looking into the distance, trying to see the right target there, while the team waited for good news from him, hoping that his enigmatic silence was about to be interrupted. Toph surveyed all around with his binoculars. For more than a few minutes he stood like that until his sliding gaze through the lenses stopped on a single point. After came the evil smirk on his face with a scar right up to the inner corner of his eye. He promised those he swept up that their end was about to come. He turned to his allies and ordered them to prepare and execute everything strictly as ordered, to which the warriors showed by movement that they were always ready to serve for the sake of humanity. And then his gaze became too crazy. He recommended his subordinates to listen carefully to his order, which was that all demons must die immediately. Bright shells flew up into the sky, which looked something like shooting stars in the night sky, and the scout watched the course of their direction. The special technique moved at an incredible speed at the enemies, leaving behind a blue tail. The demon on the dragon was freaked out and warned everyone right now sorcery people were attacking. Something had to be done as fast as possible before they were completely finished. And the girl managed to hit the projectile that was trying to destroy them. She flew off her seat horizontally, back down, Purple light burst from her hands, and so their team managed to destroy several of these bombs that exploded right in the sky. I didn't want to imagine what would have happened if they had hit the guys directly. Just like that, it was as if the forces of electricity and fire converged, which burst from the small missiles after hitting them with magic, and heated the air with its emissions. But suddenly, out of the smoke, as if it were an exploded missile, her head still continued on its way along the designated killing point. The blue-haired demoness who had so fiercely defended the boundaries of her and her fellow's existence changed in her face immediately, a look of consternation in her heavenly eyes that could not help, only hurt, making her body petrify as if she had been filled with cement at such a crucial moment. A loud clear sound spread out in a wave across the area, followed by the air knocking everything down, carrying objects through the air a very decent distance. It was just a grand explosion that you don't see very often. When it subsided a bit, the bluish sparks showed as well, as if showing that such an attack had crushed the girl just like a pancake. The other demons watched this from a decent distance, but didn't come any closer. Just the opposite, the fire from the explosion moving towards them. At the head stood Ganye, who watched their warriors being smashed like little children. The heat that was getting to him closer burned his face. Behind him stood the other demons who waited for further instructions. A smile appeared on the face of the man in the demon's body. He had finally gotten what he needed, but he still didn't explain anything to anyone. The haze was impenetrable, real clouds with the remnants of sand, which was trying to get into the nose and eyes. From there appeared a huge silhouette with a huge robot, which was heading straight to the demons. And then it turned out that he was not alone, but with a whole company. They were machines of men who intended to exterminate all the demons to one. It was as if they were in the form of huge spiders with mechanical legs that quickly scurried across the ground forward, straight towards their opponents. And then they began to move at such a speed that a trail of dust appeared behind them, right on top of them, not even inside them, but right on their paws, preparing to attack their main enemies who were preventing them from living the life they thought they had. The demons, on the other hand, did not move an inch forward, as if expecting the opponents to do the former, and their commander, appointed by the queen, was procrastinating. Then the voivode addressed his minions that they should not forget what he had told them about the possibility of disobeying the blonde man. The soldiers began to whisper among themselves about what they should do now. They can't disobey General Ho's orders. It's a huge dilemma now. But on the other hand, he's not the one who gives the main orders. Gon seemed to have heard something, so he threw a glance in the direction of those who were whispering behind his back. He was preparing to notify them of the new order and drew in a lungful of air. And then the guy turned and began to shout at the top of his voice that he has a new order and the demon demands full attention from his army. He raised his voice that almost hoarse and then took another breath. Here his face changed to that of a complete madman, who suddenly let out a phrase that the soldiers should stay in their places, and the blonde intended to do everything himself. Everyone was shocked. They could not have expected such a thing, especially Ho. He was here who had conspired all his subordinates for some kind of betrayal, and then suddenly such a surprise. But Gon did not expect a response from his subordinates. He simply turned his back and notified the start of the operation. He was on perfect alert, hoping that everyone behind him had already realized about what they had to do, or rather, what not to do. Gon crouched down so much that he seemed about to curl up into a ball. In this way he was trying to gain as much acceleration as possible when starting off. He was ordering the soldiers that they should rely on their lord. It bounced with such force that it left a trail of dust behind it and a crater beneath it. Probably not even rockets launched that way. Ho was in incredible shock. It was too amazing for him. He disliked him so much. And the young man showed such class, straight up raising the bar beyond anything. And so this dust descended in front of the people on the robots. Those recoiled, waiting to see what would happen next. It was too sudden a landing, so even from the ground rising into the air, for the first time it was not possible to see who was standing in front of them. The same guy with the scar on his face who had first tracked down the demons didn't realize what was even going on. He froze. He seemed to have even forgotten about being alert. And now a silhouette appeared in the middle of the gray, almost fog. The one who was behind the dusty veil rose from his knees and was in no hurry to come out of the shadows, his cloak developing in the light breeze. And now he stood up to his full height, but the face was still impossible to recognize, which created problems. It was clear only that the one who tries to prevent people is a demon, and therefore the enemy. He stood alone against a whole army of people who were not friendly. He was like a hare that had fallen to the mercy of wild wolves that had stumbled upon him in the forest after days of starvation, and they were ready to tear the demon into little pieces. They had a decent distance between them, but it seemed as if they were face to face, nose to nose. The men with automatic rifles ready to pull the trigger to destroy the enemy. And that's all the enemy needed. The man with the sword stood directly in front of Gon and did not understand what was wrong with this demon, since he was so not that brave, but recklessly stupid to go alone into battle with armed creatures. There was a question of whether he was so strong. And his face changed. Lu Renjia, the Blue Alliance mage, was thinking about whether he had descended alone to such a danger, and it seems the answer is no. Suddenly, he looked over to where the other demons were standing and couldn't figure out if this was just a trap. And if not, what reason was there to send just one fighter to the battlefield? The demons really did not move. The subordinates only whispered among themselves, not understanding what is even happening to their commander, and why to do so. The subordinates were whispering, not understanding what was even going on. They wished the sixes had misheard and this wasn't really happening. But at the same time, they had orders for them to rely on Gon. Ho, on the other hand, was even more furious. He thought the blonde was a sick man who had just gone insane. Why not narrate what he had planned? After all, he wouldn't be able to do it alone. On the opponent's side is an army of 10,000 men, 10,000 more than those who were now facing them from their team. Something like an arena was formed by the dust that pinned the opponents into one enclosed space. To begin with, the reborn demon took off his cloak, saying that he had heard of a very strong human army that stood in front of him. Because of the undressing, his defense dropped. This time it took 50 units. Then the black tight-fitting sweatshirt was gone. The defense was gone for another 20. The guy was questioning his enemies why they weren't approaching him and doing nothing, while laughing evilly. His pants and shoes were gone, which in addition took away his speed by 30 units. And the guy continued to provoke with the question of whether the pathetic people were just afraid of him. The commander-in-chief of the ordinary creatures couldn't believe that he was really alone and not going to call for help. And it was too strange when he began to throw off his clothes, thus reducing his defense. It was a quiet but tense moment as the head of one side and the other converged and only expected it all to continue when someone attacked first. Gon looked at Lu Renjia, who used to be his subordinate. Couldn't think the blonde man would grow up to be the leader of the army. The demon looked with a serious face at his now enemy and mentally asked him not to let the captain down in the past, to show class and help the guy get to his real life that he had lived before all of this. And then a smile appeared on his face, as if he clearly understood that his torment was over. Because the guy is the bravest of all, you just need to push in provocations. Then quite unexpectedly followed by a simple slap on the buttocks. It was something completely unexpected in such a tense moment. Gon made a ridiculous face and started calling everyone who came out to fight against them. They are idiots, so let them continue to do stupid things. Let them attack first. Lu Renjia was shocked to the point that his eyes almost popped out of his orbits. He could not have expected such a frivolous situation. It was just a stupid situation. But then the shock wore off and rage came. Wrinkles appeared on his face from the emotion and he snapped into a scream, saying that the demon was just a goddamn bastard. How could he even dare to show his ass? The captain couldn't take it anymore. He pointed his sword directly at the enemy and ordered his team to move forward. At their common enemy, the soldiers immediately rushed in the direction, pointing their guns and blades at the blonde insolent. They moved quickly and nimbly because they were the strongest in their division and nothing mattered to them. Except that was what Gon needed. He craved the attack, the strikes that would lower his health streak and with death bring him back to a peaceful life. Many bullets flew by, but some still hit him, right in the chest, but they did not hurt him so critically, as if he was standing in a bulletproof vest. At that time, Lu Renjia drew his sword and carefully examined the situation and his target in order to strike the main blow in time. The warriors were still attacking the same way and only their leader jumped so hard that he moved from where he was to Gon in one motion. It was very hard to notice, especially when fighting and staying alert to defeat the undead. The human commander made a fantastic movement with his sword hand, making the blade go straight to the demon's neck. He crouched down, having traveled some more distance. But despite all the pathos and such a great move in the battle, the enemy was taken away only 150 units of health. Gon stood motionless, and to five him in the meantime the rest of the soldiers, who bore no ill will toward the lad and were carrying out orders and duty, were moving. 2 swords came down on his shoulders and one went straight into his heart. From such a battle there should be nothing left of the blonde man. but his casualty figures didn't exceed 100. As he stood, he remained as he was. At first, the guy thought he just had to wait for the defenses to fall completely, but surprisingly the wounds healed very quickly and his health only increased. It's not enough. The guy has more than 1,666 defenses. So he began to shout that the warriors to push up and give their best if they want to get the victory. But this was more like a relationship between the coach and his subordinates, and the warriors didn't realize it, even stopped, wondering why he looked like he wanted to be defeated. Their attacks had no effect on him. The commander was starting to get really angry. The enemy has such a powerful recovery power that it's impossible to do anything at all. The man pressed his communication tool against the others to relay the information to the second squad that it was time to act. The warriors were fully prepared for battle and bared their swords, hoping to finally defeat that insolent man. They lined up to go together to go after whoever is giving them such trouble. Suddenly a huge robot, their fighting machine, went into action. It was as if it had a glowing red eye in the middle, warning that it carried more danger. He pointed the scope directly at Ganja. Targeting began, and he was his final target because that's where he stopped. Immediately, shells burst out of the cannons, which were illuminated by yellow beams that looked like lightning bolts. The soldiers watched what their mechanical assistant was doing. What dust was raised only by his shots, which made this tank bounce back a bit. This beam hit directly into the demon, reflecting small sparks from him. The guy began to glow with a bright light. The soldiers rushed forward to finish the enemy finally. And gone, as if a true masochist, smiled and shouted that this was the way to deal with him. Of course some pain he felt, but it was nothing compared to being a demon for life. And behind it all watched the demons who stayed back. It seemed to take away from them that they had to stand still while their commander took so many hits. Ho was very angry, and he was even more annoyed at not knowing what was even going on with his foe's recovery power, which had come to command them after all. The former general's red badge narrowed. He seemed to have guessed what the matter was, but couldn't believe it was really true. Is this guy really doing this all serious? The battle had just begun after all. Ho began to resent inwardly to himself. He wouldn't do that. And Gon is already ready to fight the human army alone. It is not clear what he achieves by such actions. For example, that now only requires more to attack people him. Takes terribly heavy blows. Is there any countermeasures? The general after all was unknown for what all this is done. And the guy at the time was able to get his own way, not with his own hands. His health had fallen, so he bled. It was painful, but happy for the blood. It is only worth it to continue, which is what he offered to his opponents. But suddenly the passive skill activation started, which surprised the blonde man. Would things really go down the wrong path again? The essence of this passive skill is that after receiving 15 blows, the guy can get recovery, so also reflected all the blows inflicted on the demon. So the bright ribbons that were beams began to emerge from the body of the blonde and hit his enemies, who so mercilessly mocked, and so his attack was able to inflict a decent damage. One warrior who was being channeled by this power fell to the floor, his guts and blood spurting from his stomach, and the demon did nothing. His colleagues could not understand what was wrong with him, and what happened to him. They themselves became very nervous, because a colleague died for no reason, and very cruelly. The one who was injured was all shivering and with his last strength with pauses, but as best he could with such an injury, said that this guy was definitely not an ordinary demon. His resistance power was certainly too powerful. And so Aben spat out more blood. His bloody ribs were visible. He fell exhausted. Now he was definitely dead. Lu Renjia was frightened by this outcome. They were in huge trouble. This demon was very strong as it became known, though it was to be expected if he went out alone against almost an entire army. Because of that, the man ordered to immediately stop attacking the enemy. He couldn't let so many soldiers die in a battle with just one demon. General Shin had told the captain of the human squad that one rank 3C True Lord had appeared among the demons. He possessed the ability to regenerate, and now this demon had now fallen right into his hands. Relying on his own strength, he independently broke through many worlds and came to ours. He allowed the demons to gain strength that was not there before. This was according to history, except that Lu Renjia did not realize that it was his past commander. I couldn't figure out why he was still alive. In his face, which was in the shadows, you could see a malicious smile and a predatory look, as if he was the one who attacked first and did it on purpose. Lu Renjia tried to find an answer in his head about who this guy even was since he was so strong. Gon was outraged. He shouted at the soldiers, saying that there were as many as 10,000 of them, and they stopped, asking why the soldiers did not kill him. Meanwhile, his health only increased. The soldiers were shocked that their enemy's wounds had healed after such serious, rather even fatal wounds. There was clearly something wrong with this guy. The captain relayed overheard that the demon they had encountered was not so simple, and then ordered everyone to remain calm and not attack. Immediately the man walked around the enemy, making the man watch his every move. Their task was to attract the strongest demons. His voice became too sweet and enveloping. He headed towards his warriors, but kept watching his opponent to make sure he didn't do something nasty. Put his subordinates on notice that they had accomplished their goal. Ganya's former apprentice in his human life ordered his boys to retreat because they had absolutely no use for casualties. The squad began to emerge from their fighting stance, moving their sturdy legs from their footholds. For a while longer they pointed their swords at the demon to make sure there wasn't some kind of horse move and unexpected twist about to happen. But the man just looked at them with oppression. Not even the army's coolest squad could handle him. The demons behind didn't realize what had just happened at all and even froze in confusion at seeing the frags moving backwards. The girl was very angry, especially when she realized definitively that the enemies intended to retreat. Immediately her feet slipped into the stirrups, and she herself was abruptly on top of the dragon. The demon screamed and her transport mode raised a shout as well. Orders came in for all remaining warriors on their side to move behind her and keep the humans from leaving. Immediately she took off upwards, straight towards where everything had just happened. The mood was more than serious. One by one the dragons began to descend down the walls one by one, spreading their wings to then abruptly billow upward at the very ground. The general's son had been watching the painting and waiting to give orders to his subordinates, and now was just the moment. The guy turned around, a sly smile shining on his face, as if he had been waiting all this time for the active stage of the battle to begin. He ordered the army to start advancing. The dragon's scream became even louder. I wanted to cover my ears from such a killingly high-pitched sound. Only now did Gon notice that something was going on behind him, so he turned to see if he was imagining things. A crowd of dragons with riders were heading in their direction, spreading their huge wings. The blonde was shocked. He was confused. After all, he hadn't given any such order. The general of the human army finally noticed something was wrong too and was shocked at what he saw when he turned around. Immediately, Lu Renjia went off screaming in terror. He didn't understand what this meant, why they were attacking so suddenly. The man clutched his head, no idea what to do now. He had disbanded the entire army. Now they would definitely be finished. And the demons weren't going to back down, moving only forward. Behind them, as if they were real star racers in sports cars, not dragons. Ho finally admitted that General Gon Leo wasn't that bad, even though it was hard for him to agree that he was worth anything at all. The whole point is that today's young people are quite devious, which is not a bad thing. It can play into your hands, but you can't trust such people in any way. Immediately the general grabbed his cloak and pulled it off sharply, ordering in a loud voice to pay attention to him and listen to his next order. The upper garment flew off into the distance. The demon went into a higher state. He was an A+ rank demon, and spoke of waiting. From now on, everyone needed to listen to General Gan's orders. His shoulders lit up with fire. Long claws showed on his hands. He believed that he had to defeat the army of ants at any cost, and everyone who wanted to continue to be on his team had to obey this order. The soldiers immediately folded their hands, fist to palm, and replied in no uncertain terms that they obeyed every word and were ready to comply. The warriors rushed forward, circling the commander and aiming to get into the thick of things, while Ho stood waiting to see what would happen next and how best to act to help his countrymen. While some went into battle, someone behind the commander-in-chief's back was heard commenting that they're doing all bad. The general turned around. He wondered who it was out there saying such things, who had lost their fortitude so much. One of his soldiers said that the human army had set a trap. The siege army is just a cover for the real one. From the west side the human army had already passed through the gate. Such information was unexpected but very useful. The demon who was delivering all this was shivering with nerves, but he continued to say that all the generals who were on duty there were decapitated. Tears appeared in his eyes, but they had not yet turned into drops on his cheeks. And right now the people of Yungo are suffering a massacre. People spared no one, not women, much less children, quietly, like rats, walked in and started killing, maiming and dooming a bunch of innocent beings to suffer. creating a bloody mess around them, stepping right on the faces of the smallest ones, pinning them to the ground even more, showing their superiority. The soldiers laughed. They thought they were the masters, laughing loudly, sputtering saliva, trying to suppress the enemies morally and physically in the same. Their real troops were attacking the capital from all sides. The demons were about to end. Ho couldn't believe what he had just heard, but inside he had already accepted the fact and was thinking about how beautifully and meanly they had been played, and most importantly, what to do now. Blood was all around. In the soldier's hand was the head of one of the main demons that even participated in the discussions of everything that needed to be done. His eyes were huge, with a dark red liquid dripping from the bottom of his head. A blonde-haired fellow in snow-white clothing with a sword on his shoulder and a limb in his hands. He moved forward up the steps to a huge building that was surrounded by demons for protection, which the warrior considered completely useless. In the battle entered the princess, but something she did not much manage to repel the attack. Her legs were shaking. She held the other hand. Near stood another demon in glasses, which tried to do something. The girl's clothes were torn and bloody in places. Her face was confused and tested. It was hard to breathe, and her mind was spinning with thoughts of why this man was so strong. With the last of his strength, the one nearby trying to defend the palace said the seemingly obvious thing about the demons urgently needing to evacuate, except that it seemed to be too late to somehow get the people out. Soldiers stood on blood, sat on corpses and looked at those who remained with their enemy. On top of these creatures, humans instilled fear with such training and skill. The blond man had a sly look in his eyes and a non-devilish, as ironic as it sounded, smile that said it would all be over soon, very soon. What he meant was that the game would soon begin. It would be her time. Such words and intonation gave him goosebumps. But it seems that behind their vanity they didn't notice that a huge fiery surprise was flying at them from the back, blinding everything with a bright light. As soon as the danger touched the ground, an explosion sounded, which also caused a blast wave, making it hard to stay on their feet. Those who had just threatened the princess were struck with terror at the surprise, but not the unfamiliar blond man. He calmly turned around as if nothing had happened to wonder what had just happened in the first place and what consequences it had led to. The team panicked over their warrior. The girl demanded to give the guy medicine quickly. They couldn't believe at all that the demons had returned. The victim was lying on the floor. His upper body was completely covered in blood. The soldier himself was unconscious. Ho squinted his eyes. He was very serious and aggressive. He could not allow the top of their state to be jeopardized. The man said he was glad that at last a worthy opponent had been found who could provide some fun. Figuratively, of course. He was burning literally, the fire encompassing him completely, and those who had just been tried to destroy were pleasantly surprised by the sudden appearance of the general. The blond man with the tattoo on his face broke out into a smile, chuckled, and acknowledged that there was finally a worthy demon for him that could last longer than 1 minute. The boy stood up, straightening up in front of his new opponent, pausing to say that he was on to something. Ho was furious, his silhouette covered in shadow and only his eyes glowing with the determination to take the man down. The demon noticed a purple glow emanating from this soldier. He is much more powerful than the rest of the humans. This could pose a problem. The general understood this perfectly well, that if there was to be a battle, it would not be an easy one, and right now it was unclear who would truly win, though one could never be sure of that ever. Red sparks began to develop around the mighty demon, like lightning bolts that gave him strength. He was gathering energy from every tip of his body, from his toes to the shortest hair on his head. It was necessary to speed up, and then his body turned into a huge monster. You couldn't recognize anything from old Ho anymore. This is the real kind of demon, in all its glory, or rather horror. And this wasn't his last form of transformation. His eyes glowing a bright neon red light, wrinkles appearing on his nose from an evil grimace. Ho-En's final form was a huge dark red dragon that was now howling with rage. It had added strength, speed, naturally, physique, except that the duration of all this only lasted for 10 minutes. Against his background, the soldier looked like a small ant. At the same time, a few minutes ago, a fierce battle continued at Yungguo South Gate, where warriors of two armies clashed sword to sword, rattling iron. Dragons killed humans, humans killed demons, a bloody mess that could not be stopped. Only one side would win, perhaps having to fight to the last soldier. In Gan's opinion, everything was going great, just impossibly better. He stood in the shadows and thought about what to do, only to finally fulfill what he had planned to do after getting into this body. Finally able to start this game, the time had finally come. The blonde turned to face the door that opened in front of him and headed to where the moonlight was visible. He came out as if he was exhausted. Ever since he reincarnated into this body, it was as if he had activated some achieves. No matter how much he wanted to die, it kept failing, which was very frustrating. And then he burst into laughter. It came out from deep, from the gut, at first quiet and frequent, and then loud and sinister. Despite his laughter, tears ran from his eyes, which sparkled like precious diamonds in the middle of the night. He couldn't stand it. The guy looked up and screamed. The blonde didn't realize what was wrong, what was happening, that all her attempts were futile. Gon, sobbing, tried to reach out to the higher powers, reminding them that he had already become a demon lord. Wasn't that enough? Suddenly the clouds began to twist like a hurricane, and a huge bolt of lightning burst from the center, hurtling downward toward the ground. It hit a few meters away from Gon, as if a sign at his address. The latter even flinched back, simply because he didn't expect such an effect of his words. His heart froze. His ears were ringing at first, and then the sounds were heard as if the guy was underwater. His pupils narrowed. Shock engulfed his body to the point where it was numb. Lightning shot his gaze to a pile of corpses, dragons, humans, and demons alike. They lay on the ground that was on fire. The floor cracked and heated as if it were a desert. The blonde man had a question. Hadn't the humans fought the demons outside the city? When did they even have time to come in here? It was intolerable looking at so many corpses. And then Gon heard someone at his back just begging for mercy, at least trying to negotiate for his daughter to be released. The one asking was willing to give everything. The new demon general turned in that direction. People were bullying the man, the one who put his sword up to him saying he didn't need anything. The other one was carrying away a little girl. It was just an atrocity to bully civilians like that. The scumbag who had taken the little daughter of the attack victim was laughing, not caring that his living cargo was sobbing rivulets. He didn't feel an ounce of pity, simply because the little girl was a demon. The father could not allow his own blood to be snatched away from under his nose. He demanded that the green-haired girl be released immediately. But he wasn't allowed to say anything yet. The sharp blade stabbed straight into his arm, releasing a huge amount of blood from there. The man stood over him and laughed at his helplessness, saying that one always wins and the other loses. He wanted to keep talking, but something interrupted him. It was a foot that crashed right into the soldier's cheek, thus creasing his jaw. It was Gon who came to protect the demon. Rather odd considering that in his past life he had fought against them. The warrior fell and flew across the ground, kicking up dust upwards, quite far away. The blonde man walked forward, rather quietly, not drawing attention, though just now he made sure everyone looked at him. The look was serious. He said that this was not the way it was going to work because he would not let such mayhem happen in front of his nose. People didn't care about what had just happened. They just thought that another suicide bomber had arrived, but they didn't let the girl go. She looked frightened, with hope in her eyes. They quickly tied the little demon's hands behind his back, making a very tight noose and a tight knot, preventing the latter from moving. The soldiers rushed forward. They drew their swords so that they would be ready at any moment to blow the enemy's head off. Even with the condition of a fierce battle, a lord cannot lose. These were the thoughts swirling around in Gan's mind as the hat-wearing stranger swung his blade at him. And it's because of that idea he had in his head that an army of people are in an incredible slump. He launched such strong attacks that the two attacking soldiers immediately fell to their deaths. Here they came across the strong fist of the strongest demon they had ever met. The brunette fell to the floor and scarlet blood spurted from his mouth. He landed very painfully on his back. He still had the strength to open his eyes, but didn't have the strength to resist when Gagne caught his hand at his throat and began to choke him, pinning him to the floor even harder. The bleeding man looked at his enemy who had literally put him on his shoulder blades. He couldn't believe that this creature had demolished all of their health in just one blow. Now he wondered if this monster was definitely not a mistake of the system, or else the look was incredibly intimidating and the powers had no logical explanation. Gagne, however, demanded his prey say immediately what formation he was from, and he had no intention of joking. It was red in his gaze, bright and fierce. And the soldier had no choice but to give away that they were from the 21st Squad, the 511th formation, and the other didn't understand why the demon was asking the formation number. As soon as the blonde heard this information he came to a shock, as if he had heard of this unit before. It seemed even his grip had loosened. And it was all about the fact that the guy in his past life was the commander of this squad. He didn't understand how this even happened, and from shock he actually released the neck of his enemy. while Gon stood there trying to figure out what was going on. The two who had miraculously survived decided to run faster before he woke up and sort out why he was so strange. Clearly not wanting to check, the guy realized that something was wrong. The feeling of uneasiness didn't leave him, though he tried to get all his feelings under control, and the failure to do so only pissed him off more. Suddenly some sound was heard from behind. Gon turned around to the direction from where he heard this loud distraction. The demon was cruel to those who dared to attack them and inflict such cruelty. He would raise and lower his sharp knife right to the throat of his enemies. Gon froze. This place seemed all too familiar, as if he had been here before. In this horribly cruel place that burned with living blood in fires, corpses lay on the ground. Especially there were many demons. The people were not prepared for such a sudden and insidious attack. The highest houses were exploding. Bombs were flying even more. Everything was glowing, but the light was not joyful. It was a fire in which everything and everyone was burning. Gon stood in a shock that cut him off from the world around him concretely. Thoughts swirled in his head and the sounds around him seemed like mere noise in the background. And then the words about Young-ho began to reach. The guy turned in the direction of that scream. Finally the sounds became bright and clear. But honestly, he wanted to go back into his thoughts so he wouldn't see or hear this nightmare. On the ground lay the corpse of a woman, with torn clothes, especially in the chest. A squeaky child's voice, sobbing, screaming that those subhumans tortured mommy. Father and son took to each other with tears in their eyes. The father promising that everything would be okay as long as the two of them were together. They should stick together, for mom's sake. There was another sound of thunder and lightning struck a second time. It became scary. Suddenly it would be like before, when after such a manifestation of itself nature saw a nightmare. The blond man looked up at the sky. He was waiting to see what would happen this time, not realizing what was even going on here. The rain was coming down very handily, putting out anything that was burning and was too hot, and only on Gan's body were the cold drops that gave him goosebumps. But he paid no attention to that. He saw something that was a little hard for him to believe. In the sky flew a demonic dragon, big and red. It was Ho-en who had just fought the soldiers just on the other side of the city. The blonde kept going over Young-ho's name in his head, and seemed to remember after a while what he had been trying to find in his mind all this time. His image only came before his eyes as a man who had a huge sword, power and authority in the army. 6 years ago he had led the army that was heading to Young-ho. It was just an incredibly huge dragon. It was intimidating. Claws seemed to be the size of a whole man if not several. Horns the size of his head. When he opened his jaws there were sharp teeth that could bite through any man, any armor. But then Gon managed to defeat that demonic dragon. That fight was just incredibly epic and intense. The general of men then risked his life in the most dangerous way possible. It seemed so to ordinary warriors, but for a professional soldier, which was the guy, the victory was too easy. But in this life and forgot about it. The demonic creature lay breathless. It was probably humiliating for such a strong dragon to lose so quickly to a man. Then a window appeared in which the gentleman was congratulated. Thanks to the army of 511, which he leads, a very valuable contribution had been made to the destiny of mankind. And then with a trembling hand the general pressed the button that would help revive. And then a horror came over the demon. Sweat ran down his body from this. So he went back 6 years. But if it's such a huge period of time, why isn't the guy leading the army? Gon grabbed his head, trying to understand what had happened and where his body had gone. It was an incredible mystery, also very confusing, because with the rebirth, the universe seemed to have turned upside down. The princess of humans sat over her lover's body and tried to reach Xiao Feng's consciousness. Missing him dearly, she glared at the guy and told him that the hatred between the races was about to flare up again. But the blonde guy was different. Her gentle fingers ran through blonde hair, his war being fought for protection and theirs for plunder, power and tyranny. Except the soldier didn't hear. And the reasons why all these massacres started and led to absolute apocalypse and devastation is the most unfortunate. Gon realized it all, too, and finally it came to him. He could not stand this outcome of events. Army number 511 had strong convictions and strict discipline, and what was happening now was sheer lawlessness. After defeating the demons, under Xiao Feng's command, they immediately let them go. But here they are being bullied to the last. A real nightmare to think of a little kid in the middle of blood and meat just begging for his mom to be let go. One asks how he doesn't hate people after that. The soldiers did not care at all that it was someone's mother and that she was being killed in front of her child. The woman with tears in her eyes just screamed and ordered her own blood to run. She was in pain. physically from the blows and squeezing, and mentally from the fact that her baby was suffering too. Then an even sharper pain began to run through her body. Bright blue streams of energy surrounded her. Everything felt like it was burning right on top of huge spikes of electricity. She was lifted up by her arms without strength. The woman could not even raise her head, so exhausted was she by this abuse. The current deputy head of the 511 Squad, Bao Li, the Blue Union assassin, had previously been detained by Sha Fengliao for breaking the rules. The guy was very nasty, and even worse were his phrases. For example, the fact that the demon they had just mocked, he called it nothing like this. Watching over the soldier groping the helpless woman, Gan's pupil narrowed. Now it was clear why things had come to this. The demon, who had not yet fully gotten used to his new appearance, changed in his face, as if he had become completely ruthless. This was simply unforgivable, neither for demons nor for humans, and he was ready to deal with such terrible events. The palace was abuzz with the news that the lady had given birth to an heir, and all the servants gathered at the door to hear the news. The father immediately opened the door and demanded with a joyful smile to show him the child as soon as possible. The people were whispering. It was the first time they had seen General Ho Agya so excited, much less joyful. But the man was in seventh heaven. He immediately grabbed the little demon in his arms. His eyes flooded with the light of joy and almost tears of happiness. The baby in my arms was very calm, not even crying when they took him away from his mom. I think he was even smiling, with little horns visible on his forehead. Ho Anya cuddled his son tighter and promised to always protect him. These were sincere words. Happiness raged inside him. And of course Young Ho, the laboring woman, was just coming off a hard activity. It's not every day you give birth to a baby. The golden lightning struck directly at the battleground of the general and the people. This was the power of a human. The attack came straight at Ho An, hitting him squarely in the muzzle, in the mouth, causing a spray of blood, a cry of pain to echo across the land. The general was unhinged from such insolence, but he could endure the wild pain. He said bluntly that he wouldn't let Youngwo be lost for anything in the world, but the warrior in front of him seemed to be completely indifferent to all these words. The blonde picked at his ear. To him it was just an ordinary A+ rank demon, therefore it would pose no danger. The warrior was brash and arrogant. He stood in a ready stance, sword glinting from the beam of light. The guy figured it shouldn't take much time. The guy planted his foot so hard into the floor that it broke, preparing himself to deliver the decisive blow. The blond man rushed with such force as if he were the lightning that strove forward without seeing any obstacles. His gaze was serious, as were his intentions, and now he was already next to the dragon. The latter also rushed forward, hoping that there was no one stronger than him, and a simple man could not defeat him. A current ran through his body. It was especially felt in his wings. A cramp gripped very hard. He wanted to fold them very quickly so he wouldn't feel it. He bulged his eyes. It became even harder to concentrate, the pain obscuring all other senses. Blood rushed from different places. They were wounds caused by the man's attack. It seems that the sounds that escaped from the dragon's mouth were heard on the other side of the city. The soldier was already walking calmly after being hit. Behind his back, the tail that had been cut off from Hoenn was already falling. This was a victory for the man, but it looked like he had just started the game, and it was child level. The dragon fell and began to morph back into a form similar to a human, only with some peculiarities. The general sat in his usual uniform. He was cradling the wounds he had acquired in the brutal battle. The man realized he didn't have the strength against him. It turns out, only teasing him. It even seemed that his power was unreal and no one was his equal. And then the man turned to his victim. The demon's body immediately shuddered in fear of a new portion of pain. The soldier was thoroughly displeased and eager for the final massacre. Flashing his blue eyes in the darkness, he raised his sword directly above Hoenn, and with a glint of his sword, he wished the demon dead, immediately pointing the weapon sharply downwards. But suddenly the blade created a clinking sound of iron. It crashed into the other blade that was opposing it with all possible force, and the general somewhere inside himself didn't know what to feel: joy at having at least a little bit of time extended, or disappointment that the agonizing moment of death was dragging on. Only, the man didn't really care about it. He just looked at the daredevil that dared to rush into the battle so brazenly. He seems to be a real brave man. The demons, on the other hand, were at a loss as to what this was all about, hence looked toward the delayed execution to recognize their hero. It was Ho Fan's son. He was trying his best to hold back the enemy's punch. It seems that he was also losing in strength. His father was extremely surprised and even got angry at him. He immediately asked what he was doing here. This action only proves that the guy had completely lost his mind. The youngster, on the other hand, with a cold tone just clearly replied that he came here to kill the opponent, especially after ridiculing me to admit to his daddy. The general tried to intercede to oppose his son, grasping at his wounds, saying that he would not allow this for anything in the world, and in general Wu Jun is not an opponent to him at all, but just a little bug in the way. And then the boy asked about what his father had just called him and started saying that it wouldn't work, masterfully copying Hoen, and he froze in place. The general's son snapped. He began to shout that his father had been telling him this since childhood, hammering into his head that he was incapable of anything. So the boy wondered if he was so insignificant in the eyes of his ancestor. One thought back to when Wu Jun was asked about who he admired the most. That moment was somehow bright, drenched in rays of sunshine, and the little demon put his hand to his heart. Without thinking, replied curtly that this man is the father, the general who leads the troops. He aspired to the same. He also remembered the first time he received the first place. Immediately ran to brag to his family man. In his eyes there was anticipation of praise and pride. He unfolded the sheet and asked his daddy to look. He had gotten first place in the exam, but already from the start, Ho En didn't particularly cheerfully turn to the little wonder who aspired to be like him. But he answered only that he knew about it, no particular emotion on his face, as if it were something insignificant, as if a complete stranger's child had come to him with some request. Immediately, Wu Jun became upset. He was like an ice flake that melted on the warmth. His mood was gone. He couldn't understand what was wrong with his dad. The boy came out completely uncomfortable, of course, after such a demonstration of supremacy over the demon, but as a real strong demon in the future, he didn't even shed a tear, although he really wanted to. As Wu Jun grew older, he made a second attempt to earn his father's recognition. The teenager came and notified him that he had won first place in the certification. Of course he was not as vocal about it as he was when he was very young. The smiles on his face seemed impossible to erase, but it passed very quickly when my father simply and dryly said that he had been the same in his youth and nothing more, and just went on about his business. The general's son could not utter a word from such disappointment both in himself and in his own father, who had not seen fit to say a word of endearment. Already an adult, he didn't hope for anything. He just said as a matter of course that he was promoted to lieutenant general. He didn't expect praise. He knew it wouldn't happen. And even the man who wasn't the last demon in the hierarchy was surprised. After all, Wu Jun had become the youngest lieutenant general in history. But Ho En didn't care. He just dryly replied that he already knew about it. He didn't even look at his son, whose last flame of hope inside was going out. Soon there would be only a cold coal. Wu Jun snapped already at the present time. He asked, no, demanded to say, would he ever get his daddy's approval? But then he also answered himself that it wouldn't happen, and this made him even more aggressive. The man, however, sat down and began to deal with this touching tragedy of a family. Of course, he sneered that it was very interesting to him. Suddenly, Wu Jun's back began to emit a green light from his back as if wings. Hoen behind saw the enemy rise up, and ordered his son to get out of here, because the enemy was not so simple. But the younger demon didn't care. Let that person be even Buddha himself. He didn't care. There was already a mask on his face from which light was bursting out. This was an extreme measure because this person had entered Youngho's lands, and that's why he must die. The guy rushed forward. His tail appeared behind him. His eye flashed with red light. His speed was tremendous. The transformation seemed to have begun. Hoen tried to stop his child. He thought that he didn't understand anything at all and the guy was just crazy. These people were too strong. They were raring to attack, but someone decided it would be better if someone attacked from behind. But the demon wasn't going to give up either. He didn't look at the soldiers as prey. He looked at them as if they were predators who had come upon his peaceful home. Wu Jun was already masterfully swinging his weapon. The only thing he heard and felt was the blade digging into his flesh and going through. He blew the heads off two people, leaving the strongest opponent for the sweetest part. But he wasn't ready either. His arms had already changed into real weapons with muscles. And he left a little surprise for the leader of the enemies. His suit shattered into small pieces, so the defense fell immediately. And that's what scared the blond man. Demons could not believe what they saw. In one blow the young man did something that seemed incredibly difficult. His father was speechless. The man didn't know what to do, and Wu Jun was already a different form. He had become like to himself in terms of musculature. The soldier realized that this demon was completely different and you couldn't go against it with a simple scheme. Suddenly the demon flew upwards. Huge fiery wings appeared behind his back. He began to transform into a completely different creature. The man was shocked. Finally there was horror and fear in his eyes. But there was even more aggression there from the fact that he couldn't handle the demon he had already interrupted more than a dozen of. Wu Jun linked his hands together and a green light burst out from them. This was the activation of the Demon Lord's skill. Predicting that true chaos was about to begin, air began to gather around him, forming a sphere. Above him appeared the silhouette of a dragon, dark and huge. Just a little more and a hurricane would start from such power. Ho An was shocked at what was happening and even more so that it was his son. Eyes racing, he realized what it was. Only he could withstand such a wind. The princess and his subordinate were almost blown away. Starting something that couldn't be believed just like this was a huge rarity. Rays of green light came from Wu Jun. This was the power of a true demon lord. Hoenn knew that his son had long been stronger than him, although he had not told him, but he had not imagined that much. And then all the memories in his mind surfaced from a completely different perspective. A little boy who was terribly depressed and almost crying, and remembers how sad he was to leave his daddy's office when he first brought the department about his first place. Despite his words, he was actually very happy with what Wu Jun had achieved. From his son, another man did not expect any other man, as he was always the best. Just like when the already initially frustrated demon walked into the office with yet another accomplishment. But Hoenn didn't pay attention to Wu Jun's disappointment. He dryly asked what he wanted. The boy put his report card on the table and headed back sadly. He didn't expect praise. He was small and he already realized that he wouldn't have any support. And Ho Anya was angry, because his father named his son Wu Jun, which meant not a military man. God forbid something happens. His father just did not want to lose his child, and he did not understand why the boy has such an interest in war. And then once again, the general's servants were notified that Mr. Wu Jun had won first place, which was a joy for everyone. Yi Hoenn was incredibly happy for his son. He always knew that the boy was incredibly capable and certainly the best for a parent. But immediately he was skewered, and a sadness crept into his heart, for he had his own plans for his son. The one who brought the wonderful news also changed in his face, simply because he didn't expect such a sudden change of mood. He felt a little sorry for the young fighter. After all, he has a wonderful potential that his father is trying to suppress. Every time the general learns that Wu Jun has made progress in military affairs, he gets upset. Ho An sat by the grave of his beloved and thought about it all. It was hard for him to raise a boy being alone. The longing for his wife never let him go. He grieved and asked the void if Jun had such a strong liking for the dangerous path, and he didn't want to think that the son just wanted to follow in the footsteps of someone he was proud of, his father, and then turned again to his wife, saying that their son is a real genius. He took the first place again. I would like my mother to be happy for her blood, and the other from the boy and should not be expected. Hoenn had already said that he would be cold-blooded to the army so that he wouldn't do anything unnecessary, and then he thought that his beloved would be fine at home as well. The man still hadn't come to terms with such a loss. He questioned why the woman left so early. The general really had no idea how to behave with Wu Jun. That's why he ruins like this without understanding their relationship. All this just for the happiness of his son. Any dad wanted his child to have a safe and joyful life, without unnecessary threats. It was only now, when Wu Jun summoned the dragon roar and fought a strong man, defeating him, that he realized that he was very wrong. The blonde was trying to get away from the enemy's attacks, pissed off that there was someone who was stronger than him. A huge black dragon appeared in front of him, glowing with a violet light, and a bright green ray came out of its mouth, which was incredibly dangerous. The enemy was blocked by a flash. The silhouette was barely recognizable, the cloak about ready to tear off. And now it was as if he had completely dissolved into this light, pain piercing through his body. His body seemed to be torn into the smallest of pieces. When this very powerful strike ended, dust rose up, and Wu Jun became ordinary as he was at the beginning of the battle. He slowly descended to the ground. The mask slid off his face, revealing the young warrior's not particularly happy blue eyes. He had expected to see what his might had done, but as soon as the raised dust dispersed, a warrior from the army of men emerged from it. He leaned on his sword and seemed to withstand the attack. He held on with his last strength but would never show it. There were a couple minor wounds on his face. They stung, but he just blurted out a smile and started laughing, chuckling nastily as if he was scraping his soul and morale with a fork. And then he shouted with joy, only it wasn't clear which one, and immediately explained that his happiness was due to the fact that there was finally a truly worthy demon. It was a strange statement from him after such a harsh moment. Just then, he looked at Wu Jun. There was a sword in the foreground and with a vicious smirk all over his face. He ordered the enemy to show himself in all his glory. Let him make a worthy competition. Immediately he drew his sword back in readiness to let it go into battle and offered the demon to play some more. Yes, for him it was just a game, while for someone else it was a battle for their home. Hoenn tensed up. He knew very well that right now the blonde would not hold back and would pull out all the strength he had stored for something. That was why he was very worried about his son, not sure if he could handle it. The battered general sat in the rain and carefully examined the weapon in the man's hands. And then he recognized it. He had seen it before on the map, and it was clearly not just an ordinary ironclad. But Wu Jun didn't care at all. He stretched his arms and said that he agreed to start this most brutal fight, or game as his opponent called it. And his father wanted to prevent another fight, but he was too far away and completely powerless to do anything. Hoenn finally remembered what kind of sword it was, making his panic even greater and his worries for his son rise as high as possible. The blonde swung his weapon, leaving a golden light behind the blade, cutting through the fog, and stood in a rather non-combative pose, his every movement saying that this fight was not so terrible for him. And then the young demon was shocked. He saw the true power of the enemy's weapon. Cold sweat ran down his body. His heart began to pound at an unrealistic speed. This thing can cut anything, just like the one that had just hit the palace tower. Only the wind made the hair on the general's son's head stand on end. Immediately the building collapsed and the beam headed straight for the guy, who stood in shock and couldn't move. Pain traveled across his chest and Wu Jun's eyes widened. Time froze, waiting to see what it would cost. The princess was just as horrified. Just a short while ago this man was being wooed to them, and now the strongest warrior seems to be dying on the battlefield with the cruelest of men. Their entire view was blocked by a haze of dust and smoke that floated in the air, but the assistant leading the demons pointed to the side and asked them to look there. Nothing happened to Wu Jun at all, and if at first it wasn't clear why, when the shock passed, he understood, and it made it even more painful, only on his soul. Hoenn stood in front of him. He muttered through a bolt that he was wrong about his son while he was still trying to realize what had happened. Wu Jun became that same little boy for a second. His eyes began to get wet, and his dad said that he had forgotten to say something all this time. The general turned to the last favorite member of his small family and with a smile told him that his son was his biggest reason for pride. And after these words the guy completely floated, crying. Now he felt even more sorry that all this had happened at all. And besides, now he didn't understand why his father was hiding it. Immediately the hand fell, spilling blood behind it. It was a limb given up for the life of his own son. It was as if the man didn't care, and Wu Jun behind him was all in tears, hysterical at what was happening. It was hard to watch your relatives suffer for you. But Hoenn didn't grieve. He pretended that everything was fine, because he called the heir the best soldier, and said that he would definitely become the best demon in the future. There was a wind-up, a wind with fire, and the general asked his son to tear and throw for his goal and not to worry. Thus he was saying goodbye to his child forever. The weapon in this man's hands couldn't be obtained so easily. He must have fought a CCC rank demon, but the guy being discussed, the general shouldn't have blocked the blow to protect his sonny. Hoenn shielded Wu Jun from everything that was happening right now and explained this act by saying that none of Youngwo's opponents and the new rival that was making a mess here. The general began to be covered in small cracks. Hot light showed through them. It seemed that instead of blood he had lava inside. He said that the soldier's father always made the last move. The general did it all for protection, for Youngho, all for the future. Wu Jun was heartbroken. His heart clenched with sadness and hopelessness. He didn't understand how to live afterwards after saying goodbye to his father like this. But Hoenn interrupted his son, saying that he just had to live. His horns began to shine with a bright light. This was the final skill. fission, a living wall that would destroy one's life, creating an indestructible wall of fire. After fission, the defense of all nearby objects would increase to 10,000 points. The general's face was a mixture of sadness and joy at the memories from the past. He wanted to remember before he died the weight that was associated with the most important demon in his life after the death of his wife. He remembered holding the little bundle of joy in his arms, and the son should grow up in peace and health. The man promised to protect the baby for the rest of his life. At that time, Ho En was the happiest in the world. He thought that there would never again be anything in this world that could upset him. So Young Ho, the homeland he would protect for the sake of his long-awaited son. Immediately, he shouted to his servants to pick up and take Wu Jun away from here. He shouldn't have to see all of this, and it was impossible to be sure that he wouldn't do something stupid. No matter how much the young soldier resisted and shouted that he wasn't going anywhere, he was asked not to waste time on it, just like the princess who couldn't sacrifice General Ho either. The man stood and laughed at this decision to leave quickly so they wouldn't get a portion of bad fate and death. He added that he had not yet enjoyed their performance, yet had not yet seen what he wanted most. And then he swung his sword and explained that what he most wanted to see was despair in the eyes of enemies he did not consider rivals. Suddenly a demon appeared behind the blond man's back, asking the general not to rush so much. The man did not understand what was the matter and turned at the sound. It did not become clearer why the demon addresses so boldly. Suddenly he asked not to kill them so easily, which sounded just wild. Silhouette added that a group of idiot demons were desperately defending the thing, and in his hand he was twirling a cube that had a glowing middle. It was a demon already familiar to all present, who turned out to be a real traitor, who was now trying to give this artifact in exchange for admission to the enemy team. He didn't want to die with the others. A rumble of thunder sounded in the heavens, and the man once again questioned if the demon wanted to say that it was an important demonic element. But the question was in another, so the soldier pointed his weapon at the man, asking why he should be trusted and not killed right here and now. In his eyes burned hatred for absolutely the whole race of similar people with horns only. And the traitor replied that his clan had kept the element for centuries. His sly, self-serving, evil smile flashing from the very beginning of the unification of the entire demonic continent by the first demon king Lu Yun. His ancestor was the Lord's most trusted person. Under each demon king there are 3 demon generals. One is good at spells, the second is good at ruling the country, and the third is good at combat and martial arts. Meanwhile the dome began to glow with golden lines. Even Hoenn raised his head with interest and apprehension. What is this? And only their Zhang clan could be around a king with no magic or skill in the realm of war. It was in his best interest to overpower whoever put a sword to his neck. Because of that, he once again showed the glowing cube and said that this thing was very useful. The demon and his family had been its guardians since the beginning. He was either drawing in or releasing energy, and the traitor added that only their clan could activate the cube. The guy understood that the demonic element obeyed only him. In front of him was an elemental body that gathers all the life force and spiritual power of the demon race. Every demon needs the work of this element. The appearance of the next element takes on the order of several decades. The man couldn't believe that the demon was giving away such a powerful thing so easily, and he watched with a smile, though he couldn't hide his complete agitation and worry for his life. But it was hard to fool the blonde guy. He started yelling like a madman at whoever was trying to butter him up, asking about whether he looked like a fool for thinking it was so easy to fool a guy around. A bolt of lightning struck from the heavens. Its energy immediately transferred to the weapon held up to the neck of the demon kneeling, groveling and trying to give up such a valuable artifact. The blue-horned man's eyes showed horror. He seemed to be saying goodbye to his life from such a fright. He was about to lose his head. Thunder and lightning struck once more. The heavens shuddered, conducting bright ribbons and flashes in the frowning, angry sky. The demon shuddered, immediately began a sharp headache, because he immediately grabbed his horns, clenched his teeth, asking for forgiveness from the one who could finish him immediately without much effort. When the demon began to justify himself, because he didn't even notice how the cube flew out of his hands and rolled on the floor, getting farther and farther away from his master. The pain so tormented the man's body that he couldn't lift his head. He said, almost sobbing, that he just wanted to live because he was too weak. There was no fighting ability, no aptitude for martial affairs. Even he would perish under the power of this demonic element. The thing was that their clan had never been particularly popular, though they were generals, but the most recent Madame cried out in tears, asking Uncle Zhang if he was crazy to do such a thing. After all, that man had killed their companions, killed their friends. Such a thing could not be allowed to happen. It seems it was already the princess who had gone crazy. She reminded him that he had even killed Yang's younger brother with his own hands and pointed a finger in the direction, somewhere out there, beyond the barrier where the events were now unfolding. The blonde looked toward the severed head that lay on the floor. That was what the girl was talking about, but it didn't evoke any emotion from him at all. He didn't even recognize his victim at first, and he struggled to find the moment with this demon in his memory at all. The man walked over and stepped on his head, asking the demon who had fallen at his feet if this fat man was his brother. He only kept silent in shock. Afterwards, he simply tossed the body part like a soccer ball towards his older brother for one last look at his relative. But Zhang didn't even look in the direction of such a pitch. He curled up and grabbed his head. A crazy smile shone on his face. He kept repeating that his brother deserved it and no other way. It wasn't like anyone had asked him to fight. The madness was gripping his mind more and more. They were not human opponents from the beginning. The elder didn't understand why they had to start this war at all. In his opinion, it was incredibly stupid. He looked up looking for support. That his words were right and his brother was dead because it was his own fault. Nim had already completely ruled insanity. The assassin of the traitor's relative laughed. He didn't know how anyone could be so shallow and without principle as the one who was now trying to get protection from his own. The boy reached for the cube, and told the demon that it was rather wise of him what he had done, giving such an important thing to a great man for them. He examined the artifact in his hand and added that he was rather flattered by such an act. It seemed about to take the man under his protection. But then Yang's gaze changed. His gaze was cruel and completely evil. He was like a bull that saw the red cloth. He wiped the blood from his lips, saying that he had finally carried out the order given to him. And it wasn't all for nothing. Everything was ready. The man who was covering the general's son lowered himself to the ground and touched the floor with his hand and activated the flower art. Absolute defense. It was a skill called the roots of life. The princess was stunned. She didn't understand what this meant. Wu Jun was also unaware of what was happening. The green light from the ground began to spread out in a circle, plotting something unexpected like an ace up his sleeve. Zhang immediately bit his hand, right down to the blood, thus adding the demonic element. He was that hidden demon card. The activation began. The blood became like a subordinate. The demon directed it to the right place. The liquid body part fell right on top of the artifact that Zhang wanted to give for the man's protection. He didn't accept until now what was going on, but already the first guesses were creeping into his head. And then the cube lit up even brighter, only now with a red tint. Everything around it began to darken, but as it turned out, it was just a cube. It was so. Only now the blonde realized that he was almost eaten up by the light. Nothing could be seen. It seemed to be affecting his hearing as well. The ringing was unbearable. It went on like this until everything was one white blur, and a continuous nasty sound. Zhang was on fire. He looked at the soldier with a smile and felt sorry for his clan because he had been waiting for this very moment for centuries. He was glad he was able to see the blonde off. The clothes finally burned off, exposing his torso. They finally came in handy for all the demons. Mission accomplished. One could be proud that the demons would be able to recognize them. The joy was replaced by a momentary sadness and longing that their story was over, and even the thought that they had benefited their race at last did not soothe the soul from the excitement of death. Now there was nothing to regret. A huge explosion rippled through the streets of the city, leaving behind a bright light as a sphere that cleansed the already completely battle-weary city of evil and those who bullied the defenseless and innocent. Absolutely everything was erased like pencil drawings, easily and effortlessly, except that the pain from this procedure was very sharp and unbearable, but, fortunately, not long. Only those under the green dome, which had been summoned in advance, and it is now clear why. For goodness sake, those inside were not hit by this wave. And if at first in some distant part of the city it was possible to feel a fluctuation, and not to attach importance to it, now it was impossible to treat indifferently, because the hot blast wave was moving on, expanding its diameter. The soldiers on the ground didn't even have time to realize what was happening when they saw the almost red, like bloody smoke. They didn't even seem to panic. She didn't even try to run, standing calmly, expecting this wave to just stop right in front of them. The demons didn't understand what was going on there either. No one seemed to have told the others much about the plan. Only themselves could be trusted, and the walls had ears. Just then another huge outburst would appear in front of his eyes. The heat racked his face. A blush began to cinch his cheeks. Thunder cut through the clouds again and the lightning showed its light for everyone below on the ground. The multi-story buildings shuddered from such a loud sound. It had long been clear that this was not just a natural phenomenon, but was caused by this bad weather by the person who was in charge of this mission and was threatening the princess. Lightning was heading just to the source of that storm and explosion that was operating in the city. She was looking for the master of the sword, someone who could control that element. The demons retreated, and only Zhang, who was still sitting on his knees at the epicenter of the whole disaster, regretted his fate. The fire was already consuming the man, and he seemed so used to the pain that he didn't even feel it. Only tears could cool his cheeks a little. Only a small part of his face remained its color. All the strength that he could, he showed, and there was no point in doing anything else. There was no strength, no desire. I wanted to quickly breathe the last fresh breath of air and quietly depart into another world. Even so, he regretted that holes had already started to appear in his body, but he had only activated 1% of the demonic element's true power. All the remaining demons gathered together. Wu Jun took his father under his arm to help him walk. After all, he had suffered enough for today. Behind them came the others, including the princess. Uncle Zhang could no longer bear it anymore. He began to lurch to one side. The strength was no longer there and just existed. His body was almost completely black from the cinders. With the sound of another thunderstorm, a huge dragon appeared, which was covered by large wings for a while. It was Ji Ta, AC rank Thunder Dragon. His skill was absolute defense, which saved all living creatures in the circle from any attacks for 30 seconds. It stood right behind the human soldier's back and thundered. It was spawned by the lightning that was triggered by the power of the blond man's sword. The enemy informed Zhang with a cold tone that his last choice was wrong, so now he would pay for such an act. Zhang shouldn't have used his strongest skills without recognizing his opponent's trump cards. Behind his back was a huge sword, but further away stood a dragon that was times 100 bigger, and now the weapon didn't cause as much fear as this pet. The man who had tried to protect his own and uphold the dignity of his clan was already lying on the floor. Those he had protected were in shock at what they had just seen, and the dragon was twirling behind the vile man's back. Zhang reached for the cube with all the strength only he had left, hoping that the artifact could somehow help in this desperate situation. It immediately shone with a bright light, and the man had to pull his hand away to protect himself, or else a lightning bolt would strike the thing. Eventually the artifact evaporated completely, and the demon swung his hand across the ground a couple more times, hoping he just fancied his last hope was gone. The cube was in the hands of the enemy. He stood looking down. He laughed and asked why his victim is ready to bear the consequences. The soldier sighed heavily, showing the complexity of the situation of the demon in front of him. Who would have thought that the demonic element would be in a place like this? It seemed to the man that this was not entirely unlike a place where a demon lord might have been born. He pointed the cube straight into his cloak pocket, hiding it from all eyes. He had already appropriated the thing for himself. He'd tried to do it as quickly and discreetly as possible and he'd succeeded, and now all he wanted to do was get to the point quickly. Guy looked at the dragon and ordered it to move forward, to spring into action, to destroy everything and everyone into ashes. But the mystical creature was in no spirit, and very glad to begin abruptly following orders. He lowered his eyes from the shame and hopelessness of his situation. At this time, the soldier clenched the bright energy in his fist and looked at his new servant with a baleful look. He understood perfectly well that the dragon didn't want to go against his companions. Of course, he was also one of them, the demons. The object around his neck began to glow and only dig its claws in harder, for it looked like a spider, and he shuddered, electricity going through his body. From the spikes came bright lights that began to burn the skin and create cracks in it where the heat seeped in, thus making it hurt even more. Of course, the dragon boiled up and started screaming at the top of his voice, shuddering the air with the sound wave. He couldn't take it anymore. This is real blackmail. Either you follow the order, even though you don't want to, acting completely out of conscience and principles, or you endure the pain until you die of pain shock. A frenzy of pain gripped the dragon. His eyes began to glow with rage. Salty tears flowed from them. The demons looked down at him, hoping that he would not act against his own. One of them put a magic block, and very timely, because the maddened compatriot immediately began to roar and from his mouth began to burst out light, which was about to head straight at the heroes who were trying to defend their city. The princess's loyal servant ordered everyone to protect the mistress, but the girl refused such an honor, saying that it was better to let them take care of themselves. She could deal with such a problem herself. The villain himself was covered in lightning bolts that restrained his body. Such is the power he is responsible for. His face was in shadow. The guy was very angry for the demon clan only being able to talk. The lightning light made him so dizzy that it was impossible to understand where his face and body parts were. It was as if he merged with the phenomenon that accompanied his every action and began to move incredibly fast. Blood spurted from the demon with glasses. He didn't have time to say a word after such a blow. The scarlet liquid was followed by a bright yellow light, his pupils trembling and everything floating. The hole in his rib cage showed all the insides, highlighting them very brightly, golden in color. The demon started coughing. It was very painful. It was impossible to breathe. The whites of his eyes filled his entire eye. Behind stood a soldier. His hand was inside, golden ribbons wrapped around his arm. He was now ready to show the man what a real battle was, and then teach a lesson to absolutely everyone. Suddenly, the armless Hoan tried to pounce on him from behind. He was very angry and faster, but the opponent was not a fool either and managed to notice the attempt to attack unexpectedly. Only his modified limb, which was already more like a weapon, approached the guy. The latter grabbed the general's arm, preventing him from finishing his attack. On the person appeared glasses. They were protective, and in addition they show information about the characteristics of the enemy as a result of the battle. The focus was pointed directly at Hoan, and the characteristics really appeared in front of his eyes. He was an elite demon. He currently had a not-so-good spirit and resilience index. The soldier began to laugh at the strength of 1,484 and the physique of 1,456. After all, they weren't that big, but for some reason the enemy was very proud of them. In that case, he decided to start by destroying the force entirely. He twisted the demon's arm so that the skin began to peel away as if he had done it along with the bones. Hoan cried out in unbearable pain, his hand looking in a completely different direction. His scream echoed throughout the neighborhood. The blonde let go of his victim and, smiling evilly, watched his torment as the man fell to the ground shuddering from the spasm that came with the pain. Suddenly, the soldier noticed a flower bud floating in the air and glowing with a bright green light. While he was trying to figure out what it was and what it would lead to, Wu Jun appeared in front of him and flew at the enemy with an elbow to the blonde man's face. He was in an incredible rage, ready to kill for his father, especially after his words that turned his entire childhood perspective upside down. The man was unprepared for this turn of events and was on the verge of death, but at the last moment a bright flash blinded everyone here. Immediately he vanished into thin air as if he had never been there. The guy became a squeak that dissolved on the wind. A soldier appeared behind Wu Jun's back, and the demon felt it. Goosebumps went through his skin, and that was assuming that he was not yet aware of the enemy's ability to see the enemy's characteristics, which just now became visible. The goggles demonstrated that the guy was an A+ rank demon lord. His not particularly strong points were resilience, spirit, and elements. The blonde didn't expect to see a demon lord here. It amused him. It was interesting to test such a fighter, especially since he had a very high speed. His index was over 2,000, which wasn't even bad, and as soon as Wu Jun heard about it, he was shocked that the enemy had full access to his strength information. The blonde man had gotten up completely unnoticed by the demon, saying that the one seemed to be the fastest, but that was just his personal opinion. Suddenly, the human army soldier lifted his leg and with a huge swing, pointed his knee straight towards his enemy. The blow came right on Wu Jun's face and seemed to hit his opponent right in the nose, so much so that blood gushed out from there. And with all this the enemy did not stop, only continued to beat and abuse. He had no compassion, especially for those creatures he did not consider worthy in the display of human feelings. The young lad lay in his own blood on the floor, his body pierced by lightning bolts that provoked convulsions in his limbs. Then the soldier stepped right on the demon's foot, pushing it into the ground, thus wanting to reduce his enemy's speed. He gloated as he did so, savoring every moment. Wu Jun's scream seemed to be heard from several kilometers away. It was painful to see, hear, and feel, and the latter was even more painful for the general's son. The guy asked his victim about whether they all thought they could beat a professional soldier like him. He spread his arms, grinning evilly and shouting that everyone's characteristics were far lower than his, the lightning and thunder behind him adding even more to the entourage of villainy. Everyone who was present at that moment watched such a horrible picture, and no one had faith in the fact that it was possible to change something. Only the loud sounds from the bright ribbons from the sky forced not to sink inside themselves and stay in reality. Smoke rose into the air. It was brown because earth and fire had gathered in it, and this mixture blocked absolutely all view. But then something or someone appeared in the mysterious haze. Wu Jun crawled forward, his body trembling. All his movements were imperceptible, simply because they were almost non-existent due to the pain. His whole body was breaking. He could feel himself losing blood. Under the shout of the enemy that no one has such abilities, from the smoke began to come out strange people. They were more like black silhouettes, smeared with soot. The son of the general did not understand what was happening. There were too many of them. They converged from everywhere. It was called Thunder Shadow, a rank C skill. When lightning bolts appear, a warrior can copy it and transform it into a shadow. Each shadow has the perception and power of the owner. The man who was just as protective of his land and people fell to his knees, clutching his chest from which blood was pouring. He was in immense pain. The procession was grabbed by the face and squeezed hard by the cheeks. The man, who was more like his own shadow, said he began to think about one thing often. A small kitten appeared in front of my eyes. Its eyes were huge. The cuteness of this creature was off the charts. The situation was similar and the same question. If demons are so weak, why are everyone still alive? The guy lifted the girl up as she tried to push her opponent's hand away in any way, grabbing onto it as she realized she was going to be finished. And then Blondie realized why that was so. His silhouette was hard to recognize, only by his bright blue eyes and the glowing golden tattoo that glittered on the left side of his face. That little kitten had suffered at the hands of a cruel boy. He had simply strangled an innocent creature with a rope, and there was not an ounce of pity or shame on his face. There was pleasure and lust for the suffering of others. The poor kitten was already almost in the other world. Just a little bit more, his body was shaking and foam was coming from his mouth. His pupils were no longer visible. His eyes rolled back. A horrible picture, especially realizing that the pet was not guilty of anything. Finger only enjoyed it. He didn't understand why other creatures even lived in this world. His smile stretched to his ears. His eyes were bloodthirsty and insane, and they were further and further surrounded by shadows. As it turned out, they were also similar to each other. It was a thunder shadow. When lightning appears, the user can copy it and transform it into a shadow. Each shadow has the perception and power of the owner. The shadow clutched the princess's face even tighter. It was already hard for her to breathe, and the blonde finally finished his thought that everyone lived in this world just to fulfill his needs. And then the dark force let go of the girl. She fell to the ground and lowered her head. She was almost resigned to her death. She had no strength to resist. The demon was ready to burst into tears, but she simply looked away so that no one would see the shame in her eyes. There was no more hope. It seemed that at this moment absolutely the whole world did not see their distress and did not try to send any miracle. Immediately, the shadows began to literally step on the enemies, and no one resisted, realizing that so only more likely to shorten their existence. Huo-in, who never gave up and fought the toughest battles to the last, recognized that they had lost. The other demons fighting at this place didn't utter another word. The general walked forward and continued to ponder how sorry he was that things had turned out this way. It was a real shame. Even though they had put their best foot forward, the man clenched his teeth. He was happy with the thought that they would all die together, next to their countrymen, warriors who would die for a reason. The shadow only laughed, admitting that he didn't expect anything else from a public defender. Even just the shadow had a wicked grin on his face, and without taking it off, he added defiantly that it was all done in vain, just pointless. Such insolence face to face seemed appropriate, because their opponents were defeated. Even opponents it would be hard to call them. Then the dark force glanced behind Ho Anyu's back with an incredibly suspicious smile, saying directly that something bad was happening there. Suddenly a sob was heard behind him. It was so familiar to the general that he just couldn't help but turn around with a frozen heart, hoping he was imagining it. But unfortunately, what he feared was true. Wu Jun was grabbed hard by the hair and pulled upwards. The enemy knew that he was the general's son. That's why he behaved like that. The young man clenched his teeth, so as not to make a sound to remain courageous in the eyes of the others. Then the enemy proposed an interesting arrangement. He said he could let the child go or they would die together like a real family. Ho En was shocked. He even fell into a stupor for a while, and so he voiced his terms. The demon had to kneel before the man who had a hand in making all of this happen, and only then would he allow the general's son to live yet. And immediately, the blonde could observe two pairs of eyes that looked as fast as they could. Wu Jun was well aware that this was a despicable act. After all, his father would never agree to such a thing. The enemy squeezed out another wide smile. He reminded him that it was the man's choice and he needed to think very hard about it. Ho En clenched his teeth. His pride and his own son, his favorite child, were now on the scales, and the choice for his father seemed to be obvious. But something inside told him that the general should never bow down to the enemy, except that every adequate being would never condemn the choice made in favor of his relatives. Because the huge demon, who could not be subdued by any army in this world, collapsed on his knees before the one who mutilated him and mocked his family and friends. He lowered his head so that the shame of his act wouldn't show. He still couldn't believe he had done it, but his lips spoke such heavy words. He was asking for mercy from someone he simply hated and couldn't stand. Wu Jun looked at his father with despair. As a warrior he didn't accept this act, but as a son was touched to the bone by such concessions to his pride. Now it finally reached him that the words of love were indeed real. That's when the scoundrel glanced towards the younger demon as well. He asked if he wanted to ask for his father too, revealing the secret that he could let Hoenn go as well. The young fighter boiled up. He started screaming like a wild beast, and no longer felt the pain of being held by his hair. He wanted to tell his opponent everything, especially reminding him what a bastard he was. This was what the enemy had been waiting for. A devilish smile appeared on his face. He was not human. Worse than those he was destroying. He was something completely emotionless, something that had no inherent love and understanding. And then he started counting down from 10. At the same time from the beginning he stuck a blade into the left side of his chest. Wu Jun behind only had time to shout to his father, and nothing else. His limbs were numb from being maimed by his own family before his eyes. He tried to break free from the hands of the shadows that held him, but there was no way to do it normally, and Dad was already falling off his feet. It was too much to bear, especially considering what he had already been through so much. As soon as the number 9 sounded, the general's other arm was gone, the enemy cutting it off with his weapon in a light but powerful movement. As soon as it was time for 8, the man collapsed to the floor, his opponent standing over him like one who holds the victim's life in his hands and can play with it as he pleases. Wu Jun was shattered from the inside out, as if a huge hole had formed in his chest, and all it could be filled with was sadness and moral pain, and such that tears rolled down from his eyes, tears for his own father. And then, together with the number 7, another blow came to the general, which made the blood come out in streams. He completely ducked to the ground, already, it seemed, and did not feel the new pain, not moving away from the old. In an instant the son fell to his knees behind him, his body trembling with terror, and before him was not a good picture on his dying father. The boy lowered his head, equally hot tears of grief falling on the ground hot from the fire around him. He begged through gritted teeth but very loudly and clearly to let Hoenn go and not continue his abuse of him. Behind the exhausted princess lay the princess. She raised her head and watched. The intriguing silence only strained the entire setting and scene that was unfolding at this moment. The air saturated with the tragedy of the family that had served the demon race so faithfully. She sat up, found the last of her strength to shift her body into this position. First her eyes wet from the heat around her, and then the tears came, except it was from realizing what was happening now. The enemy was only more jubilant that at last the family of restless demons, who did not surrender for so long, bowed before him in an instant, and in such an easy way he had to achieve it, and only teased his victims, thinking aloud about who he should kill first, the son or daddy. Hoenn raised his eyes, but his head did not move. His pupils read the last decisive breath and the second that separated him from a rather insane act. He himself could barely make out anything from the blurring in his eyes, but the energy came with a new wave. It wasn't much, but it was quite ebullient. It could allow for the final push he would have wanted to make as one who led his family, for his dead wife, for his beloved son who had suffered just as much in this uneven battle. He clenched his teeth in anger and stumbled straight into the point of the sword that was thrust in his direction. But he didn't care about the pain he felt with renewed vigor. His heart was pounded on the weapon like meat on a skewer at a party. Wu Jun was too late to shout to his father not to do such a thing. His face no longer even a bit like the face of a warrior who had overcome more than one danger. More like a little boy who didn't know what to do in such a situation. Climb after his parent or continue to watch the torment. Agonizing no less. Hoenn was almost close to the enemy and demanded with a serious tone to let go of his son. The man even wondered if the demon was feeling pain now. He was ignoring the fact that he had a sword with extraordinary abilities inside him. The shadow wiped the blood from his face, taking such an act as insolence with disrespect, which it actually was. Asked who had even given the general the right to presume and demand such things. Immediately calling Ho a brat, abruptly pulled the weapon from his flesh. A new portion of blood leaked out along with the blade. It was surprising that from such wounds the man still had anything to leak from his body at all. Hoenn fell to his knees and twisted himself so that he wouldn't feel the hellish pain so much. He already looked like a piece of unkillable meat in his own blood. His opponent was standing over him, and in the blink of an eye, he stated that he had already changed his mind over his proposal and the victim's recent actions had provoked it. Closing his eyes, with a haughty look, the blonde decided to make an announcement that would be completely obnoxious to the demons, especially the family that was right now confronting him directly. But he was interrupted by loud prolonged screams that heralded the attack. Wu Jun, who had already seen nothing but his father's murderer, was flying at him with his fists. His anger was unbounded. It seemed that just a little bit more and he would turn the enemy into a bloody mess. At least that's how it seemed to Wu Jun himself. But the man also responded to his fervor with the same weapon. The blade of a glowing sword passed through the demon, and the final target that remained unattained said that it looked like a new game was starting, and you could tell from his voice that he wasn't going to come out of it defeated either. The general's son twisted, but did not scream loudly from the pain, only quietly moaned and began to breathe heavily. The princess, who was watching all this, turned to the recent claimant for her heart and hand. She wanted to hear that everything was all right and nothing lethal had happened. But they had seen the picture themselves, so their minds made it clear that now, in addition to the ignominious defeat, they had also lost two of the strongest fighters, whom everyone had long ago grown attached to and considered members of one huge family. Suddenly, huge chains appeared from the ground. The part that had not yet had time to come out of the ground was glowing with a bright golden color, which made it clear that this was in no way a rescue, but another trick of the enemy. The demons were immediately lifted into the air, restraining his hands and putting his limbs in a position where they would soon just start to get stiff, bringing more torment. The real guy stood and watched it all from the sidelines, rejoicing over his victory and admiring such an unpleasant picture. He imagined himself as a little boy in front of a bunch of kittens and cats hanging by ropes, among whom there was even a mother and son, his sick fantasy playing full swing, and his sadistic tendencies injecting more cruelty into his blood. The weapon began to move everything inside of Wu Jun. Now this one couldn't hold back a loud shriek of pain. Such a huge wound was on his torso, the place near his ribs. The guy was exhausted, spitting out blood without even making any effort. He just had to open his mouth for the viscous scarlet liquid to flow out in a stream. He had no strength for more. His eyes were slowly rolling back, foreshadowing his imminent death. And the shadow continued to taunt, smiling, saying that he wanted to see how much the demon who had been so fierce until recently would be enough. He didn't care about anything, even the blood that flew onto his silhouetted face. The blonde was serious, though inside he was already doing a victory dance. He turned to the dragon and ordered it to approach. With him he changed the tone of the pitch many times, for he knew that this beast would resist, and killing it was like getting rid of a very valuable material. As much as the magical entity didn't want to, it had to approach the self-named master, which it did, obediently lowering its head and listening to the next order from its new master, though said with a casual smile against his chains that it was time to prepare for the assurance of the celebration. It sounded creepy as hell, especially realizing that he was calling the celebration all the things his own shadows had just done to the demons. Guy crouched down and contacted another squad of the human army, summoning the deputy captain, saying that they should have played with the lives of mostly innocent creatures by now. Again the same nasty grin covered most of his face. He asked to tell the entire army that they were starting to move out and immediately cut the connection by pressing a button. But no sooner had the connection broken than an unfamiliar voice appeared in the eavesdropper, bewailing the fact that his opponent was so tough and then asking how dare he rebel at all. The blonde didn't understand what was going on or what it all meant. He decided to ask who was on the other end of the line, but in response he only heard a question about where Bao Li was and where he could have gone. But judging by the agitation of the voice on the other end, if he did not give him an answer, he would not get a clue who it was. And only the human soldier wanted to give the answer that he was here. This phrase was picked up by someone from behind, which made such an incredibly cruel and fearless sadist flinch. It was completely unexpected, so the warrior turned to see who it was that had decided to call out to him so boldly. It was Gan Leo in a whole new guise. He was now a demon lord. He thought that the blonde man had already realized the situation he was in. The guy was walking confidently towards the enemy who had slaughtered half of the race. He didn't think that this man would take over, and he acts like a pig, although even this animal seems to be more human than this bastard. If you look away from such a fierce new hero and look behind him, you can see a pile of human corpses that were scattered in a completely random pattern. The fire raising smoke and dar into the air. A shadow fell over the demon's face. He had killed all these warriors. This was revenge. Revenge for all those maimed and killed by the enemy and his soldiers. So let him not be surprised. In front of him stood a huge dragon, on the nose of which the soldier sat, having taken the demons captive with the help of chains, and they stretched golden ribbons in different directions. The rain continued to fall. The thunder subsided. Only the lightning on the spine of the beast reminded of it. But the blonde didn't seem to understand anything, only looked questioningly at the one who was throwing such loud phrases, and raised an eyebrow, asking the uninvited guest to explain himself. The ash-haired demon looked up at the one who had shown all his beastliness in its most open form, and said that it should have been guessed long ago that beasts would forever remain beasts. The deeds of this insolent and vile face were grave sins to be held accountable for, and since he didn't want to take responsibility for it himself, Gan Leo was willing to show him a lesson. But the enemy did not appreciate such a pathos appearance, only covered his eyes, said that it was just another scum. The sword immediately began to spark again with lightning, with which he had already interrupted a good half of the demon race, and decided that it was time for the guy to die, and could hide from such a fate, but now will have to suffer, and moved incredibly fast from the back of his new beastie closer to the new opponent. He became a lightning, as nimble and invisible, leaving only bright light and painful burns. His eyes were wide open, frantic like a shot dog. The guy was a couple of centimeters away from Gan Leo, with a wide swinging kick and sword in his hands. He was intent on chopping off his enemy's head, and was confident in his actions, already feeling the blood of the enemy on his lips, which only made him more eager to start releasing the demons insides. But unfortunately, the glasses couldn't determine the guy's strength, and the guy himself was too overdoing his dreams and reveries that he only tasted his own blood from his nose, which was where Gan Leo's fist hit. The sword flew from the man's hands and he himself slammed into the ground with such force that rocks rose from their seemingly eternal place, and the reborn demon only added strength to his arms. He began to crush the throat of the one who was doing all this atrocity with all his strength, and the victim didn't realize what was wrong with this guy at all, why he was so strong, and you can't see exactly how much. And Gan Leo wasn't going to sort out who was the stronger of the two. All he wanted was to get down to the business he had so suddenly with the extermination of his new family. Gan Leo reprimanded, mutinied, committed adultery with their women, robbed and murdered comrades, and was left to determine where to begin to punish such rottenness. The bloodied soldier of the human army, all battered and abrasion covered, didn't know what he was even talking about, as if he was not involved in all these acts at all. Near the guys who were playing for not life, and one was already almost near the border with death. Another human soldier lay covered in blood. His eye was watering, blood was trickling from his nose. He knew there was something wrong with this demon, and he'd noticed it since the first time he'd met him, and he realized that this one seemed to know people well. A little earlier in Yungo, the battle zone had something going on. The brunette was holding a woman hostage, and the ice puppets who were bullying everyone, even the smallest, were ordering everyone to be killed. He was pulling his lustful lips right to the demoness. There was already an excited blush on his face, and the girl realized what was waiting for her and that she had nowhere to go. So she was sobbing, trying to resign herself and forget herself to skip the part where she would feel the pain and shame. And as soon as the guy's cold copy pulled the little demon, who was worried about his beloved mother, the man shouted that it was worth remembering that this little one was not to be touched. After that he licked the hostage's ear and expressed the opinion that he wanted his son to see his mom being played with. It was a real atrocity that could only be found. The woman clenched her eyes, clenched her teeth, trying to get out of the hostage's hands. Suddenly there was a thud that heralded a sudden abrupt change in the poleness. The demoness so resigned to her fate that she had long since gone limp and did not resist, even as the man loosened his grip and looked away at the simmering that was going on not too far away. It was Gan Leo, who turned the ice puppet into a pile of small pieces of ice with a single blow. A child was standing nearby, looking admiringly at his hero, but his caution was not abandoned. Too close the blow rang out. The man then only sighed heavily at the fact that another demon had come to him who thought he could defeat a soldier. Then he launched cold crystal ribbons directly at the enemy. They were sharp, so the villain wanted the demon to taste the fullness of such a dangerous weapon. The little iceman turned into a huge big guy who writhed over the senior and junior demons. It was an A-rank ice puppet, except the reborn guy wasn't scared and didn't even retreat a single step. The enemy was cheering. He realized that no one could handle this monster. This puppet had half of his blood and strength, so let the self-proclaimed hero not hope to continue his life. But it wasn't like that. The guy was already advancing faster than the wind. In accordance with his rank, his eyes were angry. He was swinging his fist and wanted to deal with his opponent as quickly as possible. His hand crashed into the huge ice monster, but he felt no pain. Only the ice on his opponent suffered, though from the density of the enemy, it was quite possible and most likely logical that it would be the demon's bones that would crunch. This large block of ice scattered, and the demon continued its so-called flight directly at the brunette, who stood in shock at what was happening and the speed of events, so froze from surprise, unable to do anything. As he screamed out of shock, opening his mouth wide, enough time had passed, especially for the enemy to get too close. Immediately, Ganlio's hand went straight to the man's cheek and successfully grabbed his face. But he didn't stop and threw his opponent a decent distance away with incredible strength. The soldier's health on the scale was almost completely depleted. He himself did a couple somersaults in the air. The blond man successfully used a crushing A+ rank punch followed by 500,000 experience points. And behind him stood the rescued girl who had been held hostage by the horrible man until recently. Right after that, a notification appeared that Ganlio's level had increased to A12. 12 reinforcement points had been obtained, 132 additional points remained, and a new skill had been added. The skill that allowed him to copy the skills of his opponents was unlocked. It had no effect on the system. It was too sweet an ability not to use it. It was in this way that Ganlio had achieved that the opponent had almost lost his breath, and the mother and son family were together again. The demon still glared menacingly at his opponent. He thought it was time to finally learn the whole truth. He picked up a defeated enemy who was all swollen and asking what had happened to his army. But nothing could be understood clearly because of his damaged face. The 511th unit was originally led by Sha Fengliao, and the deputy was Wen Hua. He recalled that day. A beautiful celebration. This was about half a month ago. The deputy had given a banquet in honor of his engagement. He had just a charming girl, beautiful and smiling. That was the day the brunette decided to act. Captain Sha Fengliao was not present at the banquet that day, which gave him and that ugly blonde man with the facial tattoo the perfect opportunity. While everyone was drunk, he and Shin Jibiao sneaked into the deputy captain's camp. They tied him up, and then told the plan that they wanted to frame the captain. Allegedly he was receiving bribes. All the things the guy then had already taken away. It is better for the drunken fiancé to sit quietly, so as not to be worse. The girl they also twisted. Shin Jibiao asked to be allowed to become captain, though judging by the look on his face, he was more of an order to do so, and then decided to bribe by saying that he would then appoint a hostage as his deputy. He tried to coax to oppose Youngguo together. The bound man was annoyed and angry. The fire was yelling at the guys saying they were crazy. It was against the rules. It seemed like he was just being laughed at. That was how they realized that that kid didn't have much brains. He refused to go against Sha Fengliao, but the brunette said that he definitely didn't come here to bargain. He himself hovered over the bride, and the bride seemed to have guessed from the scoundrel's bare torso what was waiting for her. He immediately started raping the girl, and Shin Jibiao laughed at this, reminding the hostage who demanded to release his already wife that tonight was the first wedding night. His eyes filled with madness and dark energy surged out. He promised that he would finish the bastards off for this. Just a little more and the guy holding him would get hurt. But at the same moment his eyes became fixed with blood drinking from his mouth and his face was covered with cracks. It was the effect of the poison that was put into the alcohol, so it didn't work. The victim of all this only had time to see the knife stabbed into the floor, under the phrase that it was simply futile to continue resistance. Just then, Shin Jibiao's shadow also appeared with sharp skewers in her hands, and the blond man asked again if the man would go against Sha Fengliao with us. He realized that there was nothing to hope for after such robbery and violence of his wife, but just in case, he asked again. And he was absolutely right. Before, not long ago, happy husband rushed into the blood anger and rage. He simply sent the vile soldiers. It was shameful that these two were in the same troops with him, much less invited to the wedding. The big man lifted the blanket with a crazy smile. Wen Hua was not afraid of death. That's why he died. except he was not alone, but together with his dear wife. His body was a pile of sharp swords, and his bed in already dark blood, all because they refused to defile Sha Fengliao. While the soldiers could only speculate what had happened and didn't know whether to call someone from the medical room, Shin Jibiao pretended to see this picture for the first time. They left Sha Fengliao's frequently used items at the scene, and was not ashamed to lie straight to his eyes that when he arrived, Wen Hua sighed one last time, and suggested that the man must have been in a great hurry. Leaving the murder scene, the blonde put all the blame on Captain Sha Fengliao. He then led the army straight to Sha Fengliao's camp and prepared to deal with him. He and the other soldiers would head forward and try to stop the fictitious criminal. No one would have thought that Sha Fengliao would no longer be in the camp. No matter how much they searched, there was not a single clue or trace to the whereabouts of this man. He had most likely thrown himself on the run, which Shin Jibiao confirmed for everyone. Even the equipment and weapons he always carried with him remained in the camp. Shin Jibiao then requested a search warrant from the so-called god on the grounds that Sha Fengliao had been found to have prepared a mutiny, raped his teammate's wife, and fled after committing murder. The blonde man took his sword, thinking it suited him better. Sha Fengliao on the other hand became an army sinner, and no one even thought to deal with the fact that it might not be true. Before the war, the army changed its leader, and of course Shin Jibiao was put in that position. He was now the supreme commander on the recommendation of his own father. And this wolf in sheep's clothing everyone rejoiced and applauded, as if he was a real hero. It was a real holiday, but no one from the army did not suspect that behind the beautiful picture lies a terrible and horrible secret. Kotorub very quickly revealed someone who was just as involved in all this. He was tied upside down and wondering why the demon was interested in human affairs, as if suspecting something and was too close to what Gon Leo was hiding. But the man didn't answer the question and asked a counter-question. He was worried about what had happened to the others, whether no one else understood anything. Then the hostage was not afraid to laugh, even seeing the knife in his opponent's hands. But he was not laughing at Gon Leo, but at these fanatics they were talking about. They were resisting, but here they were already sacrificed. The brunette couldn't understand such a thing. He should have behaved differently, and sincerely didn't understand why the army had such a system. And as soon as he was done, he demanded to be released, not afraid to say that, seeing the cold weapon, and immediately tried to negotiate. Say, if they let him go, he could talk to Captain Shin. Maybe he would let the demon live. And he paid for his insolence by having Gon Leo still slit his stomach, releasing blood. But he only shouted and called his opponent a bastard, blaming him for the act. He began to mourn for his treasure, and kept yelling to be released as soon as possible. And he was very lucky. From another cut, Gon Leo was distracted by a girl who needed the general. There were tears in her eyes. She slipped the combat uniform he had given to General Wei Ming. He had kept it for the blonde man. The man had predicted that there would be a crisis, so he asked her to give this to the young general. The girl handed the package into the hands of the guy, asking him to take the equipment and run away. He said Gon Leo is the last hope of the demons. No need to die in this battle. The demoness tried to wipe the salty tears from her cheeks, adding that she had literally just received a message from General Wei Ming, and the assumptions themselves flew into her head that something must have happened to them. The guy put on the armor he got as a gift and a sign of respect. It was like it was emitting black energy, so dense, similar to real oil. This appeared to be the equipment of the Demon Lord C rank. It included a demon mask, which increased the power of the elements. General characteristics: physical strength. Armor was created from the scales of the demon, which allowed once to avoid a fatal blow, as well as a little better resist all the negative effects. Demon weapons had the skill of demonic transformation, can change the form of embodiment. Wind demon shoes allowed you to move faster and increased the opposition. Passing by the scum from the human army, he activated the demon transformation skill. His clothes began to change. Suddenly he was followed by the same girl who had given him this form, shouting that the exit was completely in the other direction, not where the guy was headed. But the demon, without turning around, informed him that he was not going to run away, and he was not just pulling the body of a man behind him. He completely calmly and coldly held the scoundrel by the hair, intent on going to Shin Jibiao, while the defeated warrior with a swollen face called him sick because he doesn't even realize that he can't stand up to him. It was more like a cry of despair at being subdued, therefore threatening that the blonde would nail Ganlio. Therefore he should pray. In the present, however, things were completely different. The demon almost connecting the man to the asphalt. You could only see sparks from the human soldier. And the question of why this guy was so interested in humans. Now the brunette was even more wondering who he even was. Only now he was mostly wrapped up in panic, looking at the fact that Shin Jibiao was about to come to an end. But he began to doubt his compatriot's abilities early on, as he used his strength to move a dozen meters backward out of his enemy's grasp and then into a fighting stance. He gripped his sword tighter, knowing full well who he was dealing with and that he had to give it his best if he didn't want to be pinned to the ground again and almost defeated. The goggles appeared on his face again, whether the old ones had been repaired or they were new ones created by the ability. The blonde kept trying to apply the skill and consider the characterization of his opponent, and he partially succeeded. It was an elite demon of a plus rank who had the highest strength score, but the others wished for better. The guy was shocked by this. He realized that now it was his chance to prove his strength in absolute glory. This surprise for a second was reflected on his face. He began to smile. Other than strength, the rest of the characteristics were too low, which to Shin Jibiao was like solid garbage. It was just an ordinary elite rank demon, with a speed of 1,477 units, half that of a human-facing demon. Shin stood there and did nothing while his subordinate shadows created by skills headed forward directly at the enemy. While the incredible strength of the ability moved on Ganlio, the captain thought that his opponent all he relied on was just luck, and certainly made sure that it didn't befall him. It wouldn't take long for the demon to stay like this. Shin's shadow was already quite close to the demon general, and soon two more approached. But surprisingly, Ganlio didn't budge, as if he was a statue that wouldn't feel any pain. It was a deception. The demon struck at his opponents with an open motion, hitting each one. It seemed to leave a bright blue light from his movements. A shadow slid across the ground a decent distance away from Ganlio. The man didn't understand what was wrong. After all, he was supposed to be much stronger than the demon with whom the two were now direct enemies. This really scared the captain of the human army. Only now that one of his strongest moves was able to strangle someone whose characteristics were much less. The guy wondered who this demon even was. And Ganlio, in his new, more aristocratic and higher-placed image, was not intimidated and decided to take his turn to attack and teach the scoundrel a lesson. Shin took a break. He was trying to evaluate, this time objectively, the abilities of himself and the guy who opposed him. Himself, his physical real body hidden behind a huge dragon. He wasn't happy with this arrangement. Judging from Ganlio's strength level, the values were very good, and it was annoying. And especially strongly that the characteristics of the person by value much better, and there was no logical explanation for it, so the nerves and began to shake. The first sign was drops of sweat. The blonde was scrutinizing his moisture, trying to figure out what the catch was, and after some vision it came to him. In the characterization that was shown to him, there was no information about rare, the number was simply hidden. And while Shin was trying to figure out what was wrong with Ganlio, and why access to his relics was unavailable, the demon, having copied the enemy's ability, was able to examine his stats in full. The stats were indeed stronger than the original characteristics of the demon general, except that such strength was due, for the most part, to the equipment that added them. Shin looked at his sword. The demon's strength was 4,102 units, but thanks to the human's weapon, he had 1,322 units more, so doubts about the weapon's serviceability shouldn't be alarming. The speed was the same. The enemy had a much lower speed, so the answer lies not in this characteristic. As he calmed himself with this, Shin seemed to have forgotten how he had just screwed up, relying only on the numbers he knew, and relying on the fact that the demon was no match for him in speed. He decided not to hesitate to attack. The guy immediately shifted into his strongest and fastest form, became dark, and only his eyes and elements of his clothes lit up with a bright yellow color, releasing lightning bolts that turned into real flames. He became incredibly fast and in a split second was already behind Ganlio almost closely. It was finally time for him to play as well. Except the game didn't last long. The demon abruptly grabbed hold of a fast opponent moving towards him and, so to speak, helped him cover the distance faster, just a little more than he had originally planned, flying the victim. Ganlio jumped on top of the shadow and started beating it up. The other abilities stood at the ready but didn't attack. Seeing what was happening to someone like them, Shin Jibiao clutched his head, unable to believe what was happening. This simply couldn't be. The question of whether the opponent had any stealthy skills surfaced, and this only slowed down and worsened the situation during the fight. Seeing Gon beat up the strongest of the fighters, the blonde began to realize very well that he shouldn't have relied on second-rate data. The secret lurked in the fact that there was a new title, Demon Lord. All characteristics get an additional one-time bonus, which allowed them to not be detected, while the demon was getting the creation of the man's power. The man was incredibly angry. Shin Jibiao wanted to prove that Gon Leo was by no means omniscient. Thunder rumbled in the sky and lightning bolts descended to the ground again, heralding a new wave of attempts by the blonde man to deal with the enemy. He was eerily at odds with what was happening now and at the end of the fight with him losing, and that was why there were several shadows heading straight for the demon now, burning with the lightning light from the sky. They were elusive. Madness enveloped Shin Jibiao's puppets. Like himself, it was his reflection in several of the puppets. And while the blonde still couldn't believe what was happening, Gon Leo, despite all the speed of the enemy clones, was able to grab them and continued to chew on them as if he was fighting the weakest opponent. And only his face displayed the seriousness of this fight. Not only his hands, but also his legs, which were used to deliver blows that forced his enemies to fly away to a decent distance and pause the fight. The guy punched his fists through the heads, not allowing the shadows to move a centimeter closer, because every centimeter counted and could cost the life of the demon general. Gon Leo only slowed down when he was convinced that the last opponent in this round had scoured the ground with his back, and to attack again he would have to take some time to at least stand up. And then he glared menacingly in the direction of the main scoundrel, who actually managed it all. He would like to get to his main goal quickly and leave with victory in his hands. But even then, another annoying Shin Jibiao clone got in the way. They were getting stronger and stronger each time, and this one posed an even greater danger. He was desperate, once again convincing himself that the demon's speed was no match for his, thus trying to set himself up to win this already protracted battle. Suddenly the one he was addressing appeared behind him. The shadow was in shock. He barely managed to see any movement behind his back, proving once again that he was wrong about speed, and it cost the ability to not bleed easily. Gon Leo was able to throw his opponent into the sky with a seemingly simple movement. Shin Jibiao covered himself with his mystical doppelgangers. It had finally reached him that he couldn't see the enemy's true characteristics, but his pride still made him doubt, and immediately decided that it didn't matter at all what characteristics there were. The blonde wasn't going to leave this battlefield as if he didn't realize that he was already on the losing side for now, but he sent his abilities to the right points anyway. One of the shadows moved straight to the princess. Things would be different now. He was trying to snatch victory through blackmail. Therefore, he fondly reminded that after all, Shin Jibiao had an associate of Gon Leo as a hostage, and to further tease, shouted to the demon as if he couldn't hear that they had his mistress, so he shouldn't get in the way at such danger. After that she grabbed the girl hard in the chest area, and she cried out in pain, trying to draw attention to herself. Wu Jun was watching all of this. He was annoyed that this guy couldn't be defeated and was using such sneaky tricks. It was just disgusting and caused him to not understand why he would do such a thing. Shadow pulled even harder on the chains, and looked provocatively at his opponent, trying to see if it would play an important role for him. The princess seemed resigned and tried not to make a sound, so as not to give her enemy an extra reason for pride. But it didn't work on Gon Leo. He was well aware of these tricks, and yes, they pissed him off just as much, but there was no way he could fall for a cheap provocation. And the fact that pissing off the demon general didn't work, he threatened to end everyone here now. Along the chains that the guy was grabbing, lightning bolts of electricity were shooting out, hitting all the hostages. The first to be dealt with was Wu Jun, whose body was pierced with hellish pain, and there was nothing he could do but scream. The exhausted son of the former general hung down and only his arms remained up because of the chains. The princess did not suffer the best fate. It was very hard to breathe because of the same metal ropes that were being tightened tighter and tighter. It was hard to watch from the sidelines and stand idly by, wanting to either help or run away from such a horrible sight. Shin Jibiao watched with a devilish smile and shouted for Gon Leo to start already, or else it seems like he had long ago lost all his ambition. That's when the blonde pulled once more on the chain, thus bringing more pain to his opponents who were already subdued. He reported that although Gan Liu was fast, he was alone, which was clearly not his advantage. Shin Jibiao also added that if a guy dared to save one of his friends, then no matter how hard it was, the other one would be killed in a flash, because there were many more enemies and the lives of the demons were now in their hands. He looked at the demon, who had a look on his face that said he was already angry and ready to continue this fight, and only fueled that rage with the question of what Gan Liu would still choose from the options offered. The guy clenched his hands into fists, from which a dark liquid was already pouring down, which was smoking on top of that. And it was pretty obvious that such a principled demon would make his own. No one proposed option, and this option included the part with the fight. And right now, completely pissed off, the demon was striving towards the enemy. His eyes seemed to display anger. Shin Jibiao was shocked. He didn't believe until the last moment that Gan Liu would dare to take the risk and go for it. So for a while, he froze in place from the surprise of the turn. Wu Jun also didn't expect things to turn out this way, so just by shouting, decided to help make a choice, and asked that he didn't hesitate to save just the lady, sacrificing the guy. Gan Liu only increased his speed and put his hand forward, bending his fingers so that his index and middle fingers remained unfurled. He grabbed the shadow by the nostrils with his fingers and made it very painful so that it would realize who it was messing with. Even though this method of fighting was ridiculous and somewhat childish, but not in strength, Wu Jun hadn't expected their counterpart to pull something like this. But what surprised him even more was the speed the demon was moving towards the enemy. And only then came the realization that if the blonde had targeted the enemy near the general's son, he was saving him. And so Gan Liu launched Shin Jibiao's ability into the air, and in a split second, the glowing body landed headfirst into the floor, breaking the ground and raising dust. The demon's chains broke behind his back, and he screamed at his savior, not with words of gratitude, but with a question as to why his life had been preserved, reproaching him for having chosen the mistress. But then Gan Liu turned to the inquiring demon and asked a counter-question about who even said that only he was saved. And then the interlocutor turned towards the princess, and saw a strange picture. She was being carried away in her arms by a huge monster. It was a puppet made of ice, a demon general of a plus rank. There was a shadow on the tip of his sword, and he himself had broken the shackles of the mistress. The puppet began to swing her sword, thus cutting all the enemies into small pieces. This weapon was incredibly huge and dangerous. It seemed that even such a big guy couldn't handle it properly. Gan Liu then stood behind this behemoth's back, and after drawing its attention to himself, he asked it to help him. The chains broke very quickly under the force of the ice blade's impact, releasing a loud ringing sound from the rings. The guy whose ability it was could only raise his head and was surprised at the sight of the puppet, and didn't understand how it was possible, how the enemy was able to learn such a skill. The battered human army warrior still couldn't understand. Wasn't he the only one who could use this skill? How could he even do so? But Shin Jibiao decided not to lag behind. He aimed his ability that swung his weapon at the ice giant, hoping that as long as the puppet stood back, he wouldn't notice anything. Except it was a wasted effort. A huge monster-shaped closet grabbed the shadow by the head and started swinging its body around like a baseball. The puppet nearly mixed the body with the concrete they were standing on, hitting and then pushing it into the floor. And Gan Liu noticed that the puppet had the same strength as himself. As it turned out, when he unlocked a new skill C rank, he got the ability to copy any skill in the enemy's attack, so it did not depend on the element. Then that Gan Liu and wondered what skill to copy. And now, in his new form and in the rain, the demon realized it was the right decision. He hadn't missed. It finally came to the brunette that his opponent had simply copied this ability, but somewhere inside he hoped that wasn't the case, realizing that they were now finished. Blood Ice Puppet is a newly learned skill. Although it is very powerful, there are still weaknesses. One could put in all the power to create a mighty warrior. The puppet will have the same strength as the master, and right now, this huge hulk was facing several of Shin Jibiao's shadows. The first weakness is that you need the element of water to activate the skill, and the previous master knew each of them perfectly well since he used it so often. The second weakness was that it takes blood to create puppets, and blood is not a small amount. The puppets need to feed the power. And since Gan Liu said that the puppet had such strength, in that case, the volume of his blood was incredibly large as well. He looked at the demon, who didn't have an ounce of worry on his face, much less the pain of blood loss. When all the puzzles in the brunette's head came together, he spent the last of his energy to warn the captain not to fight the puppet equals it's not worth it. Shin Jibaotut hid behind the ogre tree so that he was the one who couldn't be seen. Only the puppets created by his ability, while his comrade continued to tell him that Gon Leo was using his skill, and then gave the advice that it was better to hit the demon himself now. He was weakened now. But the general of demons, as if he did not hear that against him now build a new plan. But the enemy all perfectly heard. For him everything became clear and inside again appeared hope that not all is not lost. The shadows had also changed their tactics, deciding that a single blow would now be enough for the boy to be finished. And from their faces one could guess what they were going to do. But it was as if Gon Leo paid no attention to them. Though it wasn't like that at all. He stood with a face as nonchalant as possible, even somewhat playfully indifferent, realizing that the PGO fortress wouldn't go down that easily. The general stood with his back to his opponents, one of whom was heading towards him with incredible speed, throwing out a bright lightning light, and if he was completely silent, it was hard not to notice him by the bright glow. It passed through the demon, stitching a yellow streak through it as if it were a golden thread. This was the final blow in Shin Jibiao's opinion, but not in Gon Leo's opinion. The burning shadow tried to break on the knee it had crouched on after such an attack, not even noticing that the enemy behind it had not fallen, but stood as idle as it stood. And while the smoke and dust were rising up, and Shin Jibiao's ability was jubilant that he finally had victory in his hands, he could not worry and not waste so much of his strength. He did not see the other side breathing full breath like this. The voice that appeared amidst the large number of dust balls belonged to Gon Leo, and coldly demanded his opponent to continue, showing that he had failed to defeat the demon and was too early to celebrate. The puppet was in shock, perplexed at why the guy didn't die. After all, it was done well and correctly, so instead of trying to figure it out, decided to just add the number of attackers. Now several shadows were already pouncing on the demon general from the back, and they decided to use more than one such ability as the one that went in the beginning. The silhouette that tried to be one of the first also decided to strike, only now more honestly, face to face. And they did launch an attack, and the enemy didn't fight back as if it was meant to be. The first shade inflicted a critical measuring only 300 units. The second one was even angrier because his critical damage would be even less, 100 units, no matter how he swung his weapon. Gon Leo looked at the helpless abilities. He arrogantly asked if they still wanted to fight after such a thing, and the puppets were already obviously exhausted. Shin Jibiao was trying to activate the activation of the scanning vision skill. This was his next attempt to correct the situation. He was weighing trying to convince himself that this wasn't all really happening. And looking at his health, the warrior didn't understand where he got so much blood for all these machinations. Meanwhile, the enemy made something glow on his hand, something that looked like a gem. While Gon Leo activated the Heaven Demon illusion skill as well as the ability that accrued 100,000 health, Shin Jibiao once again began to ponder on what was wrong with this demon. The problem was also his character and disposition. They were different from others. A huge dark blue sword began to appear in the demon's hands, and he poked at his enemy, asking him if this was the end of the enemy's tricks. Exhausted, immediately, Shin Jibiao's face changed. He realized that he had to escape. Otherwise, the current him would not win this battle. The forces were not equal at all. He flashed into a bright lightning bolt that rose upward, only to quickly get his feet away from the scene in which they might get hurt. The best option, he decided, was to head just to the sky, where the lightning and thunderstorms continued to bring rigors to the atmosphere. His copies were standing on the ground in the rain, waiting for the master who was intent on creating more puppets because there was a lot of thunderstorm in the sky, and now that Gon Leo would definitely not be able to overcome him. Meanwhile, the opponent clenched his sword hand hard, bumping into the sharp side, purposely to make blood rush out, which was needed to activate the blood ice puppet skill. And afterward, the countdown ability started working. Immediately, it made the icy big guy pay attention to the target Gon Leo had assigned. The guy hoped his new assistant would help, hoping only for him. The puppet sat down near the injured demons that had recently been released, thus blocking them with her back. The brunette lifted his head, looking after his opponents. He blamed himself to some extent. He should have known sooner, or he was too concerned with people's problems. The rain had made him completely soaked, to the point of shivering, and even more shaking added to the excitement over the fact that on top of all of this, the demon knew all of the captain's skills. Gon Leo knew them better than all the human warriors combined and now had an absolute advantage over the entire army. The warrior had begun to guess before, but now he knew for sure that their enemy was not a demon. As long as the suspect with all the anger, he thought everything was no big deal. Whether it was rain, snow, or clear skies, he had enough water anyway. The blood began to dilute with it and huge monsters began to emerge from the ground like zombies, stretching out their arms. The shadows tensed at this sight, realizing that here was the end of them. Each of these spears were at Gan Leo's fingertips. The demon general hummed and looked down with a smile. Finally everything was coming to an end and the battle would be over with a proper winner. A demon with a bunch of ice puppets that emanated a coldness that looked like steam stood heroically in place and wondered if his opponent still thought that he could really defeat him. The dragon, taken captive by the scum from the human army, looked at the whole picture. His soul ached for his fellow creatures, but he could do nothing because it would turn out to be a disaster for him. The ice monsters openly engaged in battle with Shin Jibiao's shadows. It looked more than epic. To the last one could worry about each side. One of the shadows looked in the direction of the huge dragon and asked sternly about why he was standing there and not fighting. But he just stood there, bent over, and wouldn't even look in that direction so no one would see his non-involvement. But while the ability was dealing with his hostage, Gan Leo had already run up to him, almost flying past him. He withdrew his hand to gather his strength. His hand began to be enveloped by a dark energy that looked like ribbons of oil. It was the effect of the heavenly demon's illusion ability. A brass knuckle appeared on his fingers out of nowhere and crashed into the face of Shin Jibiao's copy. It was painful and completely unexpected. Gan Leo was incredibly angry. He furrowed his brows and expressed that he felt that it was time to finally end this battle. Threatening with the iron finger weapon, Shin Jibiao watched all of this from behind a tree, hearing about all of this, and watched those shadows that were his loyal subordinates and allowed such treatment of them. Right now he had no chance of winning a face-to-face duel with him. It was very infuriating not knowing what to do, especially since the smell of losing was already in the air and getting closer and closer. Shin Jibiao had a good idea of what his enemy was capable of. It alarmed him, so much so that he began to clench the sword in his hands more and more tightly. Extremely strong recovery ability, but the attack will still spend health, and the fact that he is not immortal is a fact, and therefore defeating him is quite possible. Muse is a CCC ranked weapon that can store energy. It has the ability to defend itself, and if the blonde man fills the weapon with energy, it can solve everything in one blow. The weapon is strapped to his body, will follow the guy wherever he goes, but suddenly all of his plan was interrupted by someone who suddenly appeared behind his back. It didn't seem like anything at first, and the most important thing was that Shin Jibiao sensed it, but there was too little time to react. It was an ice statue that stabbed the human soldier through. A huge blade with a sharpened end. The one was in a huge shock and not ready to fight back. He touched the sword that was right in his body. Sparks went around the iron. It was incredibly painful, but had to be pulled out as quickly as possible or the end of his life would be even closer. Immediately he disappeared from his then location and moved in a flash with the power of lightning to where he needed to go. Rays of lightning began to pass through each copy created by Shin Jibiao. Thus he chose a safer place to be during such an uneven battle, and of course finally was able to make up his mind. He was squatting, his torso covered in blood that soaked the white clothes. Inside his soul, he greatly thanked his ability for being able to instantly switch between copies because it reduced Gan Leo's chances of killing him to almost zero. And his friend and eternal co-commander in battles only opened his mouth from realizing what just happened. The captain uses thunder and lightning to continuously create copies and pass between them. As long as he doesn't take the initiative and prove himself, the enemy won't be able to kill him. Then he shifted his gaze to how the frost monsters were scattering all of his friend's creatures. Now that the puzzle was put together, the ice puppet has a time limit. No matter how much blood the host has, it is impossible to create copies indefinitely. And then as soon as he could, he smiled, showing the obvious lack of teeth after the fight. He was very happy with the idea that the demon will lose, because the captain of the human army now definitely cannot kill, which he said in his ear, very loudly, so that the enemy heard it. And Gan Leo was just massacring one of the shadows, strangling it. The guy accepted this challenge and asked a rhetorical question, about who said that he wouldn't be able to destroy Shin Jibiao. The copy was already very bad. Before his eyes swam the picture, he could barely hear that the captain of the scum, as the demon had already said, must be punished for each of his crimes. There were already cracks running down the shadow's face that lit up from within. He wanted to say something to his almost assassin, but was prevented from doing so by a tight grip. Back then, when Shin Jibiao was very young and mercilessly abused small animals, he stood over a little white kitten and begged it not to die. In his hands were huge scissors as if they were garden shears. The poor animal was covered in blood and bound. The tailed one barely had enough strength to open his eyes, and his torturer didn't want the furry one to die, just because he wasn't done with him yet. Didn't enjoy the process of brutally abusing a living creature that couldn't just do something in its defense. Gon Leo became utterly cruel to someone who displayed his sadism on those who were innocent of anything. The guy squeezed the copy even harder, and vowed that every crime he committed would return to him many times over. All the pain that had been inflicted by that horribly vile monster inside the body of a man alive. The general of inhuman strength would want to give it back to him in full measure. The shadows were confused. They had all been hurt somehow. Some were missing an arm. Some suddenly had a fur collar, as if all of their master's secrets had been revealed. Shin Jibiao himself became very visibly nervous, not understanding how he knew all this. It made him even more angry. After all, his enemy had already provided too much trouble, and now this. Gon Leo grabbed the shadow's head and began to squeeze it, hoping to flatten it completely, saying that the coup d'etat members had conspired to mutiny, raping women, abusing children, and mutilating fellow soldiers. Only problem is that the death of the scum wouldn't cover all his sins. But right at that moment the shadow's head suffered. It burst like it was just a balloon with water inside. Looks like the guy had found a way to inflict pain because Shin Jibiao grabbed his head. The veins on his face popped out. His whole body was going through cramps and it was hard to come to his senses. He even had his open jaw stuck open. All he could do was scream. The ice puppets tore all of the enemy's copies like paper. So simply and without thinking, Shin Jibiao's squad began to lose loyal fighters. Gon Leo chopped the copy of the enemy in half. The demon wanted the man to feel everything on himself. Finally he would fully feel his superiority over those who had done such horrible things to Now and his people. Everything inside him was boiling with anger. He wanted to repay all the suffering Shin Jibiao had caused to the living, and completely disregarded the one who was lying behind him. K5 Kotor was shocked at how all the events unfolded. The brunette realized that he was wrong. The demon did not plan to kill the captain. He was just taunting and wanted to bring only torment for the enemy side. Shin Jibiao no longer had any strength to endure even a little more pain. The blond man looked like he was the one in the general's hands. He cussed loudly and grabbed his stomach. Immediately tried to summon another lightning bolt. Summoned support and reinforcements. Needed to put in all the energy. Hoped to be full of energy soon. Not much left. With a frenzied gaze, he intently watched Gon Leo's every move, and tried to summon a CCC-ranked weapon, namely a blade. Blood was running down his lips, and the summoned weapon did not appear for some reason. There seemed to be a delay, but immediately he appeared, which made him feel better. He had at least some chance to survive. With a crazy look, the man raised the blade up and said that this weapon would simply exterminate the demon clan, and he would triumph once and for all over all this wickedness, knowing full well that he was doing worse than they were. Immediately, some strange storm rose up as if performed by lightning. It raised dust into the air, and blew away many in the closest radius to the warrior. Gon Leo only waited to see what would happen next and how to defeat it. A small animal with horns on its forehead and a long tail was jumping from branch to branch like a small snowball. Because it was white, he jumped to the ground, hiding in the green bushes and flowers growing wild, trying not to give himself away for someone bigger and more dangerous. The little wonder looked around with its big yellow cute eyes. It must be on the lookout for a trap. As it turned out, the beast was afraid of people, namely the very sadistic Shin Jibiao, who right now was wondering if anyone had seen the Thunder Dragon, and then he was informed that, unfortunately, he had already escaped. The animal itself watched its hunters from high ground among the leaves that camouflaged it. But suddenly a very young guy appeared nearby. This really scared the exotic animal. As it turned out, it was Sha Fengliao in his youth. The thunder dragon hissed and jumped back, fur puffing up and fangs showing from its mouth. But the one it was trying to scare was just calmly eating its snacks without showing a bit of fear. He pulled out a token of crackers and slid it to Fluffy, asking if he needed anything for refreshment, and the little guy wasn't expecting such a generous offer. Sha Fengliao said that recently, a war broke out between humans and demons for the possession of the magic crystal. Many people are starving, and just a guy was worried about it. Now the two of them watched the nature and looked for any danger. The boy would like the war to be over as soon as possible. C was at present inordinately glad that his weapon was at last exactly in his hands and would serve him well. The wounds on his torso began to slowly heal, and it added to the adrenaline and madness. He raised his blade above his head. The weapon was going to slay all demons. Lightning began to swirl over his head and settled right into the weapon. The storm raged around, calling only more of the natural phenomenon's power from the sky. Ganlio watched the whole act and waited for further ones to realize what powers he should use this time. Everything was covered in smoke. Blocking out all the demon's gaze, glanced at the dragon, who was also looking at his fellow dragon and not sure what he should do to get back on his clan's side. Ganlio pointed his hand to the side, the wind enveloping it, and puffs of smoke passed through his fingers. His face was blocked by a shadow. The guy was calling for a comeback, expecting to be able to prevail again. Shin Jibiao raised his blade, as if not paying attention to the fact that his enemy was already ready to confront him with magic. Madness had completely consumed his mind. And then the weapon disintegrated right in his hands, into the smallest pieces. The captain of the human army was surprised by this turn of events. He had already thought that he could win. The remnants of the sword levitating were heading somewhere as if telekinesis was acting on them, and only blue lightning flashed between them. And in fact, the remnants began to gather back into a blade in the hands of Ganlio, who had so brazenly taken his opponent's weapon. The demon grabbed the hilt of the weapon with his hand, thus returning it to its true, rightful owner. Shin Jibiao was in utter despair. It couldn't reach him. How could it be possible? After all, he had bound him to him, and Ganlio only thanked his enemy for improving his blade. Now it was his turn to approach the man and his pathetic. As it turned out, shadows with pathos. He raised his new sword, gathering all the power in his hands, and then abruptly brought it a little farther down his body as an unknown force began to illuminate the blade for his opponent. Immediately, a hurricane rose up and began to swirl a funnel around Ganlio. This was the enemy's last chance to think about washing away. But he missed the chance, for his copies had already been swallowed up in the wind, which was lifting dust from the ground with it. Lightning streaked ribbons in the air, and the bright dome began to expand with each passing second, blinding everyone. Streams of air were directed forward, eliminating all opponents, and so the brunette finally put 2 plus 2 together. Regarding Ganlio's origin, in the form of a dragon was the same small furry unusual beast that the demon, who was still human, had met back then. And he was incredibly happy that Sha Fengliao had returned. Even though he was in a completely different and unfamiliar form, they were already like friends. The shadows that seemed to melt before their eyes were shocked, as was Shin Jibiao himself, who hadn't expected this. They agonized immensely, bringing pain to their master as well, who lost this fight as well. Dark clouds and lightning scattering, the copies disappeared as well. Shin Jibiao sat on his knees surrounded by ice puppets and simply awaited his death, submissively and completely surrendered. Then, out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a blade behind his back and turned there with a frightened face. It was Ganlio, his eyes glowing with anger. The battle was finally over, so it was time to voluntarily retreat, and admitted to himself. 2 years ago, in one of the remote corners of Shenghua State, Sha Fengliao leisurely strolled along the rocky cliffs. Stopped at the edge of the cliff, he stretched out his hand and pointed his finger in the direction of the dense forest below. Then turned to his partner, asked in a discreet voice if he had seen where the demon had fallen. He was only 16 at the time, a young age when courage easily overpowers caution. Beside him stood a real dragon, formidable and majestic. The lad, not hiding his determination, insisted that they immediately set off in the direction where he said the demon was hiding. But the creature didn't like the idea and made a howling sound, and Sha Fengliao scoffed, asking what it meant. Was the dragon pretending to be a dog? And he shook his head that it wasn't. And the guy immediately spread his hands, saying that he already knows perfectly well that a dragon is not a dog. Who would even think so after looking at such an animal? He tried to make the creature who was his most important partner not to take offense at him, then embarrassed the dragon, say many years ago dogs were also friends to humans. The huge thunder dragon, Jita, he shouted, warning that this creature was dangerous, and immediately lightning bolts burst from his body, except they didn't provide anyone with any injuries. The man, hunched over from exertion, loudly and imperiously ordered his subordinate, the dragon, to immediately capture the enemy. His voice trembled not from fear, but from impatience, because he had longed for this victory for too long, nurturing plans and dreaming of triumph over the enemy. Ganlio looked at the scoundrel with a serious expression, reminding him that there was no thunder, so he was completely powerless, so there was no point in bluffing. He put his sword behind his back, glanced briefly ahead, and said with cold determination, as if to say that there was nowhere else to run. There was only one option left: to accept defeat and surrender without further attempts at resistance. The guy didn't listen to this. He realized that the speed of the Thunder Dragon was estimated at 10,000 units. Gan Leo wouldn't be able to overpower this beast. He pulled out one thing and pressed a button. The device gave off a red light for a second. It was one of the trump cards up his sleeve, so he could control and threaten the dragon. He began to command, issuing an ultimatum that the creature must start following him sooner, threatening that otherwise he would blow it up. He inflicted intense pain on the dragon, not releasing the pressure for a moment, the creature letting out a piercing, almost desperate scream as it tried to communicate its agony. Blinding lightning bolts bursting from its spine, illuminating everything around it with bright flashes and tearing the air with deafening booms. Tears sprang from his eyes, not only from the pain, but also from the painful realization that everything that was happening was not of his will. He felt that with every step he was betraying himself, going against those whom he had once created, those whom he considered part of his soul. Gan Leo understood how the dragon felt and was very worried about Jeet. Now he realized that it was coming out that there was a bomb planted in him. It was incredibly cruel. That moment when a person turns out to be a real monster. The boy took off from his seat and rushed towards the dragon, not wasting a second. While running, he deftly jumped on its back, gripping the scales tightly. Without looking back, he shouted loudly orders. Take off immediately, as high and fast as possible, while there was still a chance to get away from the impending danger. Only he was so egoistic, so also a coward, that he didn't even come up with an excuse for his twin, leaving him to further suffer with his wounds on the battlefield while he defended his honor in no small way. The dragon flapped its wings and lifted off the ground, kicking up dust into the air as if it were morning mist, only 100 times more opaque, still settling in its lungs. The guy couldn't accept defeat within himself and left the battlefield, trying to get it into his head that it meant nothing, and those left on the ground already realized that it was just a cowardly creature. He was so sure he hadn't embarrassed himself that he only thought they were all a clan of scum, promising himself he'd never come back here again, and the guy was glad he'd gotten the element. The demons looked after him, the oldest one saying that General Gan's speed was about the same as this dragon, which was unbelievable. The general's son looked at Gan Leo from the back. A lot of thoughts were swirling in his mind. He tried to guess what their new hero was thinking, and even asked it in a voice that didn't hide his interest. Blondine looked after his enemy and clenched his teeth with anger. He didn't expect to waste so much energy that now the enemy just like this washed away from the battlefield. Yes, and the demons couldn't understand why he was doing this and how he could and would he just let the creep go. But it only lowered its head and clenched its fists sadly and angrily, the rising wind developing his clothes and lifting up the remains of whatever lay on the floor. But suddenly, as if out of nowhere, a voice sounded in his head, quiet but clear, filled with confidence, a voice saying that someone still believed in Gan Leo, no matter what. The boy froze. His heart trembled. He instantly recognized this voice, so familiar, warm, as if from the distant past, where everything was different. It was the voice of Jita, the dragon who claimed that there was nothing to worry about. Gan Leo was surprised to hear this. Suddenly the guy threatening the creature sensed something amiss as he was shaken once on the powerful creature's back. The dragon asked if Gan Leo remembered the game they had played before, and immediately tossed the man up so that he fell straight into Jitu's mouth. His jaw snapped shut and his bones crunched loudly, but the soldier did not abandon his threats and promised that the dragon was now a dead man. But now Jit didn't care about those words. The creature continued to mentally communicate with Gan Leo, asking him to continue. The dragon headed downward, picking up speed, saying it was now the demon's turn. The moment loomed like a threat over a warrior like the one in Jita's mouth, only he was now in the demon's body. Gan Leo let a baleful glance at the target that was closing in on him. He was ready for such a game, his eyes shining with confidence and fury. He swung his sword sharply, bringing it behind his back with such force that the air shook. The sweeping motion raised a thick cloud of dust that swirled in the air like a vortex. The wind whipped around him, driven by a single impulse, ready for the final blow. The soldier did not accept his fate, was determined to fulfill his promise, only asked not to be blamed for what he was about to do. The guy released the button he was holding and notified that his hostage was about to explode. A warning sounded from the device that self-destruction was activated and the blast progress was 75%. And the progress grew with every second, so it was already 83%, and then 90, and the dragon did not react to it, striving closer and closer to the ground. Gan Leo became even more focused, as if the outside world had disappeared, leaving only a tense silence and the anticipation of the decisive moment. The seriousness of the situation, which was becoming sharper and more dangerous with each passing second, did not frighten him at all. On the contrary, it only strengthened his determination and inner focus. The guy crouched down with his weapon at the ready. The progress of the explosion had increased to 97%, not much more left before the mass murder would happen, and as soon as the progress increased to 99.5%, Gan Leo managed to make a strike that almost cut the dragon in half. Even the trace of the blade in the air was left behind. That device around his neck had disintegrated into small pieces, shards scattered everywhere. Now there was no need to worry about that horrible device. The thunder dragon collapsed. The landing was not soft, very much the opposite. The dust rose again. It was not clear if the dragon was finished or if this was his plan and the life-threatening device destroyed before its effect or not. Everyone who had participated in this brutal battle sat and watched it all, whether their suffering was over or not. Considering that everyone had suffered from it, the injured soldier with no teeth and a bunch of wounds was screaming in horror and was shocked to see the dragon explode along with his friend. Only, the dragon did rise and stood with the others, looking up into the mist from the dust, where Gan Leo had entered to check on the enemy's condition. The blonde lay on the floor in a pile of blood and wouldn't stop spitting it out. The coughing was only getting worse. He couldn't imagine that his own plan would backfire on him, while the enemy was heading towards him at a leisurely pace, to cries of letting go. But there was no point in hurrying. The fighter was no longer a threat to them now. The blond man lay in a lake of his own blood, with his legs torn apart. He kept begging to be let go, and concurrently wondering why things had happened like this. With bloody hands, he clutched the ground and continued to curse the demon for what he had done to him. And now even revenge was impossible, and it was impossible to focus all the anger on the fight. His only wish was for Gan Leo to die as soon as possible, and in doing so, to suffer the same agony that the blonde had recently endured. He longed for revenge, for his enemy's suffering to be as unbearable and long as that which had recently shaken him himself. Gan Leo remained silent and stared at the immobilized body beneath his feet, not having an ounce of pity for such a bastard, whom he used to consider a glorious warrior. He hovered over the blonde and read the moral that he should have thought earlier. He shouldn't have betrayed him. The last words escaped his lips. The astonished man was without strength at all. Of course, there was no other way, and to understand at all what this talk of betrayal could even mean, and decided to ask again what he meant. Behind Gan Leo's back, the dragon stood and stared majestically at the one who had held him hostage, threatening his life. And now the situation was the exact opposite, only with much greater consequences. He raised the heavy sword that reflected the light of vengeance. He was able to defend, or rather help the Thunder Dragon, and it was time to finish what he had started. And then, when Gan Leo said that if the blonde man saw Wen Hua, let him not forget to apologize to him for that night, it was as if he had revealed his real face, showed his identity that he had in his past life. And now that cripple realized who stood before him, who made him suffer so much. It was Sha Fengliao, seemingly once almost a friend and comrade, or rather a battlefield superior. The shock of that information quickly passed because he was overtaken by a shock of pain, the swing of his sword causing the blade to travel over a body that was already unaccustomed to pain. Sha Fengliao recalled all of the blonde man's sins, inflicting new cuts with cold determination while loudly passing judgment, accusing him of plotting a coup d'état and rebellion, leaving no doubt about the severity of his crimes. Each blow was not only a physical punishment, but also a symbol of punishment for treason against the motherland. That's why he also remembered the rape. The picture immediately appeared in front of his eyes, and finally, for such cruelty he will get his payback. No crime is not unpunished. Sooner or later, fate will pay for it. Gan Leo took a couple more strokes. The blade sliced through the skin and flesh inside, releasing the already residual blood from the body of the soldier who had taken a crooked path. It was retribution for the brutal torture, especially for the former demon general and his son, and for all those whose suffering and death they had never seen with their own eyes, but who were forever etched in their memories as an invisible wound. And then a few more sharp and apt cuts that elicited an unbearable scream of pain. The traitor's skin cut into little shreds, releasing more and more blood. But the most despicable thing this guy could do is to kill his comrades. It's worse than a sneak stab in the back, the act of a shameful rat, who is not capable of a fair fight and is willing to do anything to achieve his goal, despite any values. For all these immoral acts, the soldier was punished at this moment and suffered unbearable pain. His whole body was scarred. He was like a porcelain dish, almost broken into shards. And Leo took on the work of God. In terms of handing out punishment and mercy, there was coldness in his gaze. The demon no longer saw a man in front of him, only a creature like him, but rotten from the inside, so much so that there was no room for anything else. He handled weapons so skillfully that he left no false spot on his enemy. He also had a personal grudge. A traitor took away his own weapon, his G2. This and the listed before proves that the blonde is a pitiful man who doesn't deserve to live. It seemed like it couldn't get any worse for the blonde, but it turned out that it could have been worse. The hungry blade suddenly turned into something hot for him, like red-hot lava pouring straight into his veins. Every touch of the cutting metal was like a burn, penetrating to the very depths of his soul. The demon continued to hurt his enemy, and told him that the guy was facing the death penalty, though the pain he endured was already worse than the execution. It was the end. Every cut he made was a reminder of the days when the blonde might have thought that all his actions would go unpunished. But there was someone who would bring back all the evil. The brunette couldn't move away from what he'd heard, and now he too was well aware that this demon had actually been their captain in the past. He didn't understand how they couldn't notice it before. It's not like he had never escaped from the battlefield before, just like this Leo, who in turn had just killed the boss of the human team and changed history, because of which he had earned 2,200,000 points and was getting rank 4. The level had been raised as well as the status. Meanwhile, the Princess of Men stood near the capsule and spoke to herself, needing to resolve the matter soon. But the girl was actually talking to her soulmate who was in this capsule. The lady promised that his weapons, equipment and dragon would return to him. It was a promise. Everything would be his, as would his chosen one. Of course she meant herself, and had already, sort of, been waiting for this reunion. Meanwhile, people lived on, and only a few could recognize that news had come from the front line. And this is usually important information. As reported to one man, the 511th Division of the 21st Army had been defeated. General Shin Jibiao sacrificed himself, and this man with glasses was his father. He belonged to the Divine Army and his name was Shin Cheng. His voice did not give away a single drop of any worry, so much so that it was not clear whether it was his real attitude to the native blood or just his stamina and inner core did not let him show weakness. He continued his fishing. Shin Cheng inquired if there was a corpse, but as it turned out, it was not returned, and in that case, the father has nothing left but to prepare an empty coffin. He gave the order for the whole world to be told that his son had fallen heroically on the battlefield. But then the float twitched. Immediately the men became active, began to peck. You need to get the catch as quickly as possible. It was hard. Even need help. Standing beside them was a SS rank mage, Shin Jibiao's younger brother, Shin Ling, and he seemed to be the only one who was affected by the death of a family member. Coming to terms with his brother's death so quickly was impossible, so putting a hand to hide the crazy smile on his face with a bunch of scars, the mage promised that he would kill all the demons. Behind the greenery and a large stone fence, a beautiful palace with round roofs and lots of columns was visible. Everything was bright and instilled a sense of the grandeur of the place. This is Fengo's palace. And now another man in black was standing across from the man in yellow and in a split second began to climb the steps to the first man. The demon said that the letter for the Alliance Conference would arrive within 3 days, and then asked if His Excellency had decided on a suitable candidate. Dao Medan represented the demon clan and was the ruler of Fengguo. He thought that this alliance conference was like a public penance, but he could not refuse to participate in the conference. Soon gave his answer that their stage shouldn't give out a plus-rank demons. It's too valuable manpower. but it's too dangerous to go there. Not everyone can come back from the conference. And then the demon who had arrived here changed in expression and tone. He once again asked the question, only more clearly. Had Dao Meiden made up his mind? As it turned out, it was not the ruler of Fengo, but a demon in black who was in charge of the whole conversation. Something began to come out of his back, judging by the shadow, and his interlocutor anxiously asked him to give him 2 more days, and then he would definitely give an answer. But it was too late. The decision could be helped, just not in a good method. The paws stabbed right into the demon sitting against it. Blood splattered across the walls. At the same time in Youngho, demons in a similar form gathered. The girl handed over some letter from the Alliance. She stood with a serious expression on her face and expressed that she didn't think Youngho would go through so much in just a few days. Yongguo sent them support. The princess, still trying to recover from the fight, thanked for the help. She was too exhausted from the recent events, so she couldn't keep her face so dignified. The girl who handed over the letter asked Madame to rest properly and give an answer about the conference participants soon. After all, this was the demon clan's grandest event. Demons worked as hard as people, rebuilt houses in their cities, worked hard to develop. The small arms were pointed towards the entire structure. Magic poured out of them in a violent stream, parting the wind. The kid, although he didn't look dangerous, but his power was decent. He helped in construction, namely destroying what was needed. Using his magic he managed to bring down a high wall. But it was hard on the small body, considering it wasn't a 1-second job. Another worker came up behind him. He asked Tian Shao to rest for a while, especially since General Jian was just looking for him, which the little guy didn't expect in the least. He was given a ride in a wheelchair, completely bandaged. He gave his honest opinion on the fact that he never thought they would have such a young hard worker helping them in the recovery. The boy bowed, and thanked that this demon had transplanted his heart to his mom. A very noble act. The general explained. It had stopped beating in his body because of the explosion, and his mother had just the right amount of time. And besides, the big demon said, besides, he owed him too. He shared the wisdom that there are both good and bad representatives among humanity, in general, as there are among demons. Meanwhile, the brunette begged him to let him go. He would not even come close to the demon clan from now on. But the creatures that looked like dogs were already rushing towards him to punish the creep as well while he begged for mercy. They pounced on the soldier's body and began to tear it apart while the soldier begged that it not be done. And those who do good get rewarded. That's the credo of their poor clan. But his brother violated it in his lifetime, so the general doesn't regret the death of those people, not even his brother. But then he heard a clear and loud no, a denial at his thoughts, an assertion that he was wrong. Tian Shao recalled with a cold look that the general's brother used to be a terrifying demon. Except that when people attacked them, he didn't care about his own health. It was heroic. Memories came flooding back of the general's brother demanding that they act as quickly as possible if they wanted to fix anything. He stood up for the boy and his mom because it wouldn't have held up anyway. But then he met that man, that blonde man, and something seemed to change. He only got more nervous, slipped the capsule into his hands and ordered him to take this. It was inside there that his heart was in there and should leave immediately. The demon himself decided that he would stay. It seemed heroic, though the act was not the most sincere. The boy disagreed with the general's thoughts. He couldn't understand it because his mom's life depended on the man's brother, who was now saved. General Jian was shocked at what he heard. He didn't have such an opinion of his brother and couldn't imagine that anyone thought differently. Called a savior. And then came the moment when sadness crept under his skin to his very heart. Something inside him began to claw at his gut. And something got so sad about everything that had happened. He hung his head and still recognized that it was actually true. And tears streamed from his eyes. He kept trying to deny it. The fact that he missed his brother and didn't understand why he did it. His temper was the same as when he was a child, stubborn and standing his ground as if without thinking of the consequences. The man approached the dragon, saying that the magic element is the most important source of energy for the country's defense in the past 200 years of Youngho's existence. Currently it is the most powerful demon, the hope of the demon clan. The demon carried the cube in his hands and told him that according to the unanimous decision of their 3 great demon generals, this item could only be given to General Gon, because it can promote a dragon to C rank, and help gain extremely powerful skills. It's worth keeping it. But as it turned out, the appeal was not to the dragon but to Gon Leo on his head. He didn't understand why he should keep it. In his opinion, it was better to spend the element on restoring Youngguo. and then shocked the demon with the news that he was going to leave Yungo. It was completely unexpected after what he had done for them. At first it even seemed like a joke, but the guy in the body of a demon understood why he was doing it, because if things continued in this way, no one will be able to kill him, and the soldier needs the opposite effect. He must turn to the people as soon as possible, otherwise they would begin to suffer such a change. Gon Leo reasoned as Nana now. He had some strange feeling inside. The guy belongs to the human race and they belong to the demonic race. They shouldn't have anything in common together. The general realized he was starting to get attached if he didn't already. But his true desire was to become human after death, and demons wouldn't help him do that. But suddenly, the voice of his old friend popped into his head again, assuring him that there was nothing to worry about. Princess Hao was safe. The huge pet promised to stay with him. It was unexpected that at all, this creature would recognize its past master in a new guise and with new abilities. This could not but please the guy. He got his partner and loyal friend, before whom he cannot hide who he really is, and what he needs to achieve. The dragon, on the other hand, cared about where his master wanted to go, and would gladly take him after reuniting with his friend. The old demon looked up into the sky and tried to shout to General Gon, asking where he was going. The wings of the large dragon spread out sharply, blocking out the sun. They were strong and powerful, and at the same moment it got off the ground and began to gain altitude, and its rider was no longer listening to the man on the ground. He was mentally elsewhere. The former general was adjusting his bandaged prosthetic leg. The pain was still felt, but the worst was over. His son sat beside him and didn't look at him at first, a question swirling in his mind that could be quite uncomfortable. But then the lad cast a glance at his father's limbs and still decided to ask something he wouldn't have dared ask of another. The young demon wondered if, after being told when the other prosthetic would be delivered, the general lay with a mask on his face, and reminded his son that this was the third time today he had asked that question. The only question was why. The man began to guess that it was at the expense of one person, a guy they both knew about. The son stood up, threw his hood over his robe and headed for the exit, avoiding answering that question by recommending that his dad get more rest. The red-haired demon realized that the demonic world had changed since he first saw it. He thought about Gon Leo, and now realized what he should have done a long time ago, that this persona was not really a demon. And the thing that disgusted him the most was that which caused anger. Anger at himself for not seeing it for himself, namely who the one he held so close to him on the battlefield really was, who fought shoulder to shoulder not too long ago, and sadly is a deceased person. Quite soon, Gon Leo was already in a completely different area. It was beautiful, with greenery everywhere and the beautiful scenery of the mountains. The boy looked again at the plaque with his sentence that he could only turn back into a human again if he was killed, and suicide didn't count. It made one lose any hope of recovery. No matter how many times one asked, the answer remained the same. But what was more thought-provoking was that Gon Leo's penchant for regeneration made it so that it became less easy to die. But if the blonde could find another C-rank demon lord, he might still be able to die. But previously, the man in the demon's body had only seen the lord in the tower, and that was only once. He had asked the dragon for help in figuring out a way to kill him, and a friend would love to help, but he's a contract creature after all, so it seems a bit odd to help Gon Leo figure out a way to die. Suddenly, loud noises were heard from the mountain they were standing under. Only the demon didn't pay attention to it at first. Rocks began to fly from the heights. From this height they seemed quite small, but it was not at all so, and they were followed by a great deal of dust. And now the huge boulder was almost at the head of the demons. It seemed that they had just discussed the fact that the guy needed to die as soon as possible and now he had the right chance. But then the dragon used its tail to chop the boulder into a large number of small pebbles that posed no threat to the blonde man. Immediately the companion realized what he had done and began to justify that he just wanted to keep him out of danger. And Gon Leo began to shout that there was no need to do such a thing again. It was worth keeping to himself. There was no need to protect him. The dragon sat down, folding his wings. He remembered that his master was going to die, so there was nothing to do. Suddenly, a huge bear jumped out beside him and was already extending its paw towards Gon Leo. This was the second perfect chance today. But then the animal's muzzle was torn from the beam shot. You could see its right eye flying to the side. It was Jita doing it again, and again he was asking for forgiveness for saving the demon, which sounded very strange, except that Gon Leo had already accepted that as long as his friend was around, then nothing would succeed, so sadly just said that it was nothing. It was fine, so there was no need to worry. Soon it was night outside. The moon rose high in the sky, and bright stars accompanied it. A large carcass was roasting on the fire, and there was so much meat that you could feed a whole team. And very soon it was gone. Only a few bones lay on the floor. The fire had gotten smaller, and next to it was only the hide of the beast that had dared to try its luck. Gon Leo had eaten too much, and the dragon had long since curled up and tried to sleep. He went over to his friend and told him to eat too. It was a necessary thing to feel well, alert and frisky. A large rainbow streak appeared in the sky, dissecting the entire dome above the ground, narrowing at the end. It was a cut created by Gon Leo's sword, and it wasn't long before he appeared in it, with his faithful companion standing behind him. With the dawn, they intended to head west to try and find another magic tower. The target was still unclear. Even if there was a magic tower to the west, it wasn't certain that a C-rank lord would be there. Gon Leo completely wilted. He didn't understand what he should do now. It just so happens that humans also live in the west, so the demon has no other choice. But then he heard someone approaching. The guy immediately grabbed his sword but didn't even have time to pull it out. And then the demon noticed the tip of the blade. Gon Leo immediately froze and goosebumps of fear ran across his skin. And then heard a familiar voice that resented the fact that the general left and did not even say goodbye. And this is not allowed. The former general's son notified that Youngguo was throwing a celebratory banquet, but it wasn't clear why the protagonist had so abruptly decided to leave. But the blonde only looked away and asked the guy why he wasn't celebrating the holiday and was wasting his time here. By doing so, he made the guy emotional. He thought he could be the master of the situation now, but it didn't work out that way. And the son of the former general decided to ask the question directly. Who really is the demon in front of him and why he came to them? Gon Leo did not expect anyone to guess, but did not show any sign of it. He stood still, did not move, only analyzing the situation. His interlocutor was angry, but he obviously does not want to kill. That's not why he came here, at least not yet. The demon switched to yelling and began asking specific questions about how the blonde was connected to those people and why he knew so many things he shouldn't. And then he began to finish with arguments about the dragon and the weapon, and almost delivered his reprimand, his exposé, but not in time. Gon Leo beat him to it. He grabbed the end of his sword and proclaimed the fact that he was human, only to take the position of owning the situation. And he succeeded. The interlocutor was shocked, though he knew that it would be confirmed. Or maybe somewhere inside he hoped that he was wrong in his beliefs and everything would turn out to be completely different. The blonde closed his eyes and uttered that unfortunately he wouldn't be able to kill him no matter how hard he tried. It sounded pathetic and like a bluff, but it was naturally not. And he added that it would still be very not bad, to which Wujin didn't know how to react. Fire seemed to spill from his hand. He thought that he was being taken weakly. It was as if the guy's world had collapsed. All this time Gon Leo had been trying to actually die instead of saving him and all his friends. He had saved Wujin in the dungeon and his father, even during the battle with the humans. But it turned out that the imposter had intended to die all along. His hands reached for Gon Leo's throat from the aggression. The only questions he was concerned about were why and why not. And the blonde did not curve his soul. There was nothing to hide. He said that if he dies, he will be reborn as a man. And originally he was from the race of people, but then by mistake got into the body of a demon, and now must die to return to his former state. But in greater madness was the question of why then Gon Leo killed his co-commanders. They could have made the demon's wish come true. He died, might not have saved them all. He could have just waited for them to kill the demons and then run to their doom. So why didn't he do that? The humans could have won. Gon Leo could have become the same person he was before. So why did he help the demon clan? The blonde man looked away and told him that it was more complicated than that. It was all about principles and he thought he had done the right thing. He just can't stand it when someone does evil. It's inherent in his character and it's not about who he was playing for at that moment. And then Wujin's face changed. It was as if he had changed his mind about something that made it even more annoying that these scumbags continued to rampage. He let go of his grip and it wasn't long before he let go of his neck altogether. The imposter turned out to be very honorable. He said that the human race invaded their territory, causing them to lose their lives. And it was the human race that killed the red-haired boy's mother, which left him traumatized forever. Wujin now just hated people and thought that they should die. This anger towards them came from the heart that was once warmed by the one who is the most dear person to every child, Mom. And since the guy across from him was also human, he was also destined to die. At least he thought so. Pi here he realized he'd said something he shouldn't have out loud, and then also something he couldn't get out of himself, which was that he still hoped inside his soul that this guy would turn out to be a demon. Gan Leo stood with a cold and emotionless expression on his face. He could sense that Wu Jun was in tremendous pain right now. The blonde decided not to continue this conversation, saying he had to go now, leaving his interlocutor behind. Dragon was surprised that Gan Leo wouldn't talk to the son of the past general, and the latter answered him mentally about how these were all demon affairs that he didn't want to get involved in, and they weren't friends. Except Wu Jun wasn't going to just let the blonde man go. He revealed that there would be an alliance meeting in a week, which was very important. Gan Leo stopped. He sensed a disturbing note in his interlocutor's voice. Some feeling of pity flirted inside. The general's son went on to say that this was the most important event with 18 countries of the demon race participating. And with that, there will be a tournament, but you need 2 demons from each country and the strongest will be there. It's clear he's telling this to the imposter for a reason. And then he said the most important information for Gan Leo. Even a C-rank demon would be there. And immediately, the blonde man abruptly turned around, and his face was more than shocked. Wu Jun said that if the guy wanted to die, there was already no better chance, so it was worth acting and agreeing to the following conditions. And then he shared a wise thought that even though Young-ho wasn't feuding with anyone, still the opponents shouldn't be underestimated. Gan Leo is generally shocked that it's even possible to kill in the tournament, but as it turns out, of course they have to prove their ambition. After all, Jita looked carefully into Wu Jundi's eyes and realized that they weren't lying, meaning the demon was telling the truth, but the creature sensed something else, and the guy gave it outright at this moment. Young-ho should win in this condition. It was understandable that no one wanted to lose, so he suggested that they should also come forward. If Gan Leo helped Wu Jun, he would help the former to die. He also said that the demon lord was not so easy to kill, so there was no need to rejoice, at least for Wu Jun. The general's son was worried that the line was getting tight and he should already be coming up with something. Except there weren't many ideas in his head. Gan Leo felt as if he was sweating, making a decision, except that it wasn't actually made for long. The pondering was quick, and the guy with a silly expression immediately started shaking Wu Jun's hand, saying they had agreed on everything. The Demon Alliance is a united empire consisting of 18 large and small demon kingdoms, saying that the power of the world comes from the 10 mysterious regions, and the current demon clan owns the so-called second region. The Alliance Conference was held with 2 main purposes, namely, first, the leaders of all countries were convened in a joint meeting to discuss strategies for future development and to unite the remaining demons. Second, to elect the next alliance leader. The election method is to hold something like a competitive contest once every 3 years. And that's the best kind of election. In a world where strength is paramount, it's crucial to identify a strong leader. This was all Princess Youngguo's story, but she said that by now, however, it had become a platform to display her power. The so-called alliance of 18 countries has actually been calculating their own interests for a long time, and there is no so-called unity in the world. In order to win, they will do their best and send the most ferocious demon generals. Out of the 36 participants in the last competition, only 5 survived. This year's 3 powerful countries are Yongguo, Yugo and Lego, and they will definitely send powerful C-ranked fighters. And as it turned out, none of the warriors her father had sent out had been able to return alive, which was saying something about the power of those demons. The girl got up and with a completely desperate face said that it was not too late to fix everything, asked not to leave, to say that they had found candidates among them after all. As soon as she said that, the guys immediately disappeared, even though they had just stood right in front of her. This was a chance for them. Quite soon they arrived. This is Yongguo. In Gan Leo's past life, he had never had the chance to see this place, or else he had always thought that it was just an abandoned house. Their dragon with the capsule where the demons sat was flying over a beautiful city with lots of lights, and the blonde was almost connecting with the glass just to see everything. And then they went for a landing and now everything became even clearer. No one would have thought it was completely different. They were looking at tall skyscrapers and active life in the middle of the dark time of day. Yongguo is a big capital city. The streets were bustling with life and the streets were overflowing with demons. Everyone was rushing about their own business and thinking about their own problems, so they didn't pay attention to each other. The demons we already know have landed with the bitches. It's been a few years, and who would have thought Baidi would change so much? The princess was dressed in a way that didn't say anything about her status. She was thinking about the party to be held in the evening. This was also important. She was telling Wujin and Gan Leo this. But then the girl turned to them, and there was no one there, just an empty space. They were gone. It was getting annoying. Too sudden they disappeared. The boys were already walking around the city looking for anything that caught their eyes. Gan Leo went to the fruit vendor and said that he had never seen so much fruit before. And the general's son thought about the fact that people didn't seem to have seen anything at all. Wujin continued to look at him as his friend, but then he remembered that he would have to kill him after all, which he had completely forgotten about. It even made him feel a kind of sadness. And then he looked at the store in front of which they had stopped. And Gan Leo seemed to care only that this kind of melon with black stripes on a green background he had only seen in books, and it was a legendary fruit. This surprised the seller. He assumed that the guy looked down on him since he had never seen such fruit. He narrated that this thing is called a watermelon, and if a guy wants to try it, he can do it. And while they were figuring out that this plant was grown in a magic field and had the effect of instantly restoring physical strength, what Wujin cared about was that these were all A+ ranked weapons, and he didn't expect them to be mass-produced in some roadside store. He stood in front of a booth with a huge amount of edged weapons. There was everything you could think of. There was even an arsenal with Yungo. From this phrase, the salesman realized that his visitor was from Yungo after all. Their weapons aren't as good as Yongguo's country, no matter what aspects to take, be it national power, resources, economy, land area, but their country is superior to Yongguo in everything. As if mocking him, the vendor guessed that he had come to observe the competition, and Wujin awkwardly replied that he was a participant. Suddenly, the girl standing next to her and choosing a weapon too made a sound, and she was immediately noticed. Now she realized what the matter was. It was a pretty girl, Yuguo's candidate, warrior mage Shang Lin, and she concluded that Yuguo was not doing well at all with candidates since this guy was a participant. Wujin seemed to realize who it was and was embittered at such an inference about his country, and Sang Lin smiled as if nothing had happened and asked her to help her pick out C-rank weapons, then added that everything would need to be delivered directly to the hotel. And judging by how much the girl was willing to pay, the seller concluded that it looked like Yongguo country was really going to have a hard time. She headed for the exit, and a bright pink energy began to emit from her body. The girl as if threatening a new, as it turned out, opponent. Sang Lin replied that she promises that the rivals will fall before Yugo country and she will facilitate that. The demon was surprised at how powerful this energy was. It turns out it was a C-rank demon. He didn't expect to encounter such a thing so close in an informal setting. Soon the boys found the princess and were walking down some glassed-in hallway, discussing plans for the fight. Wujin complained about how arrogant the people here were, but the princess said that it was normal. It was a competition, so it was necessary to perform well. Things are very different from when the meeting of 18 nations was first held. In the past, the countries had roughly the same level of national power. That's why they behaved cautiously towards each other. So far only 3 nations, namely Yan, Yu and Lei, had real power and voting power. The winners of the past few decades were mostly swapped between these 3 nations. The strong will always be strong. Such are the laws. The alliance competition stipulates that the winner can get an advancement stone, which is the fastest way to evolve a C-rank demon. At the same time, the leader of the winning country will become the commander of the 18-nation army, will command the alliance army, and will receive the key to completion. In other words, the winning country will gain more C-rank representatives and national power. The state will get the right to destroy alliance members and access to minerals in the place where the princess indicated on the map afterwards. And seeing this, Gan Leo's face immediately changed after seeing where it was. Now that they were close by, they realized what was there. It was the tallest building in the entire demon clan. When they were already inside and looking around, someone came up to them and started apologizing. It was 2 young demons. The girl was on a wheelchair and they were asking about whether this was Shenbao's hotel. Behind her stood Sang Lin and the atmosphere around her was already heating up. She squinted and it was already clear she was about to explode with sarcasm. Her face was completely displeased. The girl began to resent the fact that too many all sorts of unnecessary people were coming here. Her voice was so bitchy it was hard not to notice. Uschun could not tolerate such a thing. He told the princess that he could not tolerate this girl and asked that he be given permission to finish her off. But the princess asked the guy to calm down, and did not let himself be provoked. If before the start of the game will be recorded aggressive behavior, Otsyan will be disqualified from the competition. And while the son of the injured general and his mistress were arguing about what to do with that bitch, Leo politely replied that it was indeed Shenbao's hotel, and asked if those demons had come to compete. And as it turned out, yes, they were from the country of Yugo. And then the blonde leaned over and asked that if they met in the arena, he should not be pitied, which scared the girl, because with a nervous voice she promised that she would try to do it. And the girl was already tired of being in this chaos, so she asked her candidates to leave already. But suddenly someone pulled her backpack on her back, almost knocking the princess off her feet. But from surprise she didn't have time to react and grab and hold the thing. But the problem was not the backpack, but the fact that it contained their invitations, without which the passage to such an important event is closed to them. And while Leo was curious as to what this technique was, he was very curious. But Woojin had a temper again. He was ready to get into a fight with whoever did this. And then the guy with the girl in the wheelchair asked the blonde to take care of his sister. He was going to fix this situation, and Leo didn't expect to have the care of someone unfamiliar on his shoulders. He covered his eyes and ribbons of blue energy poured from under his eyelashes. They were gaining the strength to give out their full power on this. Then he spread his hands and now everyone could feel this power. It was as if a wind began to rise in the room. Energy was coming out of his eyes, hands, other limbs. The guy felt completely reunited with whatever was raging inside him. The floor around him began to spin like a whirlpool, and the demon had a semblance of wings behind him. And when the strong wind died down, the guy found himself in the middle of the water with nothing around him that he could stand on. And when I opened my eyes they were a crystal clear blue color, and small crystals appeared under my lower eyelid. He immediately got involved, and with a shout of a cloud, he turned sharply in the other direction in an attempt to use force. The guy attacked with crystals just like the ones under his eyes were, only much larger and sharper, which was worrisome. The thief turned around, and couldn't believe that they had caught up with him after all, given that he hadn't taken the backpack away with his own hands. Wondering how that demon had managed to find it, the icicles had already caught up with him and began to envelope him, primarily his backpack. But then he noticed another detail. Small buds of green delicate flowers began to hover around him. And then Woojin appeared in front of him. It turns out that not only that boy had caught up with him, but this demon looked like someone who would not give him a pass and favor. He had a mad face, and with it he leaned over to the thief, letting him know it was time to take his punishment. And the thief started making excuses that he was a participant too, suggested that he would just return all their stuff so they wouldn't get each other in trouble. Leo had told the girl who had been left to look after him that her brother was a great young man, and now realized that he was a rather strong member who could help him carry out the plan. As soon as the backpack was in the owner's possession, they immediately thanked them for their help. The princess was sure they couldn't have done it without these guys, and the blonde guy praised the guy for a pretty good technique, and then asked if this guy was a C-rank demon. And the boy, whose name was Leji, said that he was not. There were no demons of that rank in the country of Yugo, but he would try very hard. Meanwhile Woojin dragged the thief behind him, and he asked the guards to protect him, promising that he would not behave like that again, only to let him go. There was a bit of chaos going on in the main hallway, and it appeared someone had been watching for a while now, only no one had noticed him. They were already conducting identity checks, and the candidates kept coming and coming from almost all countries. A blonde-haired demon, aristocratic-looking, was watching everything with a kind of haughty look, sipping tea and already expecting things to start soon. Quite a few people had arrived at the hotel and were now dispersing down the corridors to check into their rooms. The queue was incredibly long. The princess realized that if they continued to stand like this, they would not make it to the banquet. She looked at her watch too often, as if it would somehow affect their situation. Leo was also already bored of standing in the crowd of people and advancing very sparsely and slowly, except that he didn't panic so much from the fact that there was a chance of not getting into the banquet. And what confused him even more was that it was as if others had not been taught that disabled people should be skipped. This was something you could hear a lot of places. And finally they were almost at the front desk. Their turn had come. Patience was running out. But the princess decided to do the honorable thing and shouted to Leji to let them pass. Let his little sister rest faster. The sibling was very grateful for this act. The woman behind the counter was annoyed. She asked where the documents were. We should have prepared them in advance, but now it's only time to stall, and it already took too much time. The guy didn't understand what the problem was. He had already shown her a piece of paper, and now he was asking if it wasn't it, to which he got the answer that it was just an invitation card, and you need documents to register. But suddenly there was a commotion in the hall. The door opened wide and a tall silhouette appeared. Everyone started whispering. They had only seen this guy on the news, and they treated him in a special way. That demon who had been watching everything only hummed, realizing that it was the same thing every year. They had already brought him a new cup of tea. It was the candidate from Lego, Lin Li, and he was as irresistible as ever, and he was also the most famous candidate, which was why he had gotten such a reaction from everyone. He was more powerful than all the candidates from the 18 states. Next to her walked a no longer young woman. She was not very happy, but she played an important role in this crowd. They moved forward, straight to the front desk and didn't think to stick to the line. But at the same time, they apologized, even though it didn't sound sincere, demanding to let Lin Li and his minions pass. Ji looked in the direction 0 where the sound was heard and turned around to see who it was in general. And then he froze with shock. In front of him stood a big and tall demon, in black and wearing sunglasses. It looked intimidating, but the boy was sure that he was in no danger. But it wasn't like that. That man, who was most likely Lin Li's guard, shoved towards Ji and demanded that he get out of his way, as rudely as possible. He wasn't originally polite. It was just everyone buckling under authority. The girl in the wheelchair became very worried about her brother, but there was nothing she could do. A hand came down on her shoulder to comfort the little girl, and she turned around to see who it was. Gan Leo stood in front of him and he instilled calmness in the girl, the blond man glaring at the one who dared to offend Ji. Lin Li headed past the groom at the counter with an arrogant expression, and she turned to the gentleman, remembering that his mother was sick, and told him to go straight through to the green area and not to stand in line. He put on his glasses and told his brother to go upstairs with his mom and he would come up later, and he immediately agreed, only wishing everyone would back off. Suddenly, Gan Leo's hand crashed into his cheek, and the guy seemed to be completely lost, as if he had fallen unconscious. Of course he hadn't prepared himself to fight back in any way. And then Gan Leo took hold of the girl's stroller and walked closer to the counter, while simultaneously resenting that everyone had to stand in line and there should be no exceptions. And once he was face to face with the girl behind the front desk and demanded to be served immediately. There was a reason they'd been standing there for so long. And that one started to get nervous. She didn't know what to do and she didn't want to get the same as that gentleman. The man who was in charge of everything realized that everything was starting and just started to get more closely into what was going on. Soon to be the most interesting thing that happens almost every year. Between some participants, he was well aware that Lin Li had a title besides his popularity that made him a star, something that everyone around him respected, but it seemed like someone still didn't know about it. I didn't pay attention to it. This guy is the first descendant of the demon clan, and he had already withdrawn from the blow, preparing to take revenge on Gan Leo. He couldn't allow himself to be treated so brazenly. Gan Leo came up from behind and concluded that this guy was very brave to dare to offend his man, but he was not facing him and seemed to be almost boiling with anger. The blonde ignored the guy's words behind his back, which was starting to annoy him. All he cared about was that they seemed to have some mistakes in their evidence. Lin Li then placed his hand on the shoulder of the already enraged demon in front of him, so that he would still pay attention to the fact that he was being addressed. He wondered if he was so quiet. Of course it was sarcasm. Couldn't the guy in front of him hear who was talking to him? Except that Gan Leo was already holding on to something from how much his blood was boiling. And then Lin Li squeezed his hand harder to at least use the pain to draw attention to himself. Wu Jin ordered the guy to immediately let go of his traveling companion and wrestling companion in this tournament. Lin Li wasn't going to do that. His ego was too big for him to listen to those he was seeing for the first time and unknown at all. He began to laugh, and so hard that everything around him began to move as if from the wind. The echo could almost not be seen, but certainly felt. Now Wu Jin felt uneasy because he realized that they had contacted a demon with a very powerful energy. Lin Li seemed to be mad and started laughing. He really liked the way these guys defended their thoughts. Gan Leo's strength impressed him, so he asked to try again. But suddenly, someone interrupted him, addressing Mr. Lin, saying that the participants would be disqualified if they started fighting before the tournament started. It was a short demon and N reminded that his interlocutor was actually a VIP, so there was no point in waiting for the registration. The guy could immediately approach him. Time so the demon will settle in a luxurious room, and wait for others will not have to. Anyway, in this hotel the generally accepted rules were not written. The one who has more money and popularity, the one who gets all the tops, while ordinary residents live in the neighborhoods they could see from their window, and the picture was not the most pleasant. The houses did not look good and stood as if they were about to fall down. Therefore, Lin Li arrogantly agreed to these conditions. When he knows that someone unlike him will have worse conditions, then it is very pleasant news for him. Then the guy left, telling the guys he already knew that they would see each other at the competition and the guy would be waiting for them. Wu Jin pressured the administrator, asking her angrily how long they had to wait, and she couldn't even say a word, out of a sense of fear and anxiety. But then the same demon who had just solved the issues with Lin Li appeared. He walked over to the girl and shoved her aside rather rudely, suggesting that RN should handle everything himself, thus breaking her completely. Now it also looked like the girl was not doing her job well. And the short man looked at the brother and sister. He said like a cutoff, "Only La Ji is a candidate, so unfortunately, the girl cannot reside here. She is not considered a candidate." The guy snapped at the man and became indignant because the letter didn't say you couldn't come with family members. But even then the demon found a way to get out of it, saying they couldn't prove that the girl was a member of his family because Yugo's certificates didn't work here. His face seemed even more vile after such insolence. They only prioritized the participants. Even Yungguo country and its 2 participants were allocated a standard number. It seemed to Gon Leo that this was one way to provoke them, and didn't fully understand how to react to it. But Wu Jin didn't take long to decide on the right thing to do. He snapped and started shouting about how they were candidates after all, and he didn't understand where such terrible conditions were coming from. He couldn't understand how anyone could be treated like this. But he was not going to bend under the guy and asked about who this demon was in general, to be treated in a special way, and in general they were not called here, so let them go home. And if he wants to hit, it should be feared that after such a thing from the tournament Wu Jin will fly out faster than a bullet. It worked. The red-haired guy let the receptionist go, but the anger didn't go away. Only came the realization that he was petty in this situation. And then the man tried to reason with the guy, justifying that they had come to compete, not to drink and eat, and being thought of in this way hurt Wu Jin even more. I thought that these children could do nothing at all, and thought that they had never seen such tall buildings, and that the opportunity to come to their country for free was a real blessing for them. Wu Jin realized that candidates can't spread their hands, otherwise they would be disqualified. So that explains why this demon is so bold, and showed his country as incredibly disgusting. And he started shouting, asking what's the big deal. If it wasn't for the tournament, none of them would have gotten here. It was high time to kick Youngho and Yugo countries out of the alliance. Wu Jin grabbed the receptionist's face with his hand and looked into his eyes, trying to hint in this way that he would not spare his seat to show how others should be treated. The short man's veins swelled in his face, and then he felt the energy begin to spread through his body, but he felt nothing under his feet, so he looked at his limbs. It was understandable. His feet were no longer on the floor. The man was hanging in the air, which made him feel even less safe. And then his body was carried to the side. Adrenaline was already running high in his blood. He was scared. He didn't know that someone could still risk it for the sake of just restoring justice. Except the problem was that it wasn't the forces used by Wu Jin. He was only holding the cocky man, but the magic was used by the princess who had already lifted the man above her head. And it's all about her not being a candidate, therefore she can afford to abuse hotel employees. And then the girl drew the fat man to her arm to take full charge. She almost left her palm print on him. And then she threw him from on high, shouting about how she was the ruler of Yungo. She had no right to be spoken to like that because even though she didn't prod in this country, she was still higher in status than some demon working in a hotel. She was very angry, for she was also the successor of Liu Yun, and he was the first leader of the 18 States Alliance. And all of this gives her every right to kill this cocky asshole right here and now, and it won't affect the outcome of the competition in any way. The administrator couldn't say a word, either from fear or because he had hit his head hard, and only kept trying to threaten that this was Yangho country and the girl would be in trouble if she killed the man. Except that the princess interrupted him, saying that when the demons gathered for the first time, they had agreed that 18 countries should unite. But if the clan was threatened by someone, the girl had the right to get rid of that creature. She knew her rights well. And then she lowered her fervor and with a cold tone, she continued to talk about how the Alliance Conference was originally a symbol of prosperity and unity. The chubby man looked up at the princess from below and began to shiver as he heard her tone change to a more angry one, and she turned into her fierce form, concluding that apparently now everyone had forgotten about it. And at the sight of that, the demon in front of her fell to his knees, face to the floor and hurried to apologize. Now he was not in the mood for any boorish remarks. Finally a blond man came out of the shadows. It was Shenbao's company head, Seungmin. He came out with applause, saying that this was just a beautiful show. Swollen and bruised, the demon ran up to Seungmin, begging him to save him, tears streaming from his eyes. And then the blonde apologized for this incident that they had just overlooked. He watched as the whole company that had rioted here waited for a clearer explanation. Now they realized who the boss was and expressed the opinion that the staff here was just awful. And with such subordinates you can't go far. Yi Seungmin agreed that they were indeed useless, but they didn't have many rooms. The luxury suites were pre-booked, so he asked them not to get heated about it, and then from his inner pocket, he took out 2 gold cards to apologize. He will give them the keys to the presidential suite so that the situation will not get publicity, and he leaned toward his brother and sister, saying that they could stay in his private room located on the rooftop, while Sung Shin himself would stay in a bungalow on the outskirts. Such an offer seemed like some kind of trap. But the kids had already heard nothing but the words that the top floor was the highest point in the whole of Yangho, and were mentally already enjoying the beautiful views. And all this generosity, because of the conflict that had just arisen, which the host said was a small one, due to poor leadership, hoped the candidates would not hold a grudge. And then he said with a sickly sly smile that there would be a banquet a little later, and in the meantime the boys could prepare for it. And then Gon Leo asked how about that vile boorish demon who had gotten scared at the mention of himself for the umpteenth time. The blonde demanded to be punished. He couldn't believe that they would just let him go. And immediately Seungmin's face changed. This was also noticed by the receptionist, who was now begging him to do nothing to him too and be spared. And suddenly he said it would be too easy, and a revolver suddenly appeared in his hands, and began loading the drum with bullets, speculating about the future of his employee. The atmosphere in the air was becoming more tense. Sung Min rolled the drum, looking spectacular and as threatening as possible. The blonde promised that he would make sure everyone got theirs, some rewarded and some punished, and so he sharply put the gun to his forehead. He decided to play Russian roulette. 5 bullets were loaded, that is, the chance of 1 in 6 to survive, and he sobbed and asked him to forgive him, promising that he would not do it again. The princess and Wujin were shocked. They didn't expect that this was how the punishment would be, but Gon Leo looked on with a cold gaze, as if this was the solution to this situation that he wanted. And then there was a click, which seemed to say that everything had already been decided and there was no turning back. Everything would be decided now, and it made my heart beat like crazy. The demon in the crosshairs no longer had the strength to cry and ask for salvation. His life could be cut short now. Fear made his legs and arms go wobbly. But here nothing happened. The demon was lucky. Today in his head bullet will not remain. So the administrator fell to his knees and began to thank the Lord for not killing him. Now he was glad to live as never before. And while the man was thanking him, Sung Min ordered him that he did not want to see that worker's feet in his hotel. The elevator made a quiet noise as it traveled down the shaft until it stopped at the first floor and emitted a beep, indicating that the door was about to open. Everyone who had managed to gather in the lobby up to this point went inside with their belongings. They had had enough of all the adventures for the day. The girl sitting in the receptionist seat in front of that cheeky guy immediately started sucking up to Xie Min, saying that it was very good that he had gotten there in time. Otherwise she was very scared. But the hotel owner didn't care about that. He only thought about the fact that some of the demons present here surprised him a lot. But they resolved the conflict very quickly, but admitted to himself that all the demons were blurred, and he was looking solely at Gon Leo as if he had a real discovery. The one in turn also thought about the man, asking Jita if he felt the same way. All too quickly and ruthlessly Sei Ming was willing to get rid of the staff, and the dragon replied that it was very strange indeed. The motivation wasn't clear at all. Why he had done that? Was he deliberately forcing the action? But then he shouldn't have come out either. Jita replied that all this can only mean that Xie Ming is just like Gon Leo, trying to test his enemy's mettle. And there was indeed something wrong with Xie Ming. When no one was looking at him anymore, something insidious and evil burst out from his gut, which erupted into quiet laughter. He couldn't get Gon Leo out of his mind. He had clearly noticed something off about this demon. A powerful energy began to emanate from him, and now the hotel owner hoped that they would meet again soon. A girl was sitting at a table in a cafeteria, and then someone came up to her from behind and asked if she wanted another cup of warm drink. The girl was dressed in light shades of pink and her hair was braided into a high long ponytail. She replied with a smile that she didn't need to pour any more and there was hope that everything would go well for Zhaofeng. The states themselves will be divided into 2 stages, the first of which is a qualifying round, and the second is a full-fledged competition. The arena looked incredibly majestic, plenty of seats for spectators and a large battlefield. A total of 36 people from 18 states are taking part in the tournament, but one of those who arrived will not take part in the first round. So, the remaining 35 people will be divided into 7 groups, each of which will be 5 people. From each team will have to survive only one person. Just do not think that this battle will be simple. This is a real massacre in the crowd. 8 people will make it to the next stage and will compete in a 2-on-2 battle. It will be the strongest of all present, but the point remains the same, only one will survive. And that's what the guys from Yungguo country came for. Only if Wujin wanted to win and tried to find a way to become the best. Gon Leo needed to die, so he would get a chance every time. They thought about what happened yesterday and what kind of reaction they showed. The red-haired guy stood in front of the drugstore. He was particularly concerned about his behavior at the hotel on their first day, when they hadn't even settled in yet, risking any involvement at all. He had already lost all his spirit at the front desk, so he thought he would cheer himself up at the party. They had dressed up in nice clothes and were heading to the meeting, except Wujin was still nervous. But suddenly the guys and the girl ran together, because they were abruptly stopped right at the entrance, saying that no one will give them entrance here, because this is a VIP box. Then the princess tried to reason with the guard, reminding him that they were representatives of the Yungguo country, and the reason was that only candidates from Yangguo, Uigo, and Lego were allowed into this VIP box, but Yungguo representatives had to go to the first floor for the second class. The demon in front of them might have been truly sorry for the way things had turned out, but there was nothing to be done, because those were the rules in this place. Wujin was once again pissed off. He was incredibly angry. He could not believe that those demons who put themselves above everyone else and really avenged that fatso, and the salesman, whose store he had just been in, just wished him a happy journey. Although the demon did not even smell of happiness, Wujin turned into the alley and thought about what he had already done, as if he was ticking off boxes. He had already purchased the equipment and potions. He didn't realize what else he was missing. He needed to prepare himself very well for such an important battle. And while the guy was calculating everything in his head, something was going on at the side in a neighboring cubbyhole. Demands to give up everything valuable that they had, explaining that all the guards were now at the tournament site, so there was no one to save the victim. And the victim was a blonde girl. She didn't look scared and there were silhouettes of cats everywhere on her clothes. She wasn't really surprised that even in the most developed country looting was rampant. He stood opposite to the one who seemed to dissolve in the air, but in his head was completely different. If not, the girl had not learned that her brother would go to the competition. In life would not be here. But the robber did not understand what it means, only demanded that the blonde did not stand still. The man was a candidate from Dogo, a member of the Black Gold Group, which in turn is a criminal organization involved in robbery and drug trafficking, and he was hustling the victim, threatening that she would get now. But the girl didn't show a single drop of fear, only said with a cold tone that it was a pity that a person with stealth ability was plundering, and thought that it would just be good to finish off this scoundrel. And then she changed in her face, now wearing a cute mask and looking like a child who saw something delicious. Immediately Wujin realized who it was and what was going on. He was surprised to see Shaer here. He had already forgotten what he was thinking about, standing there like a stumbling block. The girl shocked the robber as well when, like a crazy little girl, she started calling for brother Wujin to save her. But what scared him more, of course, was that his victim had made such a fuss. He demanded not to yell, threatening that she might as well die. He was distracted by this, completely oblivious to the fact that green petals were already hovering around. Wujin looked up as that demon shouted at the girl, ordering her to be quiet, and demanded now not to blame him for being rude, not realizing he was about to get the full brunt of it, and in vain, because the demon's knee immediately crashed into his cheek. He didn't have time to react and fully took the attack, his face immediately turning red at the point of impact. The man flew off and the general's son didn't understand why he was still doing it. Was the last time not enough? While the girl shrieked in surprise and joy, the demon picked the girl up in his arms, cradling her by the waist with his fingers, and the moment felt special. The blonde looked at her savior as if he was an angel descended from heaven. She admired his beauty and considered it a great concern specifically for her when he asked why the girl was walking alone in such places. This lady turns out to be Princess Shuigo, Mi-Shaer, a cloud elemental mage, but her rank was unknown. The girl was already in her world. She never thought she would meet the guy she thought was her brother here. The second member of Black Gold's group looked around the corner and was startled, not realizing where the helper had come from. But for them to attack, this girl looked very rich. They could make a profit out of her, and there was no way they could miss such a chance. So they attacked in a bunch and spread out to different places. But suddenly one saw something that was worth taking on a footstool, which caused him to shriek with surprise, and the others wondered what was the matter. The leg of one of the bandits was iced, and one couldn't tell who dared to use their abilities. And such a moment, it was most likely a betrayal. But no, they just couldn't guess that the princess wasn't just a girl either. Mi-Shui's eyes were glowing blue. The cloud element was activated. She was angry at the bandits, thinking that those things were interfering with her date. And Wujin was asking if she was alright and asking what they had done to her. And then she turned and began to cry to the demon in the shoulder, although he did not like it very much, saying that just a little bit more and would have happened grief. But fortunately brother appeared in time and saved her, and she was so scared. She began to rub against his chest, and the general's son didn't understand how the man had managed to escape the guard's scrutiny. Immediately, Mi-Shaer turned her attention to herself, asking her to forget about that bastard. A smile was shining on her face. She was already suggesting to go shopping together, chatting at the same time, which was the most unnatural mood change possible. Wujin agreed, only asked him not to pester him, and the girl already wanted to go faster. She knew a store nearby, and they sell very tasty sweets. Meanwhile, Leji and his sister also decided to walk around the city. The streets were surprisingly empty. They stopped near a crosswalk. The guy had something building up in his soul. He apologized to his sister, considering himself completely useless, and the girl didn't understand what she was even talking about. That's not what the girl thought. It was just that the prices of medicines were too high, and without falling down, claimed that they would definitely come up with something. But Leji was determined. He promised to do his best to take first place, and he was going that once he got the award and would definitely cure Sis. His sister thought it would be better for his brother to spend the money on protective gear or potions for himself. After all, he had a tough fight ahead of him and who knows how it might end. If the enemy was too strong, the boy would not be able to fully protect himself and take the first place. And then Leji realized. He began to ask himself why he had not thought of this. He should buy a potion to increase the attack, but he completely misunderstood the words of his sister, who still insisted on paying attention to defense. Gan Leo clutched his sword by the hilt, thinking about his own thoughts. He decided not to go anywhere and think about everything that was happening to him right now. He asked his dragon what he thought about whether there were people present who could kill him, and Jita replied that it was hard to say, since they had not seen the last champion yet. They remembered the two girls, one of whom they already knew, remembered what they had said about the Uigo partners having immense power, so they were to be feared. Oh, and of course, the hotel manager is clearly not a weakling, and the Lego candidate has some pretty powerful energy, but they won't recognize their capabilities until Gan Leo starts fighting them. Gan Leo didn't understand why it was so complicated. Why don't they just finish me off? The guy is sick of solving all these problems just because he has to and he can't get back into his body. And then he opened his eyes, realizing what he had just said, or rather how his plan could be put into action. He sat down on the bed and made a decision that it was worth it to just pounce, to drive someone to anger and finish off the demon. And Jita couldn't figure out what exactly the guy was up to. He wished he could talk him out of some rash idea. Some amount of time had passed. Mi-Shaer was already commanding the staff in the store, demanding to pack all the C-rank equipment for brother Wujin, even though the guy was trying to prove that he didn't need it at all. The hotelier sat in his own space, gaining energy to fight back against his opponent, who also didn't waste any time and practiced to make it to the finals of these competitions. Everyone was hoping to win, but to be sure, you had to do something about it. In general, everyone was diligently preparing for the competition, and very soon the conference finally began. A total of 18 countries participated, and all the candidates went live. And from the arena, similar to the Colosseum, was seen bright rays, except that no one even suspected how the conference would affect the clan of demons. But the broadcaster had already started his report, welcoming all the viewers of the conference. It was supposed to be a major event in the history of the whole world, but the wrestling came to watch, and the head of Yongguo, Xie Ming, was a smartly dressed man with a mustache and blonde hair. The people were sitting in their seats and happy to be here, supporting the favorites with posters and flags. Everything would happen very soon, and it only added to the intrigue for everyone. The host began to stir up the audience by finally asking the qualifiers to come up on stage and show their faces. Silhouettes of various heights and widths appeared in the arena. At first it was hard to see everyone because of the specially placed lights and smoke, but then everything developed. The first group of participants was the Huigo country, represented by Ozzy, and Toto was with Wango. The Shuanggo country also participated here. The wrestlers stood and showed themselves to the support groups. The strongest candidate of the first group was a demon with level 51. This was Yongguo country, a mage, Zan Wu, the strongest in defense. On the stage the most famous strongest player was Zan Wu. He was the one we were talking about. Xie Ming hummed, not surprised to see one of their men at the first game, and allowed the thought that soon the world would know of Yongguo's might, and he would be very happy about it. And an important person in their country next to him also laughed, saying that it was very accurately said, no one is their rival, and the tournament will be for them for sure. As confetti fell from the sky and lanterns were directed to the center of the arena, the crowd seemed to go crazy. Of course everyone was supporting their favorite, but undoubtedly the stronger you are, the more who will choose to support you. The commentator announced the next and final candidate who represented Yongguo country. It was Gan Leo. He had a serious face. Not a single muscle showed what he had actually come here for. Jita interrogated the guy. Would he really act like this, defiantly, and provoke others? A sly smirk appeared on Gan Leo's face. He confirmed it, saying that by itself, he doesn't forget his ultimate goal. He is willing to regain his identity. In Yongguo itself, a bunch of people had gathered in the underground clubhouse and they were starting to place bets, all wondering who would go next and if their country especially could win. They were excited that the competition was about to start, so those who were taking bets asked others not to delay them. And there was also Hang Wu, a real pride, and someone thought that his chances of winning were small, so he hesitated to make the right bet. In general, there was a real fuss. Almost everyone was betting on Hang Wu to win, and some didn't understand. What kind of fool would even bet on another with such a candidate? So it didn't think that his strength was unknown to anyone, especially people from Yongguo country. There was a close-up of Gan Leo on the TV, the men discussing that one of them thought the other would bet on him, even though they thought it was incredibly stupid. Suddenly, a voice was heard from the crowd, to which everyone turned around. It was Sung Ming, who suddenly announced that he was betting 5 million on Gan Leo. For a second, silence rose around. People immediately started asking him what had prompted the gentleman to come here. Everyone was looking at him as if the tournament they had been waiting for was not on TV. And Sung Min put on his usual mask of innocence and non-involvement and said that he was just behind on his schedule. And since that was the case, he offered to discuss entertainment. Immediately the people laughed, remarking that this was what the Lord was all about. This was seconded by all. Going on with the business of placing bets, suddenly the short man whom the man had almost shot appeared nearby. He advised the gentleman to get ready, and he immediately became more serious, and assured him that there was no need to worry. He was not going to finish everything quickly. Sung Ming was determined, and made no secret of the fact that he wanted to see this guy's performance in person. He sensed something wrong about him. It was as if the light began to swirl under the participants' feet, making their silhouettes darker, but all the attention was focused on them. The host was on a roll and announced that all contestants were in their seats and the competition was about to begin, adding more and more intrigue. The countdown began. Sung Min was cold in appearance, but naturally cheered for his country, but still wanted the same spectacle as everyone here. With 4 seconds left, Wujin was beginning to feel anxious about all this, but there was no way to retreat, nor was there any point. He had the goal of becoming the best, so he had to fight. But the other demons also didn't want to graze their hindquarters, but they were as if they were more daring now than the general's son with Yongguo. With 2 seconds left, the candidate with Yangho was already starting to enter the stage that would help him get ahead of all the competitors, if not win at all. 1 second. Gan Leo defiantly raised his head, looking around at all the opponents and finally set himself up to die, no matter how strange it sounded. And then chaos began to ensue. The largest demon hit the ground, which threw some of the contestants to the ground, but many jumped up themselves trying to attack at least someone. So far no one had tried to fight against this opponent. His eye burned with a bright red light, like a lantern displaying rage. He immediately called for the activation of the armor. Spikes appeared on his parts on his shoulders. It was black star armor. The demon now began to scream, opening its mouth so wide that you could see the sharp teeth. It was almost invincible. The state of Hang Wu's armor increased. 1,000 units were added to the defense. But the other participants weren't slow either, applying their abilities, what they were best at and what could be used against the rest of the tournament. Now the rule of this battle sounded like it was either you or you. For example, a big guy with a pile of muscles decided that the best way to fight in hand-to-hand combat. Someone chose a more reliable method to eliminate rivals. They used weapons. Everyone around them was an enemy to everyone else, and so far no one had thought of pairing up. For the audience, it was a treat for the eyes. The three countries began to actively fight against each other, and among them is very prominent Hang Wu, a demon C rank. The situation was already escalated. Everyone was wondering what will happen next. The demon was very happy that he stood out amongst everyone, but this was just the beginning. He was well aware that he was only showing a minuscule part of his abilities, and was just saving his strength for the finals. The others were sobered up by the fact that their attacks had no effect on the man. They were doing everything they could to hurt him. This angered the participants. Anyone would have wounds from something like this, and here it was like an impenetrable machine that couldn't be destroyed. And the guy in the mask was also nervous about this, but he commanded everyone to continue. They were enemies, but against a strong opponent. They should act together. As it turned out, the stronger opponents had watched the weaker ones for now and did not participate in the fight. Lin Li positioned himself lying down and only scoffed, saying that everything happened as he had expected, namely, that the weak unite to defeat the strong, thus increasing their chances of victory. But if they can't break through the armor anyway, then they wouldn't waste their energy. And then looked into the monitor at Gan Leo, who was doing something that seemed completely pointless to Lin Li. So he asked what he was doing. But the man just stood there, stretching his arms from side to side, and there was nothing but immersion in his thoughts on his face. Mentally he was communicating with Jita. He was done with the warm-up. He only asked if the dragon was done with the training, and the latter replied that yes, and he had regained his strength. Wu Jun was worried that Gan Leo wouldn't do something strange at the tournament and ruin their plans, but he wanted to succeed. But to his regret, Gan Leo was just about to do his biggest prank. He wanted everyone to see their capabilities, even though his true goal was completely different. And then he raised his voice, asking everyone why they weren't doing anything, and started calling everyone here, generally drawing attention to himself as best he could. The big dragon flew past the arena, only no one was looking up. They were looking down where everything was happening, because that's where the real fight for life is. Cameras were filming everything, from every angle, so that you can see the legendary event in detail. For all those who bet and wait for the results, did not want to miss a single step. Everyone turned to look at Gan Leo, expecting him to explain what he was up to and why he was making such a statement about himself. The blonde poked his finger at the strongest demon among this company and advised him to activate the highest degree of his defenses, looking smiling. And the one gritting his teeth asked how this guy even dares to order him around, especially seeing that this opponent is so strong. Gan Leo swung around and advised his opponent to taste something, and he put his hands behind his back, and there was something heavy in them. And he wanted this giant to taste the strike of Gan Leo's blade and then hit the ground, releasing magic from it, which was heading straight towards the opponent. And the defense was broken through and the opponent's points dropped. A strong opponent was worth saving. The wave from the sword traveled across the ground and lifted everything from its place. Gan Leo decided to end this stage of his battle. Lin Li was shocked by what he saw. He didn't take the guy seriously, so he couldn't imagine that it would turn out like this. The man with the mustache also could not believe his eyes. He thought that the victory of his country and their candidate was assured, but it turned out to be completely different, and now everything shone in a completely different light. There was an explosion. The arena was simply blown in half. It always suffered some destruction, but not at the first fight of the week. It turns out Gan Leo had set the bar very high. Wu Jun and the princess stood there with their mouths open at what they saw, as everyone probably had, and the former general's son realized that this was it, his foolish antics. Everyone in the live seats froze with shock and watched, waiting to see what would happen next, while dark puffs of smoke came from the arena. All the opponents lay breathless. They had no time to make any impact on all these events, and it was already too late. The strongest contestant in this round completely lost his defenses, and even his clothes. He was badly injured and bleeding unceasingly, now more vulnerable than ever. The announcer was ecstatic at what he saw. He reported that a contestant from Yungo had just defeated 3 opponents in just 1 blow. Only 2 remained. He gasped. He was so shocked at such a sensation. Gan Leo pointed his sword at the enemy he had disarmed and wanted to use his full strength to finish off the enemy right there. And then the big man shouted for him to stop, because he wanted to give up. He realized that now his chances of survival were 0, so at least he would leave this place just crippled, instead of staying here, emitting breath. Demons looked at this with astonishment, sagging jaws, and did not understand how just now the strongest demon was able to say such words. This is worse than any disgrace. It is better to die honorably in the arena. But not only ordinary people were shocked, but also the top people, though they should have realized that anything could be expected here. In Yangho, those who bet on their candidate couldn't believe that this guy had won, but were even more disappointed at the words that he wanted to surrender. Gan Leo's blade has too powerful pressure. Even the live broadcast was cut short. So much power. But now the warriors were ruled by fear. He thought of Gan Leo's weapon. It would ignore any armor, causing tremendous damage, and this was the first time he had seen such a thing. If Gan Leo hit with all his might, one could assume the premise would be resolved. What to speak of the body? He wondered where this guy even came from. The judge raised the demon's hand and began to announce that they had their first winner, meaning that the first round, the first contest was over, and it was Gan Leo from Yungwo country who was the winner. Millions of people looked up to him, and all the glory was dedicated to him. Gromula didn't understand who this guy even was, and how he got such a powerful weapon, and such strength. And his strength wasn't at all like other rank representatives. Everyone watched as the fuss in the arena was raised, reporters trying to get interviews, at least comments on it. And while those who had bet on the wrong person were heartbroken over the lost money, Seungmin was happy. Firstly, his bet had played out, and secondly, he had guessed. It wasn't just a demon, and there was definitely something about it. And then Gan Leo cleared his voice, and still decided to give his comment. Looking at the camera, asked the gentleman of the demon clan to listen to him. His face became very serious for a second, and he was gathering his thoughts as if he was about to tell them some very important information. But almost immediately, he changed his face and told Yongguo, Yugo, and Lugo that they were pathetic scum, and demanded them to show their true C-rank candidates, and called them weaklings. All the representatives of these countries had completely different, but naturally negative, only some more emotionally and some less so. Wujin covered his face with his hand. He basically expected this kind of thing from this guy. It was only a matter of time. But this was not what the princess expected. She was just shocked, because she knows that Gan Leo is much smarter, which means he's up to something, and it doesn't play into their hands at all. But the blonde kept yelling at the cameras that the first place would be his and no one else's. He said he was the strongest man in the demon clan, but everyone doubted it, and for all those who really doubted, he stated that they could make sure on their own skin by coming exactly here, and fighting. And then showed his sly face and uttered the phrase, "Welcome," to certainly provoke the demons to fight. In Yungguo, the demons were also watching the live broadcast, and as soon as they saw their general, they rejoiced, considering him one of their best candidates, and they didn't expect anything else from General Gan. This only made them happy. Watching him with their mouths open, they raised a toast to the guy, genuinely believing that if it wasn't for him, they all wouldn't have survived. Even the past general had finally recognized the fact that Gan Leo's appearance in Yungguo country had changed a lot of things, and thankfully for the better. Yungguo state was stirred by Gan Leo's stunning performance, and already it was announced that Lin Li their Daiguo was coming on stage. Loud applause cheered the guy on. And he didn't just go out, but stormed into the arena and immediately destroyed several enemies without blinking an eye, in which you could see the fury he used on the battlefield. He was driven by the motivation to take first place, and Lin Li shouted about how no one would take that away from him. The girls were going crazy and cheering Lin Li on, shouting out that they loved him, and the blonde girl who was still recently hitting on Wujin was already missing the idea that this guy was pretty cute too. The demons in Yungguo were also watching him. Such participants were the reason why they never hoped for Yungguo to win. But now they had General Gan and Wujin, so they had not yet lost hope, and everyone believed that very soon Yungguo would regain his former power. Sha Wujin will also appear in the third round, and he will not let his home country down because he is the best fighter in his home country. and now the audience was introduced to the players of the third round. The arena was once again torn apart by shouts of support for their candidates. The first man was Caitian from Fengguo, and he looked like the living dead. His face had scars that were unevenly stitched together, his eyes completely black. It would be scary to cross paths with such a man on the street, let alone on the battlefield. And then they also introduced the ones that didn't look that scary, namely Daolin from Zygo, Nine from Liguo, and Wang Feng from Qiangguo. Yiwu represented the one who represented the country that just had to prove himself at the tournament. Ho Wujin from Yungo, and he was gathering his thoughts to prove himself as best as he could. The princess immediately thanked Gan Leo, because thanks to his performance, their country was presented separately. But now there was a disadvantage. The son of the past general would probably be attacked by everyone. And Gan Leo said that this Daolin had the highest level, and as long as Wujian was watching his actions, everything would be fine. It was only a pity that he couldn't share this thought with Wujian himself. There were a total of 7 matches in the entire qualifying round. In the table of participants in this round alone, there was no representative of a C-rank demon clan, and 30 A+ rank demons. Wujian has no opponents. Shiguo, as soon as she heard the name of General Yungguo's son, immediately jumped up with pom-poms and started shouting that Wujian was the best, cheering him on, saying that he would do well and he would definitely take first place. The other demons have already noticed the princess, but they could not understand why the girl does not support her country, as ordinary demons do, and even more so the rulers. The competition had already started and Wujian adopted his fighting stance. He didn't attack first, he didn't try to rush ahead of everyone else, and he didn't do it for nothing. Among the other demons, the hunt for him had already opened up. They were going to be the first to kill the Yungguo guy, but the red-haired demon didn't show his nerves. Green petals began to hover in the air that accompanied the demon's ability, and a smile appeared on his face. He mentally cursed Gan Leo for arranging such a difficult test for him. The guy slammed his fist into the floor and summoned a peak of colors. The cheerleaders were well aware that Ho Wujin's second General Yungguo, also very powerful, and should now show his maximum. After all, he was fighting alone against everyone. But then something was happening on the other side of the field. Daolin was brutally chopping off Caitian's head. Though he looked stronger, he didn't turn out to be. Dark red blood splattered on the arena floor. Now one could guess that he and Wujian would eventually meet in a one-on-one fight. And pretty soon it did. But for some reason the announcer was surprised by it. There were only 2 candidates left on the battlefield, which he thought was just amazing. Wujian tried to assess his chances, and wasn't afraid to point out that his opponent was strong even though the one was only a rank. And he was looking at the red-haired guy as his victim, licking himself. He was ready to dismember his body, just to gain victory as soon as possible. Huo Wujian knew about Daolin. He had experienced several wars with the human race. He accelerated and headed towards the enemy. In this situation, he decided to attack first. And while the opponent was straightening out the other contestants, Wujian was already beside himself. He didn't count all of Daolin's achievements, for the guy was also already much stronger already and had already swung at him, and activating the poisonous garment, and his bayonet passed through the flesh on the enemy's abdomen. The sound of explosion was heard, and the enemy didn't realize how Wujian had such speed. He didn't even have time to turn to him, but on one puncture, striated his body in a way that cut in half someone who had posed a threat to him just a couple minutes ago, but was now defeated. The commentator notified everyone that Ho Wujin had defeated Daolin with 1 blow. So the battle was over, and the winner was still standing, bringing his heartbeat back to normal. It was finally over, and Wujin was confident that he could handle him even if he was a rank C demon. The guy relaxed, but it was for nothing. Too soon he did it. In 1 second he felt a cold sharp sensation in his body, the pain spreading through his body with heat. Wujian lowered his gaze. Blood was pouring from his chest and sharp tips were peeking out. He couldn't have thought that this would happen, or rather it would happen after he had already signed himself up as the winner. The announcer announced that the fight appeared to be going on, because Caitian, who had lost his head, seemed to have survived. He shouldn't have ridden him off so early. Wujian looked behind his back, saw a horrible picture there, a body without half of its head holding a weapon that was now stuck in his chest, and tried to take hold of it. The demon swung his sword, thus destroying Kaitan's weapon, and when the blade was very close, dodged it, sagging backwards. The aunt was a true zombie, a walking dead man. Everyone was shocked by this. Where would you see such a thing? Even without a head, the demon continued to fight. It was not clear what was happening and what it would lead to. Gan Liu realized that there was something wrong with his partner's opponent. Otherwise such a thing was simply impossible. Only for Wu Jin to realize what exactly was happening to his enemy to stop it. Wu Jin jumped up high and high to attack the one who had hurt him very badly, and most importantly, almost killed him. He was incredibly angry, gathering all his strength to squeeze the most out of himself, to strike in such a way that his opponent would no longer get up. The guy began to make blow after blow. In the air left traces from the swing of the weapon. So great was the speed. He cut his opponent's body into a bunch of small pieces. He repeated to himself mentally over and over that he couldn't lose at this stage when everyone was almost defeated. Wu Jin landed on the ground, but he didn't see, as he was turned back, that some plant-like things began to burst out from his enemy's wounds. It was like vines. Their owner laughing. It made it very creepy, especially knowing that the man should have been dead a long time ago. And when Wu Jin turned around, he too thought that there was already an end to his torment, and only then did this picture come to his eyes. And, of course, he came to shock when he saw what had happened to Caitian, and then one fact finished him off completely. Those things from his body started to hide back, and all because his body had already started to recover. He was already completely whole. Against his petals flew a bunch of the same, only dark, fighting each other. Wu Jin stood in shock, and then came to the realization that it was his own ability, which made him even more stunned. And when the guy tried to jump over the enemy in an attempt to make some kind of impact, the guy started waving his weapon around in an attempt to slash his opponent. Wu Jin landed on the ground, farther away from Caitian to give himself some safety. There was still a question in his mind. How was it even possible? After all, his body was completely mangled. The wounds are serious, but the opponent is still just as powerful. How is this possible? Gan Liu watched his co-commander and began to feel worried for him. It could be seen that the wounds on Wu Jin's body were bleeding, but they allowed him to continue fighting. The blond man couldn't help himself. He started shouting to Wu Jin that there was something wrong with his opponent, even though he already realized it. But Gan Liu gave a more accurate guess that there was some strange energy in his body and it wasn't worth continuing. He asked the already wounded Wu Jin to surrender so that he wouldn't die and come out of the game at least alive, which didn't suit Second General Youngguo at all, because his original goal was to reach the finals and emerge victorious. But in front of him stood an absolute mutant monster that came closer and closer, vines of varying lengths and thicknesses emerging from his body that he could control, his body breaking and twisting in unnatural patterns, getting more creepy by the second. The guy didn't agree to such a condition. Yes, it was hard for him to stay on his feet, but he just wiped the blood off his lip and asked if Gan Liu really thought that he would just blow away. Memories of that day when they all miraculously stayed alive flashed through his mind. And anyway, Wu Jin doesn't want to experience the powerlessness that day again. He promised he would never let anyone else hurt his father, much less his people. The boy opened his eyes, which were already burning bright red, full of anger and determination. A bright light began to burst out from his heart. He had already prejudged everything, and it was all because only he would be the one to protect Youngho in the future. So to run away from the battlefield now would be a huge disgrace, and it was impossible to die as well. He wore a suit and a mask that covered half of his face. Because of what he had said before, the demon must become stronger, become number one, the best, and win the rank of AC rank demon, or die. But the demon in front of him wasn't going to lose either. He pointed his weapon transitioning into his hand at his opponent, and the vines only began to move harder, as if waiting to grab their victim. Immediately, he rushed towards Wu Jin, swinging his blade as he stood in front of him, and energy came out from it, accumulating to damage the enemy. Wu Jin was furious. His voice became as if it was not his own, and he shrieked, summoning the breath of the demon Lord Dragon. It needed to be in the right state for this ability that was so powerful to play out. A beam erupted from it and expanded towards the end. It was so strong and fast that it simply shattered the arena into chunks of concrete. But how it affected Caitian couldn't be said yet. The light covered him absolutely completely. Dust rose up, blocking any view at all, and many people were outraged because the Youngho people had a mania for destroying the arena, and soon there would be nothing left of it at all. And then the host forgot about this fact, because the smoke cleared, and besides the split arena, where the fire was still raging, you could see the opponent on his knees, and he already had something change. Namely, a large part of Kai Tian's body had been torn off, and this could be seen from the mark on the body that was still warm. And again, they wanted to already declare Wu Jin as the winner. Except that from the place where there was already nothing in the enemy's body there appeared a plant that was actively moving. So the announcement was interrupted by saying that it was worth waiting some more because there was still something there. And it wasn't long before the body had fully recovered. It was unbelievable. The vines had rebuilt the body 1-to-1, the likes of which this arena didn't seem to have seen yet. The anxiety within Second General Yongguo only grew. Kai Tian looked at Wu Jin with a completely black gasp that made him feel so creepy that he wanted to cower in a corner just to avoid seeing it. And it was no longer a matter of dealing with it in any way. Not only that, but it was still scary because the body had been restored but a state of weakness had been imposed. Except that Wu Jin was already almost out of strength. He had used his strongest ability and it didn't help him at all. Gan Liu also became worried. He admitted that things were bad. He himself didn't know what to do in such a situation. Everyone was shocked. This was too useful ability. He could get a victory over everyone. And it wasn't long before there was a full recovery. Now the vulnerability was gone and he needed to start all over again, his strength only increasing while his opponents did not. The demon raised its head and immediately applied the Demon Lord Dragon Breath skill, the exact same power that had just been used against him. Except Wu Jin didn't have an ability that would help restore his body. And already, a beam had already burst out from his body, only its color was much darker and with a bloody tinge. Just like Kai Tian's own desire to spill that blood, Wu Jin watched as the bright light approached him. His face was already completely emotionless. It seemed like the guy had already resigned himself to what awaited him, namely death. Nothing would help him now. His father had tears in his eyes. He was about to lose his own and such a beloved son. His heart was breaking into small pieces. His body froze in horror and sense of such a loss. Princess Shiguo also let out tears and with a cry she couldn't believe what was happening. On how strong her grief could be doubted. Still at least she felt some sort of crush on the guy. Princess Youngho also sobbed at what she saw. She was losing her country's best fighter and former fiancé. She had come a long way with this guy, fighting shoulder to shoulder. So the third round was over and the winner was Kai Tian from Fago. Everyone ran to him immediately. Shiguo immediately tried to bring brother Wu Jin to his senses, asking him to wake up. She didn't understand what was wrong with him. She hoped that he wasn't dead, and everyone prayed for that. But seeing that the guy didn't react, hope faded away. Gan Liu said that fortunately, he had passed the zone of maximum damage at the last moment, relying on his instincts, but he was still under the residual action, so it should be fine, and ordered the girls to immediately take Wu Jin to the medical room. Even if everything is not fatal, it is worth bringing him to consciousness as soon as possible, away from the misfortune. He looked at the demon that was able to bring about this. He didn't look that dangerous. The body was rather lean, but as it turned out, the Fengo candidate was more troublesome than expected. That's what it meant, an enemy not to be underestimated. And then Kai Tian turned around to the voice of the host, who was congratulating the contestant from Fengguo for taking the upper hand, congratulating him on his victory, now certain and undeniable. King Fengguo, Dao Maiden watched the whole thing with a kind of restraint, and his aide almost shouted with joy that their candidate had won the round and didn't understand why the ruler wasn't that excited. Except that not too long ago in Fenggo, a few people were still sitting on their knees without heads, blood dripping from their necks to their chests, leaving stains on their clothes. But along the shoulder, which the decapitated bodies could not already feel, there was an insect unfamiliar to them, with a bunch of legs and some tendrils, too similar to what Kai Tian had released from his body. And then this millipede began to burrow, to climb, to squeeze its way inside the neck where the head used to be, the long body needing a lot more room to settle inside. The body immediately began to cramp and veins popped out. It all shuddered in convulsions, becoming terrified at the sight. The same kind of legs that millipede had. The body finally stopped shuddering from the unpleasant movements inside, and it wasn't long before the man had his native head, and the place where it had been severed showed a scar that had been sloppily stitched up. He himself was shocked at such an unexpected change. But he wasn't the only one this happened to. There was another man older than Kai Tian sitting next to him, and his head was back in place as well, leaving a long scar around his neck as a memory of this story. In front of them sat a hooded demon that covered the identity. This entity chuckled and decided that the two recovered demons would be just fine assistants for him. And presently, the fighter and the king came to their superior and reported back that they had finally finished their first mission. And the almost master of these two souls laughed, in a nasty thin voice. He really liked this news. Everything was going right according to his plan. He thought they should be the ones to take the top spot. Only as it turned out it wasn't just one person, but a whole clan of spirits, and ex-head Mise, who had 2 demons with restored heads reporting to him. At the same time, another round was taking place on the other side of the arena, and the weather outside seemed to add to everyone's faith in their candidates. There was Shang Lin, who finished her fight by stabbing her opponent with a huge sword. The announcer announced that in the 4th round, the candidate from Yugo had won. She was indeed very fast, and was a danger to the other fighters. And in the 5th round, Mr. Ziming from Yongguo was able to take the upper hand. As it turned out, the hotel owner also participated in the battle, and judging by his emotions, he also won. The victory was not very difficult. The demon clan did not realize at all that imperceptibly the threat was approaching. The announcer had just begun to introduce and invite the participants of the 6th round. Everyone, the audience, the fighters and the announcer himself was on a roll, cheerful mood. The same beautiful girl with glasses who was sitting in the coffee shop at the time entered the arena. Her name was Jasmine. As it turned out, she was a candidate from Lego. She entered the battlefield with a cold mood, relying not on emotions. Lin Li watched the future opponents and was surprised to see this girl. He wondered why he had never heard of her before, except that the look on Gon Leo's face was completely different. He was shocked just by the sight of the girl. He immediately started digging into his memory and stumbled upon one memory. His eyes widened and he began to repeat her name to himself over and over until he could fully recapture that moment in his mind. Sha Fengliao at 6 years old was completely beaten, combed over and bloody in places. He held a machete in his hands and ordered those across from him to stay away. Standing against him were 2 men with goggles and machine guns in their hands, and in front of them stood Eamon, still very young. She begged the guy not to be afraid, explaining that they were good and weren't going to do anything bad. They wrapped him with bandages where necessary and wrapped him up. The girl asked if it was true that the boy did not remember anything, and he said that he did and that he had no idea how he got here in the first place. Of all the things the crippled lad remembered was his name. At least there was something left in his head that was sympathetic. And then he began to wonder in return what this girl's name was and how she got here, why they were being so nice to him. And then she turned away and completely implausibly began to say that she had just run here, mumbling, saying something under her breath. And then with a happy look she told him that her name was Jasmine. She was a little embarrassed. That's why she didn't make eye contact with the boy next to her. And then one of the guards turned to her, calling her princess, reminding her that they should be getting back by now because her mother was worried. And Jasmine peeked out from behind a tree with a finger pressed to her lips, showing the sign quietly. She had told her not to shout about it. Not everyone should know who they were dealing with. Soon they turned 12. So much time had passed, and they did not notice it, perhaps because they were together all the time, and waited to meet together. So they decided at one point that they should get to one holiday, but only so that no one noticed. The princess cannot allow such a thing. The girl noticed that it was quite high here, which caused a little tremor and fear, so she asked her friend to help her, and he immediately took her gentle hand, making this moment even more romantic. Sha Fengliao immediately agreed. A slight blush appeared on his cheeks, but there was no worries. He was enjoying this moment, and the girl reminded him that they used other names. And then she called him Hoo-Hoo, and she said it so unusually, with some special tenderness, from which the blond man was already getting embarrassed. He brushed off that he remembered it all and turned away so as not to show that he was completely embarrassed at this point. As it turned out, Jasmine wasn't her real name. Whenever Nana sneaked out of the capital she called herself Jasmine. Now this was a completely unexpected turn of events. He couldn't believe it was her. But if she changed her name then something was wrong. And now he watched the contest begin. But all his attention was only on his old friend, who was now in a new role. The guys who had been in the same round with her were already throwing themselves at her. But the girl was still standing without any movement and as if she was ready to take the blow calmly. And then she inhaled deeply, gaining as much air into her lungs as she could, and the ends of her earrings began to ice over, the temperature in the arena dropping, goosebumps of cold running down her skin. And as Jasmine began to sing softly, a crown of ice appeared on her head, sharp icicles coming from nowhere in the air nearby. But then the girl took a note much higher behind her back. Frosty wings appeared, and sharp icicles flew into the enemies. Someone else was also frozen alive. It was now understood that Jasmine's skill was to attack from a distance, which was very cool. The cloud singing skill is when the singing spreads to a certain distance, so all the people around are in pain. It turns out that Jasmine is a singing demon, and it's very rare to see a wielder of such powerful strength. Gan Leo was incredibly shocked. He didn't understand how this was possible. Even the skills were similar. But then a strange green light appeared behind her back. Jasmine closed her eyes. The ice crown on her head turned into flowers that glowed brightly. She folded her hands in front of her face, and immediately a staff appeared in her hands, the tip of which was also in colors. The ice wings turned into completely different ones. The host himself couldn't believe what he was seeing. It wasn't singing after all. She landed on the floor and slammed her staff against the floor, and a huge plant burst out of it and intertwined in the air from the impact almost knocked everyone off their feet. It was no longer a chant. Ice spikes were also wriggling around the plant like this, and the wind was shuttling over it all. Jasmine turned out to be an elemental mage. Most of the enemies were already frozen into statues. Gan Leo's sweat rose to the surface. He had never seen such power of the elements before. It was something incredible. Nature was showing its power in full force. Plants were bound together into one large sphere and large vines spun around. They crept closer to the remnant of enemies. Such a one was hard to resist, simply because her power took up the entire arena. The plants encircled the throats of Jasmine's enemies and began to choke, not allowing a single drop of air to enter the body, the lungs, and some of them were knocked down or grabbed by their limbs and thrown out, so that they could not survive the landing. But the girl stayed in place and watched how she defeated the enemies without personally participating in the battle. The host rushed to congratulate the winner and asked her to accept their congratulations. There was no sign on the girl's face that she was able to defeat several strong opponents with ease. Gan Leo still couldn't take his eyes off her. He was comparing all the facts. Cloud Singer, Blossom Mage, these were all of the same specialization, and exactly the same skills as Nana, so it was definitely no longer a coincidence. But he couldn't understand how such a thing was even capable. His mind was spinning with many thoughts about the whole thing. He froze like a little boy back then. But if everything is really like that, then, if the girl is actually Nana, why she looks like that and how she became a demon in the first place? So many questions. It would be good to discuss it all in person. That's how she left, without any reaction to the fact that she was the winner of the 6th round, not paying attention to her success. As soon as Gan Leo saw the girl heading towards the arena exit, he immediately headed down the stairs, running as if he was not himself, just to intercept the old friend. Although it was not certain to the end, the most important thing was that he would be able to find out the situation for himself. He traversed the corridor as fast as he could, using all his strength. He even knocked down all the workers going about their business without even stopping to see if he had done any damage. He tackled the stairs down as quickly as if he had jumped them completely. He didn't even remember that there was one at all. Only one thing on his mind. He ran towards the very exit Nana had just stepped out of and called out to her, hoping the girl would recognize him too. But now his goal was reached. He stopped near the exit and tried to catch his breath after such a run. But he didn't see anyone there. But one thing remained a question. If she was also in the body of a demon, then they had the same problem for two. Only it was not at all believable. The girl managed to leave, left without catching up, and Gan Leo remained standing at the exit, as if she was about to appear now to make things clear. And if it's really her, then what is she doing here? To which Jida replied that she looks a lot like Princess Nana, except her energy is different. This didn't help solve the problem, only confused her more. The guy decided that they now and cannot meet, so with the thought that the girls just look alike, went away, hanging his head. He did not know that his target was very close, standing around the corner and heard everything. She huffed. Mentally she apologized to Sha Feng. She just decided that it was too early to tell everything. She had her reasons. Nana needed to finish her business first, for it was at this time that the most sinister clan in history emerged and took the lead. She was aware of all the machinations going on behind the backs of the people. The demon clan had fallen under the influence and control of the wrong people. It was these days that a repeat moment in history would occur. And it was because Nana must prevent Kai Tian from taking the top spot. And this enemy was too strong, that she decided for sure that Sha Feng, no matter what form he was in, should become the king. Their adversaries are powerful enough to do nothing and let things run their course. But if they show up now, the consequences could be irresistible. The girl was also homesick for not being able to talk to her old friend and object of admiration. She just wanted Sha Feng to wait a little longer, and soon the girl would tell everything. The guy thought about the fact that after his rebirth, the world had undergone some changes, something he had to get used to and would still need to get used to, as his rebirth was chaotic and Ganlio didn't know where he was. At this time in the human race, Shin Jibiao had successfully calculated his position and attacked Yongguo, so the guy had to side with Yongguo. The butterfly effect had already begun and could soon spread to the entire world, but the blonde man couldn't predict what calamity would befall humanity, and no matter what body Xiao Feng was in, he still wanted the best for the people first. The dragon asked Ganlio what he would do if the conference suddenly failed, and the latter replied that then there would only be one option left, which would not be the best. There was a code in the program that loaded all the results of what had just happened in the arena. There were a total of 6 qualifiers, and combined with the exempt challenge, a total of 7 playoff candidates. The final winner was still unknown. Princess Youngho Zero had one more seat left, but who would take it was still unknown. But judging by the rank of this demon, it should be an elite fighter. The host announced that there were still 2 players left in the last qualifying round. There was a question. He posed the question to the audience for them to guess who would take home the prize. In the arena was Country Hugo, an elemental mage of Lichi, and against him was a huge C-rank demon, Dogo, the head of the Black Gold faction, the largest underworld demon clan. Now the big man was looming over the boy and seemed to recognize him. He was the one who had attacked his men, and you couldn't tell from his size that he could do something like that. Of course Lao Bai was favored by the majority and wished him luck. It was obvious who would win. It seems that this arena has not taught anyone that size does not play a role. That man looked at his opponent with a crazed look. He wanted the enemy to realize what was happening to those who were opposing Black Gold, and in addition to C rank, this person was a potential champion. The princess was tense this round. She kept thinking about who was converging in the fight. Ganlio asked the girl if she thought Lichi had no chance, and she said that although he had helped them earlier, but his life wasn't worth much. No matter how bitter this truth was, it was just that, and there was too big a gap between these guys, and Ganlio only agreed that in terms of strength, he was clearly no match. Everyone believed that he would lose very soon. The blonde man read that. But still there was one person who was rooting for this guy. It was his little sister, who was worried about her sibling and now the only person who might not even come back from this competition. And Lichi knows this very well. Inside he was cheering up and motivating himself to fight just by the thought that he must take the first place to save his sister and ensure that they have a completely happy life again. He remembered that the girl really needed him to win, so anger ran through his veins. He purposely remembered all the bad things they had to go through to get the upper hand, and immediately ordered his opponent to start beating, saying that he wasn't afraid of him, and for her sake, he is willing to put his own life on the line. Ganlio appreciated this act very much. Something began to loom in his mind, a certain memory that had hardened him earlier. Then it was announced that the little devil from Shenghua had challenged their gladiators. In that ghastly arena, with the hanging lamps, the audience cheered and all wanted the death of the insolent young fellow. The 12-year-old Sha Fengliao, who had a rank B sword in his hands, came onto the battlefield. Just that the chains were still there and everyone wanted this lousy kid to be killed as soon as possible. Overall, the situation was very similar to the situation the boy was in right now. Against him was the mammoth, their fiercest beast, and then the lad would shout in the same way about not beating his opponent, therefore urging him to attack as quickly as possible. This mammoth was just huge. Through his flesh came out glands, and he had nothing to do, and his face was bandaged with a dirty bandage, through which only one eye and a devilish smile were visible. He laughed terribly, and remembered that he had not eaten fresh meat for a long time. In the cage sat 12-year-old Hao Jing. Everything was happening in the prison for the awakened. She was asking why Hu had even come back. She had told him she would hold them off, and being caught wasn't going to change the plans. But the guy had already made up his mind then. He had made his bet. Once he won, they would be released. Even though their legal system was pretty weird, they would never break the rules of the arena, so at least something could act as a guarantee to him. And their gladiator was encouraged to start fighting already, to show them all their cruelty, and they asked when the B-ranked kid would dare to challenge them, and he decided that as soon as he won, he would definitely bring the girl home. The gladiator rushed at him, saying that he was not strong enough for such a thing. It seemed that the situation was quite hopeless. Under what circumstances a man would overcome his own boundaries? It was interesting to see it, but everyone doubted. In the same kind of battle that too many fighters in this arena depended on. The girl's brother realized he was losing in strength, but he had something more, and that was faith. And while the little boy was shooting freezing arrows at the one with his bow, the latter replied that the opponent would now see absolute strength, so let him enjoy at least a moment of advantage. The thug slammed his hand against the floor and bright lightning bolts dispersed from it. They pierced Lachi's body with pain, so that his body twisted and the guy became restrained in the power of paralysis. And while the opponent was immobilized, a member of the criminal group tried to attack him, shouting that he was about to organize the end for this guy. He had entered this arena for nothing, and dared to stand against a strong opponent. Sha Fengliao also got a good deal in his fight. A mace flew into his face, and bright blood spurted from his nose and mouth. The boy was almost unconscious. It looked like his hours of life were numbered, and the girl would remain in the cage forever. He fell down and brushed his back across the floor for a few meters. It hurt so much that he almost passed out from the pain shock. The blood got on his chest and stayed there in a stain as if his whole body was mangled. The gladiator, who looked like a real monster, was making his way through the dust to his victim, a wicked smile shining on his face, and from the stands there were only desires for him to kill his enemy. And now a completely different big man had almost finished off the boy in the arena, and was stretching his arms, crunching the bones in his hands. He was stretching the pleasure of another victim on his account. At that time, Nana no longer hid their real identities, shouting to Xiao Feng. She was worried so much that she forgot that she was in a cage. It seemed like her heart was about to jump out of her chest. Almost in the same cage, only a cage of circumstance, for she could not walk. The fighter's sister in the arena was also worried. Tears rolled from her eyes from worry. She was about to be left alone. When a man has a reason to win, he'll do anything to stay on his feet during a fight. The big guys reminded their victims that it wasn't worth it to just climb up. And guys now did not accept such a turn of events. They had someone to fight for and just for themselves. It was necessary. The situation was one in the same. The demon and gladiator's hands raised above their heads, in readiness to descend on the guys and finish the fight quickly and decisively, especially considering they didn't have a scratch on them. And the boys sat on the floor with their heads down, as if they had already accepted their fate, resigned to the fact that their days, whatever they might be, happy or not, were over. The demon slammed his fists on the floor. Dust rose from the ground and everyone held their breath. It seemed the smaller opponent had turned into a flat sheet under such large and strong hands. But it was not to be. The boy was already in the air. His bow looked completely different, and a new charge was being prepared. The enemy was looking sideways at his until recently victim. He didn't even have time to blink an eye. He was so fast. Back then in the past, Xiao Feng also continued to fight, jumping out of the way and with a shout that he would not lose, released his enemy's blood, so much so that it tied behind the geo-weapon ribbon. The guys who were alike in this situation, more than ever before, were not ready to leave this world at this very moment. In this place, they still had a lot of things to do and defend. Xiao Feng pierced through the enemy's head with his sword, and when the life of someone dear to you is at stake, then you are willing to do and go to any lengths to protect them. It always only works as motivation, more so in a situation like this. Lachi was working on the same pattern now. He released an arrow straight at the enemy's head, and the words came out of his mouth that the guy had to save her, and it was about his sister. She was more precious to him than life. There was a breakthrough. The guy landed on the ground, his eyes glowing with a bright yellow light, and a liquid of the same descended down his cheeks, right across his wounds. As it turned out, Lachi was AC rank elemental mage. From his back came out something like fire in the shape of wings, and it is at times like this that you become stronger than ever before. The main thing is to have something to fight for. It is better than any goal. The audience was shocked. They couldn't believe that this demon, who was still recently considered just a brat, had made a breakthrough, but they were even more shocked by his S rank. It was almost impossible. They wondered if there were still demons in the world that could advance without the help of a stone. Then the kid would also win. A young C rank warrior, Sha Fengliao. The same fire was coming out from the wound in his chest. He had made a breakthrough that no one believed in. His face became as if more ferocious. Princess Youngguo was equally shocked. The guy had just broken through, right during the competition. The country of Yugo now had its first C-rank demon. For them this was a real fortune and achievement, and for the guy himself, it guaranteed him instant fame. Gan Leo watched all of this and rejoiced at Liqi's achievement as much as his own in his time. He was well aware that all lords became strong gradually. To him, it was just like feeling it again on his own skin. The boy stood beside the dead body while the announcer marveled at what an amazing contest it was. The candidate from Hugo Liqi, being weak, had defeated a strong opponent, and deserved it quite rightly. And thus before the audience appeared a table with 8 participants of the tournament, who were able to pass on, and only one personality remained a mystery, hidden by a shadow, and the icon was golden in color. Unlike the others, the final qualifier will be played in 3 rounds, each of which will be a paired battle not for life, but for death, one-on-one, and a diagram has been drawn out for better understanding. And so all participants were invited to participate in the battle, and 8 demons under the applause of the audience one line headed to the destination. They were walking through a corridor with huge windows, each pondering the strategy for their more decisive rounds, each proving they could take the top spot and now knew each other's strengths and weaknesses. All that was left was to apply their own strengths correctly. While Jasmine walked ahead, looking at the black ball in her hands, Gan Leo was trailing behind, looking at her himself. He would like to run up now and deal with the situation, except there were too many witnesses, and the time was not right. Seeing Jasmine, the guy remembered Nana. He wasn't completely sure if she was really the one. He only wondered how she was doing if the girl was really a completely different person. And Jita answered him mentally about her looking like a princess. The blonde man was angry. He couldn't put it off any longer. Gan Leo needed to return to his body immediately, and the dragon reminded him that it hadn't worked out so far. So he needed to find a very strong person to help carry out his plan. The guy in the demonic body examined each candidate. Jasmine's strength was still unknown, so one couldn't hope completely yet. But no matter what the situation was, the chances were still there. You should never give up on your goal. You had to move forward and see where it would all lead. The guy looked at the sphere, which was in his hands. It had the first number. At first Gan Leo did not understand why this, but then he realized that this indicates the first round, and the opponent will be the one who will have the number 2. In his head, as if the gears began to turn, now it is desirable to find out who it is. And then he looked to the side. That red-haired kid who was still in bandages was holding the orb with the number 2. And it became clear that this guy was not an option at all. He had just risen, so he would not be able to kill the demon. Shi Ming was looking at his sphere with the number 5, but he could also see Gan Leo and his ball, and the situation was pretty clear-cut for him. This only added to his interest. A sly smile appeared on his face, which is inherent in such situations. It seemed that he was the most prudent here and was already working out a plan in his head. But he wanted to test this guy personally. He closed his eyes, gathering energy from his body. It wasn't something difficult for his abilities, and using a lot of power behind the scenes wasn't in his plans. And when he opened his eyes, opinion appeared in his pupil. He decided that a good option would be to switch places with someone. No one had sensed his energy, though it was almost impossible to do so. Xie Min focused on the number 2 because if Gan Leo has the number 1, it means that he will participate in the first round, which means that whoever has a 2 on the ball will fight him. The blonde kept glaring at the unit, wondering what he should do now, while Xiao Min was gathering his thoughts to show the guy the new turn of events. And then he walked over to the ash blonde and showed him the orb, and asked him in passing if the guy was now satisfied that he would be fighting a worthy opponent who wasn't weakened after the last fight. And seeing the surprise in the eyes of Gan Leo, asked about whether he was not looking for someone who could kill him, so let him accept this almost a gift, himself hiding his true plans, which should satisfy his benefit. Gan Leo stared at the unfortunate 2 in front of his face and couldn't say anything back to this, as if what he wanted was what he wanted. But on the other hand, pulling off such a trick with numbers wasn't that easy. But Xie Ming bowed elegantly and said that he could try to fulfill Gan Leo's wish, and he himself could pass on without much effort. The announcer's words that the draw had already been determined and 2 matches would be played in the first round were heard throughout the arena. These words were accompanied by loud applause. The head of the Yongguo country's army, Xie Qing, a demon in uniform with military badges for his deeds, approached the participants. His face was scarred and his eye was covered by blonde bangs. In the circles in the arena stood 2 couples who were about to face off in an elimination battle. The host introduced Ganlio to everyone, even though he was already familiar to everyone, and he didn't like being called a dark horse. He almost felt Spanish shame about it. And then he was also informed that on the other side stood Shi Ming, who was looking at his new rival slyly. And the second pair was Qian Lin, whose opponent would be Kai Tian, and it seemed that the girl didn't seem to care at all that the demon next to her couldn't be defeated at all in the last round and didn't pay attention to the fact that he could regenerate his body. Xie Qing turned away. A bright energy began to emanate from his body. He said that this battle would be very dangerous, so one should shield oneself. Carrying his adjustments to this battle, the force traveled under the opponent's feet and it felt like the ground began to change and shift into a completely different state. Light was pouring out from underneath the ground. Ganlio didn't expect this to happen, but he didn't give any sign of being afraid of what was about to happen, ready to take on any challenge. The head of the country's army jumped up and something that looked like blooms appeared behind his back. The announcer announced that the players were going to the competition site. A black hole began to appear at the players' place and such a wind rose up that it was hard to stay in place. Ganlio and Shi Ming found themselves one-on-one in the arena, and the announcer commented that the first game would take place on the highest stage in their country of Yanghe. And happening all this, as it turns out, will be on the head of the statue. It was a beautiful girl, and on her head she had a crown with wings. She was awaiting her fate. Most likely she will be blown to pieces. Ganlio looked at his opponent with a smile and gave away Sung Min's plan to stare him in the face. After all, he had activated his ability so that his opponent would be Ganlio specifically. This revelation was quite unexpected at this moment. And then he added that he had long ago realized that since they had first met then the hotel owner had been using his powers, which had put the man in a stupor for a while. Ganlio remembered his revolver with missing cartridges, though he had played such a bluff scene back then that the lot had also played a part here. The blond man's face turned on his usual sneer at interlocutors who needed to be pissed off, commented that that pompous game was a test of strength, and then asked if that meant that Xiao Min was looking for a worthy opponent, but one it seemed like he wasn't eager to win this tournament. And it was obvious, for if it was about winning, the man would have chosen other opponents. He read him like an open book, and then asked in addition why exactly Ganlio was his target. Xie Ming covered his face with his hand. A shadow blocked his face, but couldn't hide the smirk with which he started laughing to himself. He was revealed, but until the end, the opponent didn't realize what it was all about. And then he still lifted his face and said that Gan Lane was not an ordinary Demon Kalen representative, and he would like to see this guy's abilities. But for Xiao Min, life is an experience and he would like to have it to the fullest. But he already knows the outcome of every battle. That's why everything is so uninteresting. The most interesting becomes the most boring. But Ganlio is a different case. Only he is confident in him and that is incredibly good. But the demon looked at him with a kind of incomprehension and judgment. It all seemed like some kind of delusion to him, especially the dramatic voice of the opponent. And then Xiao Min turned to shouting, admiringly proving to the guy that he didn't know if he himself could win. It was incredibly impressive to him. That's why he was getting so tingly just thinking about it. Ganlio spread his hands and told his enemy that he could only defeat him on one condition. All one had to do was kill him in front of everyone. But he didn't explain the reasons immediately, and seemed to take it as luck on his side, and then said with a mad look on his face that otherwise his first major failure would be broadcast live to the world, thereby only provoking his opponent more. And the one assured that it was definitely not worth worrying about it. He would not lose, because in his future there is not even such a word. His self-confidence was too big. Xie Ming immediately changed his face, as if he had come face to face with some monstrous event, and immediately stammered and asked his opponent to wait. But Ganlio only looked at him with thoughts of how much talking could be done. Therefore he asked to just start the fight finally. There was no more waiting. The man closed his eyes tightly to concentrate on the leads that came to him. He saw the 4 outcomes that could happen in this fight and he was worried for a reason. And for good reason, because regardless of the ending, Xiao Min still loses and most of the time he dies, except for the ones where he does surrender voluntarily. He got annoyed by it, simply because he's never had this happen before in all his time. This is a first. He decided to take a much stronger ability and look at 16 options at once, but soon realized that even that doesn't give him any results. The outcomes are the same. Then he increased the number of choices with each second more. First 26 choices. That wasn't it. Then 97. And then no. 112. 191 and finally reached the number 256. It was like he was starting to lose his mind. He fell to the floor and tried to figure out how it was. So many options and none of them had him winning. Which one could really help him? It was probably a 1 in a million chance. If at least there was one. Droplets of sweat fell down his face. He was angry that he had lost in all 256 warrants. Every time this guy beat him, and came out of the field almost unscathed. He looked at Gan Leo's incomprehensible face, and didn't understand what was wrong. With other rank C demons, this was not the case. This was some kind of nonsense. Now it seemed like his days were 100% numbered. And then he said that he had heard some legends that this world has the ability of immortality. It is a so-called bug. On even a demon of rank C is not omnipotent and some kind of loophole is a must. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, everything was in full swing. The girl, all in torn clothes, sat on the floor, like a tortured animal, and did not understand how this is even possible. Even if you use your power, nothing can change. The worst thing is that in such a case, he could even instantly recover, and her opponent just on simply impossible to kill. The blonde began already counting down the minutes to her demise. The whole body was aching. It was hard to make herself even just get out of bed. Meanwhile, Kai Tian was already rushing towards her at full speed and was ready to shorten her opponent's life. She already thought that this was not just a demon but a monster. Now she realized that what she didn't worry about in the beginning was a mistake, especially after seeing Wu Jin couldn't defeat this guy. At this point, her opponent had already slammed into the girl. Dust rose up. The spectators couldn't fully see what was going on behind the curtain of earth that began to hover in the air. The girl was already unconscious. She flew backwards, her head splitting from the pain of the impact. Everything around her felt like it was submerged underwater. By the sound of it, anyway. And before her eyes began to brighten and turn white, as the puffs of dust began to disperse, Kai Tian's silhouette could be seen. He had not yet fully straightened up. He had only recently dealt a critical blow to the enemy and was about to walk further up the tournament ladder. The guy showed himself completely in the impenetrable arena, and now it was clear for sure that it was completely unrealistic to defeat him. This is a real beast. A predator that tears its prey at once. And if it doesn't do that, it's just trying to play with its prey. His arm had been torn off. The girl sitting on the floor clutching her wounds and barely breathing. And now she was about to leave this world, under the uneasy hand of an enemy who was approaching her slower and slower so that everyone had time to enjoy this moment. Except the blonde and her fanbase. His hand immediately resumed. It looked creepy, as if it was the first time. Goosebumps were coming from the sight of this ability and the peculiarity of the guy's body. Now just a couple more seconds he would regain his strength and finish what he started for sure. The girl's eyes widened. In her thoughts she scrolled through all the happy moments of her life, and all the options of how to defeat this demon had already been used, and no new ones appeared. And then he realized that back in the first round, that Yunho guy, it was about Wu Jin already knew what the problem was, namely that Kai Tian couldn't be killed no matter how hard one tried, and that condemned her to suffer until her heart stopped beating. But one thing about him was admirable. It was that he still fought to the end and did not dare to leave the battlefield in disgrace, was ready to lose, just to try, and if it does not work out, then leave with dignity, because everyone understood that this guy cannot take away the victory. He seemed to cling to it with his teeth and did not let go. And now this demon was just centimeters away from her, and looking at it once more. The blonde didn't know what to do, only thinking about whether she could resist to the last this competitor. Inside herself she didn't regret anything. Even if she had another enemy, they would meet this demon at some point. And after sensibly assessing her abilities, she still squeezed out such heavy words that she no longer wanted to continue trying to fight and gave up. She had had enough of the wounds and the pain from them that she had experienced during this battle. And while in one place the fight was already over, in another place it had not yet begun. It was there that Gan Leo realized that it seemed that Sai Ming did not have enough strength to kill him either. But then the blonde man could only defeat Sai Ming himself and call for someone who was stronger and would be able to carry out Gan Leo's already quite a long journey. And the owner of the restaurant was hard to accept the fact that he had just seen in front of his eyes, because after 16 years, he has never lost. In any case, chose that version of events where he does not lose. And here is a completely different case. It continued to annoy him, but he had already calmed down a bit. It was funny how except one man couldn't beat him, and now, surprisingly, there would be a second such man who was capable of winning a fight with a man. But there was something he couldn't disregard. It was that he still promised himself that he wouldn't lose to anything else, and that was a kind of oath to himself, and oaths can't be broken. So the only decision he could make was to challenge his opponent to a game, not an ordinary game, but a game for life, and only by the truth of dignity could he save her. So Xie Ming applied the ability of moving constellations, converting potential force and bodily force into probability. The value of probability greatly increased, and these numbers didn't stop. They crept upwards while the energy filled the hotel host for the participants in the tournament. So the probability value rose to a number as high as 8,000, and a 5-level final technique called the Death Domain was activated. And this ability was something that Xie Ming had only used once, so it should be a great honor for Gan Liu. Around Gan Liu began to appear magical traces that enveloped him like tongues of flame. Only they did not bring pain. The guy did not fully understand what was happening and tried to closely monitor his body and what was about to happen to him. Thus, the two opponents found themselves in some strange space. Everything around them was red, and the floor they didn't touch was covered with something that looked like water, except that its color hinted more at blood. And then a low, intimidating voice sounded, confirming the fact that it had been too long since he and Sei Min had seen each other, and judging from what the latter had said recently about the rarity of using this technique, this was the second time they had seen each other on principle. In front of them sat a CCC rank demon, also called the God of Death or Ghost Shadow. His appearance alone said that he was very powerful, especially considering the size of this creature, and behind his back, his scythe glistened. This demon wondered if once again, someone had been able to drive Xie Min to such a state that he had decided to use extreme measures. And then the same huge size roulette appeared in front of them, just like from the casino with red and black sectors. It floated out from the liquid that was in place of the field. It looked very intriguing. And no less mysterious were the words of the God of Death, or rather the question of whether Xie Ming, and now Gan Liu, were ready to put his own life on the line, and the not yet fully stretched grin, but just as sly and malicious, of this creature said that he was only happy to do so.